Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Trained by Yoruichi Shihoin Bleach movie. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. First chapter, Naruto Uzumaki Chronicles. Naruto had been walking aimlessly with a clumsy gait. His shoulders slumped as if a heavy burden were placed upon it as he dragged each tired step. The blonde wasn't sure if he was alive or not, and was perplexed by the fact that a chain was mysteriously attached to his chest. He remembered waking up in a dark forest and began surveying the desolate surroundings as he tried to recall how exactly he ended up in this mess. As he tried to recall the sequence of events that resulted in his predicament, the blonde's head began to ache painfully. Naruto continued traveling toward the deepest reaches of the dark forest. He couldn't help but tremble with fear. Days or weeks had passed since the boy had wandered about the labyrinth called the forest. Surprisingly for him, nothing could notice his presence. No matter how much he tried to provoke an animal or a passerby, no one seemed to notice his existence. He felt empty. As far as he was concerned, he had lived his life trying to gain recognition. Fearing that his existence would be denied due to the way the villagers generally treated him, the blonde masked himself with a facade that he thought would allow him to blend in with the population. Even so, he failed miserably and eventually decided to become the village's Hokage in the hopes that the villagers would trust him. Since his death, his dream of becoming Hokage would be impossible. How ironic! His whole life, his goal and his dream that he desperately tried to achieve shattered into millions of pieces. Life was so fragile, and so unfair. As he gazed, the blonde didn't notice a certain pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. The silent being had been studying the boy for some time and decided to make its presence known by flaring its ryatsu, shaking the entire forest to its core. What is this weight? Gravity is like suddenly increasing tenfold. This is unreal! Naruto collapsed to his knees and trembled in fear. The sudden pressure was powerful but not threatening, he could feel it. Shifting his gaze from the forest floor to the source of the pressure, the blonde's eyes widened in shock. Standing not far from the boy was an old man with an oversized white haori hanging loosely over his shoulder and a wooden staff in his hand. What truly amused Naruto was the ridiculous beard the creature had left on his chin, which looked so strange. The old man stepped forward and relieved the spiritual pressure he was emitting and looked at the blonde. "What are you doing in this forest, girl?" Naruto finally managed to breathe properly after the sudden heavy pull of gravity seemed to lessen. "I apologize for intruding, child. I'll repeat once more, what are you doing here?" Bringing anger to the surface of all his emotions, Naruto replied. "I don't know, sir. I woke up in this place with no memory of how I ended up here." The blonde swallowed the nervous lump in his throat and waited for the stranger's response. The old man examined the boy's wounds and sighed sympathetically. This boy was only 5 years old and had already died a gruesome death. Was it because of the Kyuubi's influence that clouded the minds of his killers? Or was it fear that corrupted the judgment of those fools that caused them to harm this defenseless child? After all, the reports were correct. Flashback. Yamamoto Soteishu, we have received reports from the 12th Division that the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoto is dead. It seems that after his death, he released a significant spiritual pressure that crushed his surroundings in an instant. The Soteishu opened one eye and pondered. Such high spiritual pressure, and he just died? That's not possible. It could be the work of the Kyuubi. After a moment of hesitation, the old captain asked, "How did the detector rate and classify the volume of ryatsu released?" "On par with a Fukuteichu, sir." "Very interesting. How did the child die?" "He was beaten to death, sir." "Predictable. Jinchuriki weren't acceptable in the mortal world. I wouldn't be surprised if one of those slipped into the realm of madness and slaughtered humanity to extinction." Yamamoto tapped the ground with his cane and spoke. "Inform the squadron that I will be leaving for Earth. During my visit, delegate my duties to my lieutenant. And inform my family to make arrangements for a guest room." The old captain pointed toward the exit and sighed. End of flashback. "Come and sit next to me, child." Yamamoto Soteishu sat down on a log and gestured to the boy in the empty spot beside him. "I won't hurt you. Trust me and do as you're told." The boy nodded and sat next to the stranger, nervously fiddling with his fingers. "So tell me, girl, how has life treated you so far?" The boy sulked at the question and studied the ground. Understanding the boy's body language, the old man tilted his head and looked at the colossal trees in the forest. "Nothing needs to be said. So, do you wish to reach a place where fate doesn't neglect your very existence, child? Naruto turned his head towards the stranger so quickly that it surprised even the old captain. Is that true? Will they accept me? Will they treat me equally? Can I befriend others without them looking down on me? Do I still need to search for food in trash cans? Frowning at the boy's questions, the Soteshu ruffled the boy's blonde hair. No, you will not be suffering the terrible fate you endured in this world, child. If you accept my proposal, I will take you to Soul Society and personally train you. Of course, you will be sent to the Shinigami Academy to strengthen and control those massive amounts of spiritual pressure you possess within you and receive the proper education. Naruto pondered the stranger's statement, dumbfounded by what he'd been told. In fact, he didn't even understand a bit of what the old man was talking about, but the fact remained that the proposal seemed like something the blonde had once desired, to be recognized. Do you accept my proposal, girl? Why, yes. The stranger smiled and performed the console with the tip of his stick. Before Naruto's soul could completely dissipate, the boy stared at the stranger and showed a cheerful smile. What's your name, Gigi? Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto. I'll be waiting for you in Soul Society, child. Naruto Uzumaki. I'll see you soon, Gigi. By the time his statement was made, his soul had already completely vanished, leaving only a trail of glowing spiritual particles floating in the air. It seems this child will find greatness in Soul Society. I can see the hidden potential within the child. It would not be a surprise if this child exhibited extraordinary strength. His future may be obscured by the fog of uncertainty, but it would be without a doubt that this child possessed the ability to change the future on a tremendous magnitude. I hope my decision today does not bring about any regrets. 8 years later, Naruto 13 years. Keep going, young master! Don't let him get away! Capture the Monstrosus before the old master gets home! Thundering footsteps erupted throughout the Yamamoto mansion. The guards, panicking from their defensive stance while occasionally checking their surroundings, were paranoid about a certain blonde prankster. After the child adopted by the Yamamoto mansion's master was brought into the house, the once gloomy atmosphere brightened with an exciting yet joyful atmosphere. Hell, even the great Yamamoto Soteshu had laughed often since Naruto Uzumaki arrived in Soul Society. It was a rare sight for the mansion's servants or squad members to witness, the great leader of the Shinigami laughing at a child's antics. Flashback. This is your new home now, Naruto. Naruto looked at the complex in awe. The entire estate's garden could well be called a massive botanical garden. The various beautiful but rare flora were evidence of this. Amidst the magnificent view of nature stood the mansion with the Yamamoto emblem printed on the front wall of the building. Considering the surrounding area, the entire Yamamoto complex may be as vast as half the size of Konoha. The blonde looked around the mansion excitedly, and looked at the old man. The look she gave the old captain was as if she was asking for approval to wreak havoc or familiarize herself with the scenery. Understanding what Naruto was trying to do, Genryosai nodded, and in a flash, the blonde teen hurried into the garden and began exploring his new surroundings. As the hyperactive blonde giggled and ran around the field, a servant approached the old captain. Is this our new guest, Yamamoto-sama? Yes, he'll be living with us starting today. The servant's eyes widened in disbelief. Living with us? You don't mean? I've already filled out the necessary paperwork for Naruto to be trained under my tutelage, and of course, he'll be my adopted grandson. A adoptive grandson? Is there a problem? And none, sir. I will arrange for the young master to settle here and spread the word of our new young master's arrival. Please do it, even if it will be a handful. Hi. If you'll excuse me, sir, why did you decide to adopt that boy? The captain responded with a chuckle. I see the boy inside me when I'm his age. Months later. Please open the door, Naruto-sama. Yamamoto-sama will get angry if you skip lunch again. You can't train vigorously all day and not eat, Naruto-sama. A brunette maid knocked on the door continuously, but unfortunately, there was no response. Yes, young master. Please don't lock yourself in your room all day, Naruto-sama. It's not healthy, another dark-haired servant pleaded, but Naruto answered in vain. What's going on here? The two servants jumped up and turned around in surprise. Yamamoto-sama! Both servants exclaimed in unison. Naruto-sama has been skipping his meal again. He refuses to open the door and insists we leave him alone. What should we do? Pass me the food. I'll deliver it to Naruto personally. The servants did as they were told and passed the tray of food to their former master with the utmost courtesy. Genryosai looked at the plate of food and sighed. It seems Naruto still hasn't fully adjusted to his new surroundings. It stands to reason that the boy still considers us untrustworthy due to his traumatic past. Leave now and continue with your daily work. Hi! The servants bowed respectfully and left. The old captain waited until he was alone and turned his gaze toward the door in front of him. Naruto! It's me. Open the door. I'd like to talk to you. After a few seconds, audible footsteps could be heard inside the room, and they grew louder and louder until they stopped completely. The door swung open, and the blond man poked his head around the door. Hee, can I come in? Of course. Naruto opened his door and allowed his grandfather into his room. Genryosai placed a tray of food on the table and sat down in the chair his grandson had prepared for him. The blonde had declared the creation of the chair as a tribute to his adoptive grandfather's kindness. Although the chair wasn't made to perfection, but from the old captain's point of view, the determination and effort put into the chair were enough to turn a simple log into an excellent masterpiece. What did I hear about you refusing to eat again, Naruto? The blonde laughed nervously as he scratched the back of his neck. It's nothing, I was just a little sick, so Sick? Do you need Anohana's Taisha's attention, or do you need me to bring Anohana's Taisha's apprentice, Isane, to check on you? Last I heard, you two seem to be quite friendly with each other. The blonde blushed. No need to call Isane-chan or Ba-chan here. I'm fine now, actually, Naruto sighed. No, what's wrong, Naruto? Is the service unpleasant? Are the maids mistreating you? Tell me and you will be punished accordingly. No, it's not that. It's just, good, I simply can't trust them yet. When I was alive, kind offers were impossible for me. I have to defend myself against the lies and deceit of those villagers who hated me for reasons I'm not even aware of. I used to wonder what I did to deserve such harsh treatment, but I never found an answer. In the blink of an eye, I am the young master of this mansion. If this is a dream, I truly don't wish for it to end. This is not a dream, Naruto. You are now Naruto Uzumaki Yamamoto and the sole heir to my legacy. But why would you give me such an important task? I don't understand anything. Do I deserve it? Naruto's grandfather laughed. I've been a captain for centuries before you were born, Naruto. My predictions of one's inner strength will never be wrong. Deep within you lies a power I've never seen before. A power far greater than having achieved Bankai. P-power? Greater than achieving Bankai? Naruto repeated, bewildered by his grandfather's statement. It was true that upon arriving, Genryosai taught Naruto the rules and regulations that existed within soul society, and how those laws maintained balance and equality for all souls. Although the laws were full of flaws, it was also the guardian of peace that kept dangers at bay. After a boring session of laws, the old captain told Naruto about the existence of Shinigami in depth and the requirement to achieve both Shurikai and Bankai. Since then, Naruto had always desired to become a Shinigami. Yes. Deep within your soul lies a power that is unique to you. It's the power to put all your hope in you, Naruto. That's something no one else has. Naruto blinked. I don't understand. How does that make me dash? I have all my hope in you. Believe me, Naruto, you will achieve greatness and fight for your own justice one day. My justice? Yes. Everyone has their own righteousness. The righteousness of saving countless souls. The righteousness of serving the law. The righteousness of fighting for what is right and what is wrong. You will soon find your own righteousness to preach. Naruto placed a hand on his chin and looked closely. I know what my justice is, Naruto declared delightedly. The old captain raised an eyebrow. The justice of protecting the one you loved, the adoptive grandfather laughed. End of flashback. It took the blonde man years before he could shave off all his fear and accept his status as the adopted grandson of the Soul Society's captain commander. Even so, he behaved in a manner completely opposite to how a noble should behave. In contrast to the standard characteristics of nobles, the blonde man had no desire to flaunt his title of honorable grandson. Instead, he spent his time training or visiting Rakangai instead of wasting precious time boasting about his social status. While in one of your carefree moods, a little joke will brighten your day, and the prank he pulled a few minutes ago forced him to hide on the roof as usual. Watching the guards closely, he sighed in relief when they left the area. He ran his hands over his head and lay down on the roof while chewing on a blade of grass. I think painting all the walls pink will probably piss them off all day. The blonde smiled and took the orange book from under his sleeves that he found in one of his grandfather's drawers, opened a few pages and used it to cover his eyes from the bright rays of the sun. A little nap will be fine, indeed. Impressive feats for a kid like you to be able to paint my walls with such stealth that no one notices until the last moment. Truly impressive. But I certainly hope you can get the paintings off your little escapades, Naruto. The blonde man stood up suddenly and looked at the intruder next to him. Killed you! Here I am, thinking I managed to fool everyone and you just have to show up and ruin the admiration I had for my plan, Gigi. Naruto pouted and crossed his arms childishly. The old captain let out a laugh and smiled. Trust me, Naruto, it won't be long before you manage to prank the entire Soul Society. It would be quite entertaining to see Tsurugi drenched in pink, but as a responsible Shinigami, I assumed you'd clean up any mess you made. Taking the hint, Naruto raised an eyebrow. You mean, I've enrolled you in the academy? With my recommendation, you won't need to participate in any entrance exams. I've already informed them of your abilities, and the academy is willing to offer you a spot. Starting tomorrow, you'll be one of the academy's first-year students. I have faith in you, Naruto. Yay! I'm finally a Shinigami. Naruto did what any hyperactive boy would do. He hugged his grandfather with joy. Next day, I'll make you proud, Gigi. Believe it! Naruto had dressed in the standard uniform for the academy's male students, a blue shitage, a white kosode, and a blue hakama. The Sotaisha laughed and ruffled his grandson's hair. Indeed you will. Now go and make new friends. I'll be waiting for your good news. You bet! The hyperactive teenager waved goodbye and ran toward the academy. Youth! The old captain chuckled as he stood at the entrance of the academy, greeting his grandson before walking toward his own division. The academy will never be the same. Genryosai couldn't help but continue laughing at the situation the academy will soon face. Life will certainly be very interesting after all. This place is huge. Naruto walked down the hallway, examining every corner of the place. The portraits of the former and current Godai 13 captains, the painting of the famous Soul Society influencer, and the sculptures of brave warriors served as decoration throughout the academy. Not to mention, the walls and ceilings were built with professional dedication. All the designs and patterns on the walls were done with decent skill. Wow! Even these tiles were made by those rare trees Bachan showed me when we went mountain climbing to gather herbs. Gigi must have spent a lot of time building this dash. All thoughts were interrupted when something hit Naruto, and the blonde fell to the ground. Naruto rubbed the sore bruise on his forehead and groaned. I'll what? Watch where you're going. What? That's my line. You crashed into me first. Nah. Last time I checked you were the one who ran into me. And what's with your purple hair anyway? Is it even a natural color? Well, I'm not the one with whisker marks on my cheeks. I'll have you know these are birthmarks. Well, they look pretty horrible, and your purple hair looks like a flower sitting on dog shit. Everyone grabbed and the volume of the hall dropped dramatically to absolute silence. A tear sprang from the girl's tanned eyes. Do you know who I am? No. And I don't care. Why you baka? The pair exchanged glances. Naruto looked at the girl's attire, a standard female academy student uniform consisting of a pair of red hakama and a red shitage instead of blue. So much for my first day at school. Naruto mimicked his grandfather's sigh and struggled to his feet. After dusting himself off, he offered the girl a hand. A silence fell in the hallway. The girl blinked. Come on, get up. I don't have all day. But I'm hurt. My legs stretch. Without a single hesitation, Naruto lifted the girl off the ground, bridal style. What are you doing, baka? Guess what? Taking you to the infirmary if there's one nearby. Why do you want to do that? Alright. Listen, I think we're off on the wrong foot. I'm sorry for bumping into you and insulting your purple hair. Naruto then leaned closer to the girl's face and studied her facial features. Now that I look at it more closely, you're really cute with that short purple hair. The girl blushed 5 different shades of red as the unconscious blonde smiled. And I'm sorry for accusing you of bumping into me and making fun of your birthmarks. Naruto laughed. I'm Naruto. What's your name? Why Yoruichi Shihoin? In the fog of confusion between Naruto and Yoruichi, no one noticed that a pair of eyes hidden behind a pair of black glasses had been watching the entire scene unfold from the shadows. How was my first chapter? Great? Enjoyable? Good? Neutral? Bad? Shitty? Worse than shit? Please review and let me know what you think. Calm down. Chapter 2. Second chapter. Maelstrom on campus. Where is the damn infirmary in this academy? Naruto had been searching endlessly for his destination for what seemed like hours. Turning another corner, he found himself at the entrance to the girls' bathroom. Cool. The blonde looked at the girl he was leading. Hey, are you new here? Yep. Today is my first day. Damn, that means we're lost. I'm only familiar with where my classroom is, but not every room on this damn campus. Naruto turned around, only to freeze in his tracks when he came face to face with the person standing in front of him. I was passing by and accidentally overheard the conversation between you two. It seems you two are lost, isn't it? Leave me, the Grand Princess of the Shiba clan will help you, you pathetic fools, Naruto screamed in fear. Keiku-chan, Yoruichi exclaimed with joy. Kakaka, heh! That's right. So idiots like you can get into the academy, huh? Well, knowing who your grandfather is, I guess that only makes sense why you might end up here, Narabaka. Hey! I'll have you know that Gigi recruited me here for my strength. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Believe it, yeah right. You can't stand 5 minutes in battle with me, that's not true. Why, you're a girl. It's only natural for me to hold back. Naruto protested. Really? You want me to kick your ass during Hakuda class? The blonde man lowered his head in defeat. No, good. You're going to. Hey! I'm here, you know. Yoruichi crossed her arms angrily. I hate being ignored. The Shiba heiress walked up to Princess Shihoin, placed her hand on her chin, and studied the comical bruise on her forehead. Wow, you're going to be disfigured, Yoruichi. What? Yoruichi's eyes flashed with panic and horror. DD disfigured? Yeah, from the looks of it, that bruise might turn into a permanent scar. Beads of sweat had already formed at Naruto's temples as he witnessed Kakaku's sadistic nature come to the surface. I guess even the best doctor isn't going to heal that scar of yours, Yoruichi, i.e. scar I am pos dash. Stop talking nonsense, Ku-chan. As long as I'm here, I won't let Yo-chan have a scar on his forehead. Believe it. Tightening his grip, Naruto frowned. His face was filled with determination. Meanwhile, Yoruichi blushed when she heard her name abbreviated. Hold on tight, Yo-chan. This is going to get a little dizzy. Say dash. The pair vanished in a gust of water as Naruto sped down the vast but elegant hallway. Kakaku sighed and shook her head as a distant scream of fear could be heard, from both crowds and a certain heir to the Shihoin clan. Always the reckless one, that Narabaka. 10 minutes later. Well, since you're all healthy, I guess my work is done here. See you around. Naruto walked toward the infirmary exit. Wait! The blonde stopped in his tracks and turned around. Yes? Yoruichi stared at the ground, her hand tensed into a ball and her face flushed bright red. Thank you? With a cheerful smile, Naruto replied. No problem. I owe you an apology anyway. It's the least I can do. Waving goodbye, Naruto vanished in a puff of soft breeze, leaving Yoruichi dumbfounded to ponder the blonde. Then a question struck her. How the hell did a rookie know Shunpa? Naruto materialized in front of her classroom from his shunpo. Peeking out the door, the blonde sighed in relief that class hadn't started. Upon entering the room, Naruto earned several stares from several nobles. Being the carefree person he was, Naruto stuffed his fists in his pockets, ignored the threatening glares, and walked to his assigned seat, only to be stopped by several taller men. Hey punk, this is the prestige class. Another man stepped forward. This class is reserved for nobles like us. Dope like you should stay in those classes meant for losers like you. Naruto raised a questioning eyebrow and smiled. Is that so? I guess it's garbage. Like you can only see the cover of the book and not the content. What did you say? One of the nobles grabbed the blonde's neck while several other nobles had already surrounded Naruto. We'll make you pay for what you said, punk! The spoken statement only earned the bullies a frown from Naruto. Really? In a split second, Naruto grabbed the attacker's hand from around his neck and squeezed. The man screamed in agony as he heard a sickening crack in his wrist. Naruto tightened his grip and smirked at the struggling nobleman. Weak, very weak. The blonde shook his head in disappointment and tossed the noble to the back of the classroom. Without a slight delay, Naruto sent a kick at another noble who was about to attack him, and his assailant soared to the other side of the room. Reacting to the momentum, the blonde dodged a fist aimed at his face and drove his knee into the attacker's stomach, sending the man sprawling into the ceiling. Before another punch was thrown at Naruto's back, the blonde had already sensed the approaching danger and dodged the blow while, at the same time elbowing his enemy in the rib. Grinning maniacally, Naruto drew himself up to his full height and slowly turned around, looking at the last trembling noble who was insulting him a few minutes ago. If you attack me, are you going to what? The blonde licked his lips sadistically. His smile widened. Are you going to call mommy? You know what I hate the most? People who judge others based on mere preconceived ideas. Naruto looked around the room. Faces of horror and admiration turned to the blonde as his assailants lay around the room, moaning in pain. The blonde then glared at the particular noble who had just wet his pants. Smiling at the noble's fear, Naruto casually walked over to the noble. Stop now, Naruto! The blonde blinked. First day at school and you're already causing trouble. Naruto shrugged and wiped his hand. You can't blame me, Kuchan. I don't find trouble, it finds me. Kakaku put a hand on her hip and turned to the frightened noble. Take your companions to the hospital, and while you're at it, dry your pants. The man paused. But Kakaku-sama, he dash. Move, worm! The nobleman screamed in fear, grabbed his unconscious friends and fled. Bunch of losers. Kami-sama to heaven with God! What the hell happened here? Yoruichi entered the room and examined the wrecked space. Cracked walls, a broken blackboard, and a chaotic mess of tables and chairs fluttered around the room. What really caught the Shihoin heir's attention was one particular blonde standing in the middle of the mess with a smile on her face. Naruto? What are you doing here, Yo-chan? Well, this is my class, Yo-chan? Now that I think about it, that's the nickname he gave her when I ran into them in the hallway. Did Narubaka know Yoruichi beforehand? Why didn't I know anything about it? Are you a noble? Yoruichi asked. Maybe. Kakaku seized the opportunity and interrupted the conversation. Class is about to start, so get your butts in your seats. Sensei will be mad about this. Naruto nodded and sat in the nearest chair while Yoruichi sat next to her childhood friend, Kakaku. Feeling a little awkward about the mess in the classroom, Yoruichi leaned closer to her friend and whispered, What the heck happened here? Did a rampaging monster come to our class? Kakaku couldn't help but smile and point her finger at Naruto. To answer your first question, he made this mess. Princess Shiba crossed her arms and exhaled. To answer your second question, a rampaging monster came to our class. Yoruichi's eyes widened. What? The monster is him. Who? Narubaka. Who else? Yoruichi was surprised that a first-year student could create such a frantic mess. What did he do? The usual. Single-handedly destroying several losers. Are you serious? Is he that strong? Wait a second, what's his full name? Kakaku looked at her friend in disbelief. You mean you didn't know her full name? I thought you two were in some kind of intimate relationship. Princess Shihoin blushed. Shut up. We bumped into each other in the hallways. That's all. So, what's her full name? Kakaku shrugged. Naruto Uzumaki Yamamoto. And so, Yoruichi's jaw dropped upon hearing the name. An hour of boring lecture later, the class followed their sensei to their first Kido class. Honestly, the sensei had only arrived at the classroom an hour ago, and was simply astonished by the mess in the classroom. When asked why the sensei wasn't angry at the culprit, the sensei simply shrugged and said, It's Uzumaki, what do you expect? The answer sent the entire class into confusion, except for a smiling Kakaku Shiba. Everyone followed the sensei while doing their best to avoid a certain blonde, afraid of her rage after witnessing the blonde defeat several men single-handedly. Yoruichi walked alongside her childhood friend as she unconsciously caught a glimpse of Naruto's back. In fact, I was curious about the blonde. Hey Kakaku, how did you find out about Naruto? Yoruichi whispered. The Shiba heir raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh? A certain purple-haired girl fell in love with a dumb blonde? I am not in but I didn't say anything about you. Kakaku joked and laughed at her best friend's scarlet face. Alright. I won't bother you anymore. The truth is, we've known each other since we were young. He was still a naive fool and often gets into trouble. Since we're neighbors, I have to save his ass every time. Soon, we became partners in crime and began our prank adventure. That's all. Oh? Why didn't I hear anything about him from you when we were dating? Yoruichi frowned. Are you keeping things from your best friend? Why, yes. I deserve my own privacy, you know. Are you planning to stalk me, Yoruchan? Batting her eyelashes, Kakaku whispered seductively. Are you in love with me? I'm not a lesbian. Princess Shiba flinched. She hadn't seen the sudden outburst coming. The sensei shook his head in dismay, the class giggled, and Naruto choked with laughter. Yoruichi hid her face behind her hands in embarrassment. I hate you, Kakaka! Alright, maggots! I'm your Kido instructor and I expect you kids to have learned the basics of Kido and its chants. If any of you have forgotten the chant, the basics, or the spell blown up in your face, then you're going to detention. Do you hear me, fools? Hi, good. Now line up and wait your turn to show me your skills. Yoruichi and Naruto were at the back of the line. The Shihoin heir never fidgeted in front of anyone. She was the future head of her clan, the future pride and honor of Soul Society, and definitely the future successor to her father's status as captain of the 2nd Division. Somehow, in the presence of a certain blonde, she couldn't help but get nervous. So Yo-chan, how is the sore on your forehead? Does it still hurt? Oh? Don't worry about it. It's just a little bruise. Nothing that little will affect me. Good to know. Hey, I'm really sorry for calling you a flower seat in a dog turd. My mind was all over the place and I wasn't really being sensible. If I had known I'd bumped into a hottie like you, I wouldn't be insulting you. You know, bad habits die hard. Naruto scratched the back of his neck nervously and let out a nervous chuckle. Yoruichi smiled and waved a dismissive hand. Like I said, it's fine. Don't worry, I'm happy. Now it's your turn, Shihoin. Naruto leaned forward and whispered. Good luck. Unknown to the unconscious blonde, Yoruichi was controlling the urge to blush, though she failed miserably. Thank you. Now do the shikaho. The instructor exclaimed. The Shihoin heir stepped forward and raised both hands. Damn. I'm not very good at Kido. Nothing happens here. Lord, mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flapping of wings, you who bear the name of man, hell and pandemonium. The sea barrier arises, marches south. Wave of destruction, number 31. Shikaho! A binding red light flashed from both of Yoruichi's palms and seconds later, a burst of crimson flames burst into life, flying towards its target and destroying it in smoky crackles. Yada! I did it! Yoruichi jumped for joy and froze when someone unexpectedly hugged her. Congratulations! You're amazing, Yo-chan! Thank you! Yoruichi was so shocked by Naruto's touch that she nearly fainted into blissful oblivion. Meanwhile, Naruto released his grip and flashed a savage grin at the Shihoin heir. Now it's my turn. Awakened from her daze, Yoruichi nodded and stepped back as Naruto stepped forward. The blonde scanned the training ground and stroked his chin. There are 5 identical targets spread out over roughly the same diameter. Since this is a training lesson, I might as well take this seriously. I'll use this opportunity to hone my accuracy. Naruto pulled a cloth from his sleeves and blindfolded himself. His action obviously raised questions among the students. What's that blonde doing? Are you using shikaho without looking? Ha! I bet it's just a show. What is Narabaka doing this time? The blonde raised a hand, spread his fingers wide, and pointed his palm at one of the targets. He muttered, Shikaho. His palm glowed a brilliant crimson and instantly launched a shower of red flames consecutively at all targets, demolishing them perfectly. As the flash of crimson glow dimmed, smoke began to rise from his palm. Naruto removed his blindfold and gave his surroundings a scrutinizing look. A little out of place. Well, that's good for now. Naruto dusted his hand off and walked to his class, not noticing an astonished group of students and instructor staring at the blonde. What the hell just happened? Did he do that with one hand without the chant? This guy is a total lunatic. Awesome as always. The blonde sat back in his seat and yawned, unaware that a certain purple-haired girl was staring at him. So the rumor is right after all. Naruto Uzumaki Yamamoto. He's indeed a prodigy who descends into Soul Society every millennium. I mean, look at the Kido he just fired. It's like he's pulling off that trick without breaking a sweat. And he's only the same age as me. There are already such huge differences between us in terms of strength. I wouldn't be surprised if he graduated from the academy in less than a year. I must keep an eye on him. The students arrived at their next class and examined the spacious green field. Hello, children. Welcome to your first Shunpa class as freshmen. I'm your instructor for this year's freshman Hoho class. Now let's sit in a circle, shall we? Understanding the instructor's gesture, the class sat in a semicircle facing their teacher. Okay, who'd like to tell me what the flash steps are all about? A student raised his hand. The ability to increase our speed? The instructor shook his head. Not really, but it's a nice try. How about that blonde over there? Everyone turned to the only blonde in the class. W what? The instructor's sweat dropped. Are you paying attention? No, and I twitched. You don't need to be so direct. My question is, do you know anything about flash steps? Naruto simply shrugged and replied. A skill a Shinigami requires to survive. Shuinpa allows an individual to flawlessly attack by surprise or protect one from possible danger with perfect execution with other combat arts. It's not just about speed, but how quickly an individual can move from one place to another in the fewest steps, hence quick steps. The instructor paused for an awkward moment and clapped his hands. Good! That's the answer I'm looking for. Speed isn't the only factor in quick steps. The coverage of the steps taken to travel from one destination to another is also important. I've already set up today's course. I look forward to seeing each of your flash step skills. The task is simple. All you need to do is perform a single flash step. I wish to inspect all of your skills by asking me to determine who is capable and who is not. Don't try to cheat because they will use a special strap made by the Academy to calculate both the distance traveled and the number of steps taken. If you were unable to perform it, please raise your hand and I will give you a guide. For those who know the basic flash steps, please line up one by one and wait your turn to show off your skills. Half the class stood up, while the rest remained seated on the grass. Those who were standing had gone to the instructor and taken a black belt. After collecting the leash, they tied it around their feet and proceeded to stand in line. Strangely, Yoruichi and Naruto were last in line again. Guess we'll be the last to show off our skills, huh, Yo-chan? Hell yeah! The Shihoin clan is famous for our mastery over Shuinpa. I won't lose to you this time, Naruto-kun. Noticing what she was calling the blonde, Yoruichi blushed. Fortunately for her, Naruto was quite dense and didn't notice anything. Damn it! Why do I feel hot every time I talk to Naruto-kun? What's wrong with me? Hold on, girl, we'll see. Naruto gave her a wild grin which Yoruichi returned with a smile. As time goes by, it was Yoruichi's turn. Good luck, Yo-chan. Thank you. The Shihoin heiress took a step forward and prepared to brace herself. When the instructor blew his whistle, Yoruichi channeled all of her Ryatsu into her feet and launched herself across the flat field in a sonic blur. Notified that only a quick step was allowed, she came to a complete stop after taking one step and turned around to check how far she had run. Wow! 50 meters! I broke my old record. The tallest in our class is only 20 meters and that's Kakaku. Rests are useless. So much for a prestige class. Yoruichi smiled and performed a shunpa back to her original post. Naruto clapped his hands in excitement at his achievement. Wow! You're as amazing as ever, Yo-chan, blinking to impress. Yoruichi winked at him and returned to the group as Naruto traveled towards the takeoff pod. On your marks, Naruto yawned. Get ready! The blonde smiled. Come on! As soon as the instructor gave the signal, Naruto disappeared, transforming into a gust of air. Everyone fell silent and desperately tried to search for the blonde. One of the students covered his eyes with his hand and squinted, only to see a distant figure waving at the group. Hey guys, look! The student pointed in the direction of the waving figure. The instructor took out a pair of binoculars and followed the indicated direction. When he saw the blonde figure and calculated the distance traveled, he dropped the binoculars in shock. Impossible! 130 meters? He just broke the Academy's all-time record. Everyone held on. Yoruichi fainted. Sensei! That guy must have cheated. The instructor picked up his device, rubbed his eyes, and studied the device's meter. That's not possible. The strap only detected one step. It's lunchtime. This is my chance to learn of Naruto-kun's true power. With his abilities, he should already be a sitting officer in the Godai 13. If I play my strings right, I might be able to persuade him to join our clan's Amatsukido. He'll be a huge asset to us. To top it all off, he's cute. Yoruichi chirped happily and skipped all over campus, desperately trying to locate a certain blonde. The Shihoin heir finally reached his target and found the blonde sitting under the shade of a tree. As she approached the blonde, Yoruichi noticed Naruto jotting down notes from scrolls and books. That's not what I expect someone like him to do at a time like this. Princess Shihoin wondered. Yoruichi shrugged and walked towards Naruto. As I was about to greet the blonde, Hey Yo-chan! What are you doing here? Naruto muttered, not taking his eyes off his notes and scrolls. How did you know I'm here? I sensed your pent-up spiritual pressure when you arrived. I must say you have a decent amount of Ryatsu there. The blonde stopped his work, put down his pens, and looked up with a smile. Are you going to sit down, or are you just going to stand in front of me all day? Yoruichi blushed and sat down next to the blonde. She glanced through the book and realized what Naruto was reading. Why are you reading books about bijou? You know they're myths, right? Naruto looked at her and smiled. Well, I'm interested. Fair enough. Yoruichi opened her bento and greedily inhaled the aroma of food. Baked salmon served with lemon dressing and fragrant jasmine rice. Mom knows how to pack my favorite. The purple-haired girl devoured her food eagerly and noticed that Naruto wasn't eating. Curious, she touched his shoulder. Yeah? Why aren't you eating? I've finished my sandwich. Thank you for your concern. Naruto smiled and continued with his work, while Yoruichi noticed several plastic wrappers lying on the floor next to the blonde. The Shihoin heiress resumed eating her food while unconsciously glancing at the blonde. Come on, think of something. I'm supposed to start a conversation with him. I need to know more. Wait. I know. Yoruichi swallowed her food and broke the silence. So, do you like reading? Princess Shihoin mentally slapped herself. Damn it. What a stupid question. Gigi makes me like them. I just read them out of curiosity. I see. So what are your likes and dislikes? Any hobbies? What are your dreams and goals? Naruto abruptly closed his books and fixed his gaze on her with a smile. Where should I start? I like mountain climbing with Bachan on the weekends. I like training with Eroji-san and Yukitake-sensei too. And I enjoy gardening and trying various different types of ramen flavors. I don't like people who judge others solely with a biased perspective. Naruto placed a finger on his chin. Hobbies, huh? I like gardening, training, and playing pranks on others. I don't really know what my dreams and goals are. Maybe upholding my justice, perhaps? Yoruichi blinked. Your justice? Yeah, what's that? To protect those I loved, the Shihoin heir laughed. You're funny, Hey. What's up with me and my justice? Ask him first. Meanwhile, where did Narabaka go? And where is Yoruichi? Kakaku wandered around the academy and saw a blonde girl and a purple-haired girl sitting under a tree, sharing laughter and smiles with each other. Immediately, Princess Shiba hid behind a wall and laughed. I see, so the two of you are having some secret intimate relationships after all. Taking a camera out of his pocket, Kakaku sneered evilly. This will be great blackmail material. Back to Naruto and Yoruichi. So enough about my hobbies. What about yours? What are your likes and dislikes, your dreams and hobbies? Yoruichi scratched her temples and thought. I like training, oranges, and fish. I don't like formalities. It's scaring me. My hobbies are probably the same as my likes. Training, eating oranges, and catching fish. My dream is to be the 2nd Division captain as well as the leader of the Onmitsukido. Wow, you have big plans. Expected for people like me. Yoruichi announced proudly before remembering the blonde mentioning several training partners and grew curious. So, who is this Eroji-san of yours? And who is Yukitake-sensei? I swear this Yukitake rings a few bells, but I couldn't remember it. Naruto stared at the cover of his books in deep contemplation as the Shihoin heir continued eating, waiting for the blonde's response. Eroji-san and Yukitake-sensei are like uncle figures to me. They train me in the variety of Shinigami combat arenas. Let me tell you, their training is insane. I'm surprised my soul is still intact with me. But you know, with great achievement comes great sacrifices. Naruto smiled warmly at the girl sitting next to him who was listening to him with rapt attention. I've already lost count of how many times I died at their hands, Yoruichi choked. Did I? Yes, and believe me, the things I went through are something you don't want to have. If it wasn't for Bachan who healed me day and night, I would be dead. The Shihoin heiress's eyes widened. Your uncles are crazy, it's all good. Bachan kicked their asses afterward. I still owe Yukitake-sensei though. Eroji-san shows no mercy in training, so he tends to get carried away. Yukitake-sensei saves my ass all the time. Naruto sighed. Anyway, answering your question, Yoruichi leaned closer to him. They are the captains of the 8th and 13th divisions, Kairaku Shunui and Yukitake Jashiro. Are you joking? Yoruichi shouted. Trust me, it's not really good to have a perverted uncle as your guardian and force you to spy on the local bathhouse to get your hormones going. You don't know the problems that come with that. Don't get me wrong, life is fun with them. You have a strange group of family members. Naruto shrugged. I guess so. Licking her lips, Yoruichi tossed down her empty bento box and stretched. My father is too busy with his squad, so he rarely shows up home. Sometimes I even forget what he looks like. Understandable, and you can leave now. Yoruichi blinked in confusion. What? The blonde turned toward the bushes behind him. You know, it's not nice to eavesdrop on other people's conversations, a man shot out of the bushes. Yoruichi examined the stranger. He was obviously a student at the academy, judging by his attire. His black square glasses and brown hair gave him a decent appeal. I'm so sorry. I was just passing by and didn't want to overhear your conversation. The man walked up to the blonde and offered a hand. I'm Aizen Sosuke. It's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki Yamamoto. Chapter 4, Confession of a Broken Dream. Naruto stood at the academy gates, inhaling the scent of the campus. The ghost of a smile curled his lips, and his eyes focused on memorizing the layout of the massive structure. The wind was gentle, cooling the warm moisture on his skin. Placing a hand over his brow, Naruto gazed at the sun as it touched the Soul Society horizon. It's a long day. I guess a little training in the forest will do me good. Nodding his own decision, Naruto calmly walked towards his destination, completely unaware that a nearby wall was hiding a certain purple-haired girl who was currently spying on the blonde. I must reveal the true truth, Naruto. His prowess surpassed us all to an impossible degree. I must discover his full power. Naruto headed to the forest via a long route. Instead of taking the alternate route that simply headed toward the vague view of the mountains that existed within the outermost region of Rakangai, Naruto took the longer route and traveled through the poorest district of the city, playing with the local children or buying groceries for the poor families suffering from sheer poverty. Obviously, his actions brought a lot of questions to Yoruichi. Where's he going? He's been here all afternoon hanging out with those brats and grannies. The Shihoin heiress wiped the sweat from her forehead and continued spying on the blonde from the rooftop. She waited patiently for the blonde to resume his journey. For hours, Naruto searched from shop to shop, engaging in constant conversation, with laughter in between, before leaving. Well, at least I know he's good with children. He'll be a great father in the future. Yoruichi blushed as her pesky thoughts flooded her mind. Shaking her head vigorously, the Shihoin heiress mentally screamed. No! I have to focus! Yoruichi sighed in relief when Naruto finally left Rakangai and proceeded to enter a secluded forest. What is this place? Princess Shihoin gulped and followed the blonde at a safe distance, making sure the blonde teenager she was following couldn't smell her presence. Naruto traveled to the deepest realm of the forest. As he continued walking, the blonde tilted his head and smiled at the sparkling stars that shone in the night sky, accompanied by several dark clouds barely visible from the darkness. I'm almost there. Twack. Halting his steps when the mysterious sound was heard, Naruto closed his eyes and focused on expanding the range of his spiritual awareness radar, only to detect a particular familiar spiritual pressure behind him. A smile appeared on his face. I must be stupid not to notice her following me. Stupid twig! Yoruichi mentally cursed. He stopped dead in his tracks for a while and kept walking. I don't think he saw me here. He's probably stopping because of the damn twig. Hopefully, a reassuring thought came to the forefront of Naruto's mind. I think Yo-chan can watch. Shurikai isn't easy to obtain, and he probably doesn't know what I'm doing anyway. Is Shurikai learning here? Yoruichi wondered as she climbed the chosen tree that would allow her to admire the view and, at the same time, be able to speculate about what Naruto did. Sitting in a meditation posture over the lake with enhanced Ryatsu control, Naruto opened his palm and allowed his eyelids to gently close. After a moment, a current of wind spiraled around the blonde's hand and a katana manifested. Acting on reflex, Naruto gripped the sword's red hilt as his rigid posture remained above the water. The blonde teen slowly opened his eyes and looked at his reflection in the cold blade of his Zanpakuto. This guy still won't tell me his name, Naruto whispered. And yet I can feel his power flowing inside me. Focusing his mind into a calm state of consciousness, Naruto immersed himself in his mindscape. Hey, is anyone here? Naruto stood on a white cloud while occasionally peeking at what lay below him, a hazy void. There was nothing but a bottomless abyss filled with a thick fog that obscured vision. The blonde examined his mindscape. He was simply standing above the atmosphere in the bright blue sky, decorated with several platforms shaped like giant chunks of clouds. Naruto shouted. Hey, get out now! A violent gust of jet stream flooded the surroundings and powerful Ryatsu wafted through the air. It wasn't long before a white dragon descended from a binding beam of light, seemingly the celestial dragon enthroned in the innermost realm of heaven within Naruto's mindscape. The large lizard landed in front of Naruto with a growl, its piercing blue eyes staring at the blonde. Its wings were spread to their maximum, accelerating a series of shockwaves through the mindscape as the dragon flapped its wings and soon massive hurricanes formed next to the blonde. "You're back again, brat," the blonde shrugged. "I have to. State your business and leave." "What business do I have besides asking your name?" The white dragon did not speak and allowed silence to intrude. "And what's your name?" Naruto's heart pounded with excitement. Adrenaline surged as the blonde waited for a response from his Zanpakuto, which was inspecting its wielder's features. The hurricanes and typhoons that roared to life a while ago gradually lost their power and eventually dissolved into a harmless breeze. Noticing the tranquility of his mindscape, Naruto spoke. "What is it? Do you want to know my name?" "Are you worthy of knowing my name, brat? Dignity comes from the quality of one's actions. My dignity can only be proven to you if you trust me." "Well answered, brat. How do you expect me to prove my worth?" The dragon peered through the blonde's soul core and looked at the tenant within the boy. The Zanpakuto could sense the fox's laughter. "I see. So Kyubi didn't die after all. His soul remained intact with the boy, but in exchange for his longevity and survival, his power flows within this boy's vein. The boy's last attempts to reach his mindscape proved to be a failure as the boy didn't hear my name, but little did I know that my wielder is the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. It's no wonder this boy has gained such prodigious power from both the Kyubi and his hard work." Naruto waited patiently for a response, aware of the fact that the dragon was in a state of deep consideration or analyzing his latent potential. Breaking the silence, the dragon spoke. "Okay, tell me what you'll do after you get my power." Without a hint of hesitation, Naruto replied confidently. "I will protect those I love." "How far?" "Until death." "Why do you fight so hard for those people?" Naruto smiled. "Because they appreciate me." "Are you willing to give your life for an innocent life?" "I will definitely do it." "What if I told you that all these things you're fighting for are nothing more than a dream?" "Then I will fight for the dream." "Will you love this dream?" "I will. And I will treasure it until I wake from my slumber." The dragon was amazed by the quick responses he received. The tone was full of confidence and a sense of truth. "You know I'm part of you. Because your words are true or false, I'll know." "So I'm lying?" The dragon pondered for a moment. "No. In fact, you've earned my trust with your words." "You're cooked, boy." Naruto gulped. The celestial dragon roared. "Never hesitate in battle." The white clouds tinged with black. Soon, raging thunderstorms and furious hurricanes roared to life. Berserker winds rushed through the mindscape, howling with anger as the blonde stood firm in his stance, unfazed by the sudden changes. Naruto clicked his teeth as the temperate winds drastically decreased. Enraged tornadoes edged closer to the blonde as the dragon's gaze fixed on her. "Never fear in battle." The words echoed through the wind, expressing themselves throughout the mental landscape. "Never tremble in battle." Naruto closed his eyes and felt a sudden surge of power wash over him. "Protect your loved ones." Millions of typhoons accompanied by violent storms filled the mental landscape. "Kill those who harm what you protect." The white dragon let out a deafening roar. "Listen well and clear. I am the most powerful wind-based Zanpakuto. Now make me proud and hear my name." Yoruichi looked at the blonde who was surrounded by a torrent of raging winds. "The air is changing. What's going on here? Has it managed to?" Her thoughts were lost as an overwhelming volume of spiritual pressure slammed into the earth, pinning it in place. Princess Shihoin opened her eyes wide. A hurricane made by superior Ryatsu crashed into the blonde and enclosed the teenager in the depth of the wind. Naruto abruptly opened his eyes. His pair of cerulean eyes flashed blue. The blonde stood in the dome enclosed within the tornado, and tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Rage of the heavenly storm. The air stream focused its path toward the sword as the blade swallowed up the overflowing Ryatsu and wind. A moment after the sword devoured all the released Ryatsu, Naruto slashed at the hurricane and dissipated it in a wave of air charge. Fujin Hyogatsu! The tyrant of the raging winds whipped through the forest, scattering the overwhelming force of Ryatsu throughout the forest. As those words were spoken, the sword's guard burst into flames and soon deformed into two identical dragon heads covered in silver, adjacent to each other like the dormant guard of the Zanpakuto. The sword's blade widened in length and width compared to the sword's original form. Finishing the final touch of the design, a gleaming silver claw sprouted from the end of the hilt. Naruto stared at his sword and smiled. I did it! When the strong winds calmed, Naruto lost all his strength to stand and collapsed into the water. Yoruichi shielded herself from the sharp wind that swept through her. This power! Sticking her hands out, Yoruichi stared in disbelief at the sight before her. The water beneath Naruto spun him around as a visible air current swirled around the blonde teen. What truly amazed her was the fact that the blonde's Zanpakuto had subsequently changed. Is that your Shurikai? The Shihoin heir examined the released state of the blonde's Zanpakuto. Emotions coursed through her as she was absorbed in the aftermath of the blonde's Shurikai. Envy, excitement, and a hint of jealousy inflicted her mind as she wondered how Naruto could achieve Shurikai at such a young age. All thoughts were abandoned when she saw Naruto fall into the shallow lake. Instinct kicked in. Yoruichi landed on the ground and ran toward the fallen blonde. Naruto-kun! D-damn, is this how people feel when they achieve Shurikai? Naruto mused. Sweat formed at the blonde's temples as water droplets fell from the tips of his golden bangs into the lake. Slender hands suddenly lifted the blonde's waist and dragged the teenager to the shore. Naruto couldn't feel any presence. It was as if someone had hit the blonde's head with a rock. His headache was unbearable. Everything was spinning around him, and all he could hear were grunts coming from his savior. When the hauling stopped, Naruto felt an additional weight fall on his chest. When the pain in the teenager's head disappeared, Naruto opened his eyes and found himself staring back at by glowing eyes. Now it makes sense! Yo-chan was the one dragging me. I think I got too caught up in the pain that I forgot Yo-chan was around. Yoruichi panted tediously as she lay on top of Naruto. What are you thinking? Sorry. Naruto replied weakly. The Shihoin heiress took a deep breath before recovering from her exhausted state and growled. Don't do that next time! Naruto sat up slowly and examined the traces of his Zanpakuto around him. The blonde then realized he'd been holding his sword the entire session and mentally slapped himself. Yoruichi turned and stared at her sword. So that's your Shurikai? Naruto smiled. Yes. What are you doing? Don't know. What do you mean you don't know? It's your Zanpakuto, Naruto chuckled. You expect me to know my Shurikai ability when I only just obtained it? I wish I could defeat Shurikai so quickly. Yoruichi paused and saw several cuts on Naruto's body. Without delay, the Shihoin heiress tore strips of cloth from her hakama and wrapped them over the wounded area. The blonde blinked. What are you doing? Tending to your wounds. Yoruichi replied with unusual deadpan emphasis, her attentive gaze never leaving the wounds. Your own Zanpakuto cut you, that's funny. I guess I just couldn't get a handle on it yet. Something strange caught the teen's cerulean eyes when she accidentally glanced at Yoruichi's exposed thigh and saw a tribal tattoo stamped on her beautiful yet smooth tan skin. That tattoo! Yoruichi's eyes widened in dismay at those words, and she abandoned her current duties, instead concentrating on covering the tattoo on her thigh with her slender fingers. Her eyes flashed with anger and pain. You're not supposed to see that! She spat. Naruto threw his hands in the air. Hey, sorry, but what's wrong? Yoruichi turned around. Her hands shook with fear as she clutched the spot where her tattoo was. This tattoo symbolizes my destiny. The traditions of the Shihoin clan are strict with all regulations made laws within the clan members. My mother gave birth to me, much to the chagrin of my clan council. They believe I am unfit to be the future leader of my clan and burned this tattoo on me because I am a girl. Naruto frowned. That's right. Yoruichi clenched her fist tightly until blood oozed from her nails, penetrating through her skin. This tattoo etched into my skin symbolizes the fact that I will be forced to marry a potential old fart, or the next Kuchiki heir, and I will have no say in the matter. I will be screwed and thrown into Rakangai after I give birth to my children. All for the sake of breeding potential offspring. Tears, abandoned to the control of bursting, flowed down the curve of her reddened cheeks. Remember what I told you about my dream? Succeeding my father is the only way out of this shit. I see. Naruto muttered softly, his golden bangs casting a shadow over his eyes. Yoruichi grabbed the blonde's neck and screamed. What do you see? You know nothing. You live your life without suffering. In that perfect world of yours, what do you know? Naruto snapped. His hand abruptly grabbed her wrist. His eyes radiated a violent red, his canine teeth began to lengthen, and his whisker marks intensified in color. Princess Shihoin's once angry eyes were replaced by fear. I know nothing? I live my life without suffering? Perfect? Yoruichi flinched at the sudden, intense killing intent Naruto was spewing. I went through way worse shit than you. Let me tell you the story of a boy who died a tragic hero, scorned by his people who hated and murdered him for things he had no control over. Naruto softened his grip and looked through Yoruichi's terrified eyes. Once upon a time, there was a village praised for its harmony and strength within its people. Everything went wrong when Akatsuki no Yoko attacked the village. The village leader knew that the demon could not be killed, so the only way was to seal it. But there was a problem. You see, the fox must be sealed into a baby that has just been born. Coincidentally, the leader's son was born the day the fox attacked. Naruto closed his eyes and smiled darkly, his words drenched in anger. Unable to use other children for his sacrifice, he used his own son in exchange for the village's safety. In exchange for the village's safety, the leader had to sell his soul for the sacrifice to work. His last words were to allow the village to see his son as the hero, the savior who brought peace to the village. The new village leader could not reveal the boy's identity openly, and decided to name him an orphan. Unfortunately, the deceased leader's words were forgotten, and the villagers looked down on the boy with hatred. Naruto laughed sinisterly. Yoruichi wasn't enjoying the story. So much hatred ensued that parents will tell their children the boy was a monster in disguise. The boy was alone and friendless. The shop owners knew this and either kicked him out of their shops or sold him food that was expired months ago at an unreasonable price. The boy accepted his fate while the villagers continued with their little plan without remorse. The blonde sighed. Tell me, Yo-chan, how do you celebrate your birthday? Yoruichi raised an eyebrow. The tone of her question was laced with pain and sadness. I celebrate with my father and mother. A birthday party with Kakaka sometimes, why do you ask? The blonde smiled at the expected response. That's very nice. The kid celebrated his birthday by getting beaten up by drunks or mobs. The Shihoin heir clung on, but Naruto didn't take advantage of his answer and continued. When the boy was 5 years old, he was kicked out of his orphanage. It was snowing that day. He was freezing, hungry, and had no place to call home. Guess what? The boy died shortly after. The only question that remains is, how did the boy die? Why are you telling me this story? Naruto shifted his gaze to the grass below him, his eyes there so dead. Yoruichi shuddered. Because the boy is me. An eerie silence ended the story. Princess Shihoin was speechless. Perfect, you said? Perfect doesn't exist in my dictionary. As far as I'm concerned, my life in the living world is far more than perfect. Life got better when I came to Soul Society and finally felt the warmth of family. How does it concern me? Yoruichi stumbled over her words. Don't you understand? There are plenty of lives out there far worse than yours. Do you think I gained my power from nothing? I get what I have from years of hard work, so stop whining and start getting serious about your life. If you want to prove those old bastards in your clans wrong about you, then fight for it. Show them you're not a damsel in distress. You are Shihoin Yoruichi, the Yo-chan I know. One day, and Naruto-kun. The blonde's fingers intertwined with Yoruichi's as a pair of cerulean eyes looked into her tan eyes. Let's train together, Yo-chan. Let's fight for our dream. Yoruichi could only nod. I won't let those bastards do whatever they want to you, that's a promise. The blonde wiped the tears from the princess's eyes and caressed her warm cheeks. Feeling his exhaustion reaching its limit, Naruto lay down on the grass, his tired eyes slowly closing as the shadow of a smile formed on his face. Yoruichi crawled to the blonde's side and lay down next to Naruto, her scrutinizing gaze studying the blonde teen's facial features. So the book you're reading this morning, I'm still trying to talk to the fox inside me. I've never seen him in person, but I could feel his power beating inside me. Because? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why? Why are you telling me all this? The half-asleep teenager smiled. Because you're telling me your story. Fair trade. Why do you trust me? Aren't you afraid I'll tell others about you? Naruto shifted his sleeping position and cupped one ear as his body turned, facing Yoruichi. I don't know, but my gut tells me I can trust you to keep my little secret. Don't worry, my gut never fails me. By the time her declaration was made, Naruto had already fallen into the grip of sleep, leaving Yoruichi to examine the peaceful features of the sleeping blonde. And there's a force drawing me to you. At this rate I might fall in love with you, Naruto-kun. What have you done to me? Yoruichi whispered softly before falling into a deep sleep as well. Both of them were unaware of the fact that Fujin Hyogatsu had returned to its sealed state. The bright sun had reached the peak of its cycles, in all its splendor, warm yet bright rays of light projected onto the sleeping couples. Naruto, irritated by the bright sun, had woken from his slumber. Opening a sleepy eye, Naruto saw the sleeping feature of Yoruichi smiling peacefully in her sleep. Careful not to disturb the Shihoin heir's beautiful sleep, the blonde slowly sat up and yawned. "I see you're awake, Naruto-chan." Naruto was surprised and turned his attention back to his intruder. His eyes widened when he saw a pair of familiar faces standing in front of him. "Ba-chan? Why are you here?" The blonde was rewarded with a smile that lurked with terrifying murderous intent. "How many times do you want me to remind you? I'd rather you call me Ka-chan. I'd appreciate it if you were respectful, especially in front of others." Naruto smiled and shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course, Ba-chan," Retsu sighed. A man stepped forward. "Hey, that's not nice. You didn't say hi to me, Naruto." "Hello, pervert," said Pervert stumbled. "It's not very nice to call someone who trains you, Naruto." "Sorry, Eroji-san. I'll try to remember not to call you a pervert." "So why are you two here?" Naruto widened his eyes in shock. "Are you two dating?" Retsu smiled. "As much as I'd love to settle down with a loving family, I'm afraid Captain Kairaku isn't my ideal choice." Shunsui clutched his chest in mock sadness. "You hurt me, Hana-chan." Suddenly, Naruto felt movement beside him and found Yoruichi sitting up while rubbing a sleepy eye. "She's cute and oh. Damn it. That perverted uncle's influence will soon turn me into a pervert one day. Naruto-kun? Who are they?" Shunsui studied the girl and interrupted. "No matter. Who are you, beautiful young lady? Are you by any chance my apprentice's girlfriend?" The perverted captain winked at his nephew with lustful intentions, which Naruto returned with a hard glare. "I'm so proud of you, Naruto. You managed to carry a girl on your first day at school, something that even surpasses your most glorious, most amazing, and most handsome uncle, that is me." Shunsui wiped a fake tear from his eyes and smiled. "So, Naruto, what's your secret?" The couple blushed. "We're just friends." Yes. Keep telling yourself that. Soon she'll be me dash." Shunsui didn't finish his statement when a horrible bloodlust filled the atmosphere. Trembling in fear, the perverted captain turned his back and found the entity that was the source of the leak behind the killing intent. Hana-chan, adorning an intimidating feature on Retsu's face, the captain smiled. "I'll politely ask you to stop tainting my son's peaceful nature with yours, Captain Kairaku. Do I make myself clear?" Everyone gulped in fear. Hi. Shunsui moaned. "Good. Young lady, I am Unohana Retsu. This gentleman standing next to me is Kairaku Shunsui. It is a pleasure to meet you." Yoruichi's eyes widened. The pleasure is all mine, Unohana-sama. "Please, dear, you're one of Naruto's friends, so address me as Retsu-sen. If you insist, you can call me Ba-chan." Naruto interfered. "What are you doing here? We received news that you disappeared since yesterday and haven't returned home. Your grandfather was worried but couldn't look for you personally, so he sent his guards to search for you. I was nearby and heard about the fact that you didn't return to either the dorm or the house, so I was worried as well. Soon, the news reported that they found an overwhelming spiritual pressure belonging to you that appeared in this forest. We suspect that you must have been training hard, so your grandfather asked me to look for you first thing in the morning." Shunsui smiled and continued. "We feel that you've achieved Shurikai, judging by the amount of spiritual pressure detected by us. We're quite worried about you. I mean, even Jushiro volunteered to search for you. That much released spiritual pressure could attract hollows, you know. You should have seen Hana-chan's face when Yamaji declared your missing status. She was worried sick and on edge dash. The temperature dropped drastically as everyone felt a very disturbing chill run down their spine. A hand abruptly grabbed the perverted captain's shoulder. Retsu smiled sinisterly before applying pressure to her grip, resulting in a sickening crunch and a petrified Shunsui. "It would be nice if you decided not to talk about it, Captain Kairaku." "Why yes, great. I'm glad the message reached you, Captain Kairaku." Retsu released her and returned his attention to the young woman in front of him. A peaceful smile curved his lips as he studied the girl. "Tell me, are you Shihoin Yoruichi?" Yoruichi nodded. Shunsui, having recovered from the pain earlier, cupped his chin with his finger. "Interesting. You must be Captain Shihoin's daughter, aren't you?" Yeah, Naruto noticed Yoruichi's frown and decided to lighten the mood. So, you want to know what my shurikai is? Interested by the sudden question, both captains raised their eyebrows. What will your shurikai be then, Naruto-chan? Fujin Hyogatsu. Naruto smiled brightly. As the name mentioned, Shunsui's Kaiten Kaikatsu began to glow a dark purple and shook vigorously. Huh! What's wrong? Shunsui was curious about his Zanpakuto's unexpected reaction. Quickly, he held the hilt of his sword and tried to calm his Zanpakuto. This is strange. Kaiten Kaikatsu never reacts like this. It seems your Fujin Hyogatsu might have a history with my Zanpakuto, Naruto. I might have to check the Zanpakuto library for information on your sword. Kaiten Kaikatsu gradually attained an immobile nature, meaning its impassive state. Naruto was confused as he could feel the fear emanating from his Zanpakuto. Why do I feel that Fujin Hyogatsu's fear is similar to that of a man running away from a woman he abandoned a few centuries ago? Unable to come up with any plausible answers, Naruto shrugged off his thoughts. Let's go home, Naruto-chan. Yoruichi-chan must be tired after taking care of you, right dear? Naruto nodded and turned his attention back to Yoruichi. What do you say, Yo-chan? Do you want to train with me? I can help you, and you can help me. The Shihoin heir blushed. Do those rosy cheeks mean you accept Naruto's offer? The perverted captain joked. Then it's ready. The blonde squealed. Please review and tell me what you think of the chapter. I'm planning a Yoruichi x Naruto story, but let me know if you think other pairings are necessary or not. If you think the harem is not advisable, please tell me, or tell me which girls should join Naruto. I'm counting the majority votes. Fujin Hyogatsu, Wind God Goddess Avenger. A friend helped me find out the name of Naruto's sword. I hope the name is correct. Calm down. Chapter 5. Jokes and missions that left you dumbfounded. 2 years later. Are you sure about this? Yoruichi muttered, clinging to the tree. Because if this fails, we're screwed. Relax. This is going to be huge. A confident smile curled Naruto's lips as he held onto the branch next to his friend. Midnight murders always go off without a hitch. Trust me, soft. Remember that time you dipped food coloring into all of the Kichiki clan's soap? Jinrei-sama was mad at her pink hair and is punishing me for it. Princess Shihoin hissed, frowning at the unfair interrogation imposed on her by the self-centered Kichiki elders, who would, no doubt, flaunt their vainglorious accomplishments to the world. It's all your fault. I always end up in trouble. This stinks. Naruto gave his signature mocking pout. I took responsibility too. Besides, that incident happened a year ago. Remind me what we're doing here again. Yoruichi studied her surroundings, inspecting for any unwanted patrolmen before returning her attention to the blonde at her side. We're in the Shiba clan compound for Kami's sake. We've been through this 5 times. Get into the main pipe of their toilet disposal system and clog it with marbles. Lots of marbles covered in glue. The blonde smiled at his splendid idea. How are we going to find the main pipe? Unease flooding her mind, Yoruichi scanned her vicinity again before switching her gaze to Naruto. You expect us to dig up this enormous garden just to find a single pipe? Naruto's grin widened sinisterly. Leave it to me. I'll figure out where the pipe is. Hell, I'll even mark that spot. Raising an eyebrow, the Shihoin heir sneered. Do you have other hobbies? What? I heard some servants fixing the main pipe a few days ago when I was playing shugi with Kaien, so what are you waiting for? Lead the way! The pair fell to the ground in silence, taking a final precautionary look at their surroundings before launching themselves toward their destination. That night, the Shiba brothers swore they could hear a pair of evil laughs echoing throughout their house. The brothers were unnerved by the familiar, terrifying voices. Chills ran down their spines with tremendous intensity. Deep down in their hearts, the Shiba brothers knew a horrible plan had occurred, and the culprit could only be a certain blonde. Naruto dusted his hands, a proud, satisfied smirk plastered across his features as he walked back to the dorm with Yoruichi. The blonde glanced at Princess Shihoin and was surprised by the feline grin on her lips. It was far more sadistic than the blonde's. Reminiscent of past experiences, Yoruichi always wore a mysterious smile after a prank was pulled, though her disapproval for running a gag initially remained whenever Naruto launched a mischievous plan. How long do you think it will take them to realize their toilet is blocked? Yoruichi cupped her chin in mock contemplation. I'll tell them in 2 days. I'll say tomorrow. Why do they dash? I put some medicine in their food beforehand. Naruto chimed in. Princess Shihoin laughed, clutching her stomach in the process. Kukaku and his brothers will soon be coming after you with swords and knives and some melodramatic acrobatics in their wake as well. The blonde shrugged indifferently. It's worth it. The pair laughed heartily until Yoruichi realized they were strolling down a narrow path accompanied by countless twinkling fireflies. Aware of the secluded region, the Shihoin heiress's mind was flooded with a mix of romantic and lascivious scenarios that occasionally flashed in her eyes. It was bothering her. Oblivious to the princess, Naruto had noticed Yoruichi's constant flustered and blushing cheeks. So you're graduating tomorrow, huh? The purple-haired princess broke the awkward silence. How are you feeling? Relief, I guess? At least I don't need to waste another 4 years studying useless history. How did you do it? I don't see you studying at all. Gigi and Bachan's tutoring. So it's not fun. The blonde flinched at Retsu's twisted punishment whenever Naruto accidentally gave an answer wrong. Never in his life would Naruto have anticipated that the kindly captain of the 4th Division enjoyed whipping as a realistic way of lecturing her students. It was no wonder Aisane acquired a timid personality. Look at the bright side of life. You literally skipped 4 years of your school life, while we get a crappy assignment and an insolent idiot as our teacher. Without you around, school sure is boring. Yoruichi sighed, walking into line with Naruto at a steady pace. Hey, there's Kuchan. Mishiro-chan is funny too. She's crazy. Cute though. Naruto chuckled. Unbeknownst to him, Yoruichi felt a pain in her heart and quickly regained her composure. Why you? Clenching her fist, the purple-haired princess continued. Do you like her, Mishiro-chan? Yes. I like her. Yoruichi's heart sank into the abyss of despair. As a friend. Naruto squeaked. His heart soared with illusory shining rays in his mind and he shrieked with pleasure and sighed. This is where we part ways, Yo-chan. Yoruichi snapped out of her daze and looked at the buildings before them. Time was a hitch, the first disappointing problems the princess could think of. Flustered by her current situation, the Shihoin heiress tried to piece together her troubled mind and prayed for a miracle to delay or, hopefully, freeze time. Her trembling lips urged her to say something, to say anything. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Are you okay? I'm fine. Fine then. Naruto abruptly embraced Yoruichi in a hug filled with affection before stealing the princess's first kiss. The Shihoin heiress's eyes widened at the feel of Naruto's soft lips on hers, amazed that the blonde actually took the passionate initiative instead of her. Yoruichi's mind sailed into blissful oblivion as she realized her youthful dream of kissing her crush had come true. For what seemed like an eternity, Yoruichi moaned softly as the blonde broke away from the kiss. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Yo-chan. Winking at the dumbfounded princess with a vibrant pink hue on his cheeks, Naruto vanished into a breeze of soft wind. WWE. A mind in danger, filled with more erotic thoughts, made the stiff princess stand up. Kensei, dressed in the standard academy uniform, crossed his arm and tapped his foot impatiently. What's taking that idiot so long? The silver-haired Shinigami groaned, frustrated by the blonde's tardiness. What did I do to deserve this? At that exact moment, Naruto's body manifested behind Kensei. Yo! Blinking at the sudden intrusion, Kensei spun around, temper tantrums etched across his expression. You're half an hour late. Why can't you be on time for once? Do you have any idea what today is? It's not just a memorial of our life. It's not just a milestone of our accomplishments. It's the day we prove to the others that we're worthy of being part of the elite Shinigami force. It's our damn graduation day. Raising both hands in surrender, Naruto sighed. Calm down. I was packing for our mission today. We'll graduate in 4 hours from now. The blonde raised a puzzled eyebrow. What do you mean? It's just a mission about investigating a hollow teddy bear holding hostages in Rakangai and a river reported to be harboring some supernatural shit. I think we should go visit the river. River? A hollow has hostages. Yes, but I've already packed my bags to go fishing, Kensei sighed. You're weird, Naruto. In return, Naruto responded with a laugh. We've been brothers for years, Kensei. You should see my jokes. Let's go kick some teddy bear ass. Hitch! In an instant, the blonde transformed into a current of air, leaving behind an irritated silver-haired Shinigami. Stupid idiot! You kiss Yoruichi! Kensei spat. Idiot! You're the youngest to achieve your own Zanpakuto, you're the youngest to graduate, and you get to kiss a princess of the Shihoin clan before me. What's next? Getting promoted to captain? Naruto flashed a toothy grin. Don't be jealous, bro. Your turn will come, idiot. I should deserve some respect around here. I'm the senpai around here. A proud smile tugged at the silver-haired Shinigami's lips. You'll be graduating your 4th year at the academy while I'm graduating my 2nd. Are you sure that's something to be proud of, Hitch? Kensei's smile fell in defeat. I hate you, the blonde smiled. I know you do. The two Shinigami wandered through one of Rokangai's districts, which suffered from abysmal poverty. Keeping the mission's objective in mind, Naruto and Kensei planned to conduct a quick inspection of the local shops before resuming their casual conversation. However, after an hour of searching, the two partners were growing weary. The fatigue of collaborating with the harassment during an hour of fruitless travel was forcing the duo to abandon their mission. Naruto thought the mission would be enjoyable. They were to reach their target quickly, acquire the information about the wish, and report back to the briefing ceremony. But the incompetent mission issuer didn't give them any directions, leaving the two Shinigami to wander around the vast Rokangai district. What truly intrigued the duo to assign themselves to the particular mission was the fact that a teddy bear-shaped hollow lived among the residents of Rokangai. That's what the mission says, but it's not something they get to see every day. Buck this! Naruto groaned. We've been walking for an hour, Kensei. A whole bucking hour with no results, Kensei sighed. 3 hours before our graduation. We're really late. Naruto fixed his gaze on the nearby group of girls and smiled. Hey bro, I'll be checking out information on those girls over there. Stay here and do whatever you want. That's not fair. Why can't you always talk to the girls, huh? Because I'm the youngest. Kensei raised an eyebrow. Dude, we've had this conversation before. I'm supposed to be the big brother figure. What do you mean? I'm staying with the girls. Naruto stroked his jaw with mock consideration. A moment later, Naruto looked through his companion's eyes with a mocking smile on his face. No need. Now stay here and be good, moron, Hitch. Naruto replied with a chuckle before leaping towards the group. Kensei, on the other hand, was pondering the objective of his mission while keeping track of his time. Watching his friend flirt with the opposite sex was beyond unsettling. But even more disturbing was the fact that the blonde often triumphed over him in terms of strength, wit, or social issues. Although Naruto never discriminated against Kensei's status as a commoner before he enrolled in the academy, heck, the blonde befriended him despite him being a noble. His constant defeats and his incessant battle struggle to become a worthy Shinigami were evoking his annoyance. Perhaps it really is a prodigy that comes every millennium. Kensei mused before tapping his foot, a habit signifying his impatience. Unfortunately, he felt his sandal dig into the ground. Lifting his foot, he groaned in dismay when he saw a slick of chewing gum sticking his foot to the pavement. Kensei applied a bit of pressure by lifting his leg to remove the gum from the ground, only for the remnants of the offending eyesore to stick to his sandal. Great! The silver-haired Shinigami muttered sarcastically. My day just keeps getting better. Kensei hopped one-legged into a nearby hole next to the bush and vigorously rubbed the gum on his foot along the edge of the hole. Several attempts to peel the gum off failed. He finally succumbed to anger and overcame his pent-up rage by pressing the friction against his sandal with immense force until his shoe fell below the hole. Damn! The silver-haired warrior crouched down beside the crevice and realized that retrieving his sandal would be useless. It was at that moment that Naruto returned from his information gathering. Hey, I know where the teddy bear is dash. Curiosity spiked in the blonde's thoughts when he noticed Kensei's unusual slump of shoulders and saddened features. What? I lost my sandal. Naruto's eyes traveled down to Kensei's socks, looked at the silver-haired Shinigami, and then looked back down at his socks. Sighing at his partner's predicament, the blonde Shinigami rolled his eyes and walked away. Hey! What about my sandal? Kensei, still shoeless, stood with Naruto outside a seemingly worn-out hut. Are you sure this is where the rumor about the teddy bear hole is? Hitch, are you doubting my information skills? I have my doubts, idiot. Kensei studied the deteriorated outline of the house. So, what did those girls say about this again? Some supernatural things happened after a shark came to light in a lake somewhere near here. They also mentioned some arcane matters you don't need to know about. Naruto couldn't help but smirk lasciviously as he recalled how those girls fed him the information with several suggestive winks and flirtatious smiles. Shunsui had officially ruined him big time. I don't want to know. So how did a shark mysteriously slip out of existence and start wandering in a river? For all I know, they belong in the sea, not in a narrow lake that can't even accommodate their size. Naruto shrugged. Beats me. As the blonde was coming up with a devisable plan, Kensei's eyes widened in complete bewilderment when he noticed a bipedal bear staring at him before running back to the back of the house in a hurry. Whoa! Did you see that? Naruto raised an eyebrow and turned his attention back to his friend. Look at what? A teddy bear! The silver-haired Shinigami pointed in the direction he saw the creature. It's wearing a pink maid outfit and a hat on its damn head. Pink maid outfit and a hat? Dude, could you be any gayer? Kensei blinked. Please don't answer that. Naruto sighed and knocked on the door. A few seconds passed, and the door creaked open, revealing a young brunette bowing politely to them. Can I help you? The girl asked. Naruto smiled. Hey! You know what, is anyone home? Yes. My grandmother and Dash. Did you happen to see a furry bear? Kensei raised his hand to eye level. This tall and Dash, are you in trouble? Naruto gave a victorious smile to a smirking Kensei before regaining his composure. Honestly, Naruto felt a void within the house as he expanded his Ryatsu radar. Surprisingly, the hollow sense of it wasn't disgusting or vulgar. That was entirely unexpected, considering the fact that hollows were beings consumed by the overwhelming negative aspects of life and turned into mindless savages. Her? Naruto questioned, his smile still intact. Can you show us her? Of course. The girl chirped. Oh, by the way, I'm Hinamori Momo, Muguruma Kensei, Uzumaki Naruto. When the duo entered their home, they were completely stunned. It wasn't the order of the house that surprised the Shinigami, but the human-sized teddy bear serving tea to Momo's supposed grandmother, who was sitting peacefully on a futon. Amazed by the hollow's tranquility, they stared blankly at the furry bipedal hollow wearing a comically teddy bear-shaped mask and dressed in an elegant maid outfit. Whoa, you're right. There was a hat on his head. Kensei raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. I swear, you noticed the strangest things. Ignoring his companion's comment, Naruto smiled at the girl. Do you know what this bear is? I'm a hollow. The bear spoke in a feminine voice. There was no sympathetic hostility toward the Shinigami in its gestures or malice in its tone. But I don't want to hurt Momo-chan and Oba-chan. Kensei eyed the bear warily, ready to draw his sword when crisis struck. What makes you think we'll believe you? If I wanted to hurt them, they're already dead. From what we know, Hollow has a constant urge to devour souls, right? The silver-haired warrior frowned as he noticed a hint of pain in the bear's expression. How can we trust that the need to eat won't cloud its judgment? I've already stayed here for months. All I need is shelter and food. Souls are not needed for my survival. The teddy bear sat down on his futon and sipped his tea. Unlike my siblings, I don't wish for souls. It was strange, but very refreshing to know that I won't become a creature that kills for a living, literally. I just happened to stumble upon Rakangai with a friend of mine, and Momo-chan finds me. Since then, I've been staying here and helping with chores in exchange for a house. Are you going to take Kuma-chan? The young brunette butted into the conversation. A sad innuendo tainted her words. She's very nice, you know. She reads me my bedtime story every night and cooks delicious food. Please don't take Kuma-chan, Momo-chan, Naruto sighed. Kensei, let's talk outside. Kensei nodded and followed the blonde. When the duo made sure they were a safe distance away from the family, Naruto broke the silence. I'm afraid to say this, but I'm not going to kill that hollow. What? She's a hollow. I can't sense any lies in her words and she doesn't smell bad to me. Doesn't mean I'm not. What's your point? Sure, Kensei sighed, unable to find the right words. Are we going to kill this teddy bear? What? Cut it? Burn it? The silver-haired Shinigami shrugged. I don't know. Both, maybe? She's a bucking hollow in a pink dress for Kami's sake. You know what? I can't do it. I can't kill something that has no sense of evil at all, even though it was supposedly labeled as evil. No way. Kensei tried to offer his opinion but was cut off by his companion before continuing. How are we supposed to be fair if we kill her, huh? We're crazy to hurt her. Do you really think she has any motive or intention to hurt the kid or the grandmother? Because I sure as hell don't. So what do you think we should do, tell me? Naruto smiled eerily, and Kensei didn't like what his best friend had in mind. I can't believe you let the teddy bear live in the house. Kensei muttered several obscenities under his breath and frowned at his companion. This isn't going to work. Forging our mission reports? What if we get caught? We're screwed big time if we get caught. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Dude, calm down. 1. That girl promised not to reveal the teddy bear's location. 2. The bear doesn't eat souls, the most interesting case I've ever encountered. And 3. If no one says anything, who will know about it? Did you know? The blonde smiled. I know, we're crazy, suicidal, Kensei corrected. Lack of better words. Just close the pipe hole, we're here. Naruto examined the lake in front of him. Polluted with waste, the river was dyed a disgusting green filled with rotten leaves floating on the surface and anomalous from the normality of a polluted river. A humanoid female lay on the shore soaked with a pool of blood, her blood. The humanoid female's hand tightly gripped the hilt of her Zweihander, while her free arm clutched the wound on her abdomen. Approaching the unconscious entity, the blonde noticed the female's revealing yet promiscuous armor that exposed her voluptuous curves. Naruto cupped his chin as he studied every detail of the comatose being's well-endowed figure and wounds. The female reminded the blonde of a shark. Is she a hollow? Kensei frowned at the amount of injuries the woman sustained. Those wounds are fatal. She's blonde, like me. Naruto smiled. Dude, why do you always notice the most trivial things? There's a woman lying here unconscious, and from the information we extracted from the Teddy Hollow, this woman could be her. Yes, and she's hot. The silver-haired Shinigami, unable to control his emotion, shouted. We have a situation here, damn it. It's fine, it's fine. I was just playing. The blonde Shinigami's face twisted into complete, impeccable seriousness, as if an expression experiencing the rigors of battle were measured to a near-infinite magnitude. Most likely, she suffered injuries before arriving and was then attacked by mobs. If my analysis is accurate, she came here with the hollow teddy bear but was separated from her. Due to her weak Ryatsu, the hollow teddy bear couldn't find her and ran into the little girl instead. Naruto pointed to the numerous stones and pebbles beside the woman's lifeless body. The villagers probably saw her coming and attacked her with those stones. She couldn't defend herself and took the blows. Look at the dried blood stain on the pebbles. Filthy bags of pus, those villagers! Kensei snarled. Naruto's judgment of dangerous or grave situations was always authentic and reliable. The silver-haired Shinigami believed the blonde's accurate assessment skills stemmed from the dangerous training he underwent from his surrogate uncles and grandmother. The only problem he detested was Naruto's blatant attitude whenever he began to analyze the situation, along with an inscrutable smile. Look at the withered tree surrounding it. Naruto scanned his surroundings. Yes, puzzled by the deserted population of animals living within a perimeter scale around him, Kensei frowned. What about the toads or even insects that lived here? Their blood should attract the animals here. That supported the fact that she's a hollow despite the lack of a hollow hole. Hollow blood had a distinct scent that we couldn't smell, but to animals and plants, the smell is considered pungent or toxic. Teddy Hollow asked us to search. Naruto knelt beside the woman and placed his palm inches from the large wound on her stomach. I'm going to use Keto healing to heal her and dash. Whoa! Wait, idiot! Heal her? What if she attacks us? Then we immobilized her. Besides, she doesn't even have the energy to retaliate to begin with. Focusing on the lessons he learned from Retsu, Naruto channeled his Ryatsu with perfect mastery that successfully altered the raw yet ferocious Ryatsu within him into a calm nature of serenity, and soon, his palm let out a soft green glow. But if she really attacks, I'm counting on you. I'll need full backup. Kensei nodded and held the hilt of his sword. With amazement, the silver-haired Shinigami witnessed his best friend's first performance of the healing art of Kido, and noticed that the critical condition of the wound was rapidly improving. The hollow opened her emerald eyes weakly and flinched when she saw two Shinigami, especially the whiskered blonde, crouching so close beside her. Stay away from me, don't talk. The blonde Shinigami whispered with authority. I'm healing your wounds. It will all be over soon, believe me. Although Shinigami was the Hollow's eternal nemesis, the woman felt reassured by the blonde's statement. What do you want? Stay away from Dash, stay calm. We're not going to hurt you. Naruto's watchful gaze continued to focus on the female Hollow's wounds. We're just trying to help. Why you know Dash, you're a Hollow. Naruto said expressionlessly. Then Dash, a friend of yours begs us to find you. If we know a beauty like you is here, we'll be here firsthand and rescue you. The blonde Shinigami smiled. Kensei's sweat dripped down while the silver-haired Shinigami didn't notice, the hollow blushing in a streak of vibrant crimson. Aren't you afraid that? You don't have enough energy to fight, technically. I suggest you leave after I fix you up. If other Shinigami find out about this, they won't allow a weakened Jujutsu to escape hollow-leveled. The Hollow's eyes widened. Why you dash? Yeah, I noticed. You remind me of a shark, and the latent Ryatsu stored within you is an obvious giveaway. Oh, by the way, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and the hitch behind me is Mugiwara Kensei. Kensei snorted. Auntie Halibel. Hirako Shinji yawned as he stood in line with other graduates. Despite graduating in his 5th year, Shinji felt too bothered to reveal his power until Naruto's persistent beatings revealed his true potential to the academy's headmaster. The headmaster eventually discovered that Shinji had intentionally diminished his potential as much as possible simply to escape tedious missions in the future. Now, her plans to lead a normal life as a Shinigami were ruined, thanks to a blonde companion. But it was all thanks to Naruto that he discovered the importance of friendship and facing reality. Why are Kensei and Naruto taking so long? Sorry, idiot, and I were on a stupid mission. Shinji jumped as Kensei appeared behind him in complete stealth. Don't do that! It scares me to death every time. I swear you'll learn this dash. Shinji jumped again. Curse! Naruto smiled. So what did we miss? Shrugging indifferently, a yawn escaped Shinji's mouth. Nothing much. The ceremony has just begun. Kensei nudged his companion, a haughty smile tugging at his lips. Look, I told you we'll make it. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, right. Disinterested in the formal ceremony, Shinji's eyes drifted to the silver-haired Shinigami's foot and noticed one of his sandals missing. Skipping formalities wasn't Kensei's trademark. Despite his boisterous appearance, Shinji raised a questioning eyebrow. Dude, what happened to your shoe? Naruto grabbed his mouth to stop his tempting laughter as Kensei sighed. Long story. Silence! Genryosai tapped his staff, commanding supreme authority over the graduates before him. Prepare yourselves, youngsters. The graduation ceremony will begin. Hell, I wonder which squad I'll end up in. The Yamamoto heir smiled as he waited for his summoning. Standing in the audience, Aizen adjusted his glasses and smiled. Save yourself those 2 pathetic gaps. My predictions are true after all. You are the man I thought you were, Yamamoto Uzumaki Naruto. And because of that, my plan will follow accordingly, and you will never be a threatening pawn on my chessboard. Not under my watch. The brunette muttered silently before disappearing into the void. Hey, Mishiro made a little cameo, anyway. Almost half said yes to the harem, and the other half said no to the harem. I'm still considering the harem, but then I'm confused. Should I really do this harem business? Oh, and I'm still wondering which squad I should put Naruto in. Since Naruto is portrayed as an all-rounder, I'm wondering which squad he should enlist in. By the way, you can see Naruto and Kensei's relationship as a sworn brother relationship. Chapter 6. Before the crisis, an inevitable destiny. 60 years later, Naruto ran frantically with a series of cries of disbelief, a divine testament to his terror that his pursuer could arrest him and experience the horror that came with his capture. Panting tediously, the blonde suppressed all petty thoughts and focused on escape. Although he hoped a brave man would intercede in his plea for possible release from his current predicament, Naruto knew it was futile to retreat from his situation. When a murderous growl was heard from the pursuer, Naruto's natural cognitive speed pumped his adrenaline to the max. The last thing the blonde needed was a cascade of intense muscle spasms that would undoubtedly halt his stride and cause him immense pain from his captive. In all honesty, he was blamed for their predicament. He knew his pursuer's personality twisted into a state of aggression that particular month, but he was negligent and absent-mindedly provoked it. Making a sharp turn, Naruto collided with several figures and fell to the ground. Gathering his composure, Naruto stood up and glimpsed several angry Shinigami scowling at the blonde. Watch where you're going, idiot! Are you blind? Morons! Panic flooded his mind. Naruto dismissed the rude comments and warned. Run! She'll kill you! It was too late. His pursuer was before him. Swallowing in fear, Naruto pointed a trembling finger at the menacing entity. Quick! Before it's too late! The Shinigami looked at the small body in puzzlement and raised their eyebrows. Dude, it's just a cat. The cat meowed innocently, her 10 eyes fixed solely on the blonde, and Naruto swore the black she-cat was displaying a sadistic smile. The bloodlust emanating from the cat lingered in the atmosphere with an unpleasant feeling. Yukitake had always taught the blonde to maintain emotional equanimity in all critical situations, to maintain an analytical mind free of confusion that could cloud judgment, but he simply couldn't regain his mental composure in his current state. Naruto didn't hesitate. He turned around and bolted from the scene. His frightened scream echoed throughout Seoul society, sending an unsettling chill down the spines of the entire male population. 2 hours before, with a sigh of relief, Naruto unsheathed his sword. Practicing bankai, I see. Yoruichi smiled as the blonde jumped up, unaware of her intruding presence. Crossing her arms beneath her ample breasts, Princess Shihoin pouted. Why didn't you tell me to train with you? I thought you were busy working with Kasuke. Naruto wiped the bead of sweat from his temples. Besides, you have your own duties to perform. I finish paperwork faster than others thanks to a useless alcoholic captain I have, so I took the opportunity to train. A mischievous smile tugged at Yoruichi's lips as she batted her eyelashes. Oh? Is someone jealous of Kasuke and I's relationship? Not really. A subtle smile graced Naruto's face. Without you, I have all the freedom I want to visit the local bathhouse. You know, the occasional peek or a few passionate orgies with the girls. Maybe a little tour of the brothel and Rakangai here and there to satisfy my hunger. I have Kasuke's distraction to thank, actually. If it weren't for him working with you all day, I wouldn't get the pleasure I want. The blonde sighed dreamily, oblivious to the furious princess who was glaring at Naruto with angry slivers. Is it true? Shifting his attention to Yoruichi, Naruto could see the inferno burning with tremendous intensity behind him. Blinking at the intimidating gaze, terrified by the threat, the blonde Shinigami raised his hand in surrender. Hey, I was just joking. I really don't. Enough! No more lies! I'll use you as my guinea pig for the new technique I developed a few months ago. Naruto raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. As far as he was concerned, the princess wasn't a bellicose warrior. The only plausible reason that prompted such hostility was a feminine issue. Are you on your period? A torrent of wild winds erupted, swirling around her well-endowed body. The ground shook as a vigorous jet stream surged through the ground, generating thunderous electricity in every fiber of Yoruichi's being as her latent power dramatically increased to an inhuman feat. The back and sleeves of her uniform were torn to shreds in the process of inclining an overwhelming power surge at a rapid pace from her utilization of the indefinite technique. Unfazed by the sight before him, Naruto smiled. So, you don't wear a bra underneath, huh? Yoruichi let out a deafening war cry. Present, you shouldn't lie to her, especially those relentless things you call joking, Naruto-kun. A sigh escaped Aisen's lips as she sat down beside Naruto's bed. Let this be a lesson to you. Never joke about such inappropriate things with a girl. It hurts a girl's feelings, you know? Naruto lay motionless in bed, groaning from the pain he had inflicted. Am I disfigured? Unlikely. You have an abnormal healing factor that defies description, Naruto-kun. In a few days, the scratch marks on your face will heal, leaving no scars of any kind. Your internal injuries are also recovering steadily. Good to know. Returning his attention to his friend's reassuring nature, the blonde smiled. Congratulations. Today is your first day as third seat in Bachan's squad. Good luck. Aisen blushed 5 different shades of pink and staggered. It's nothing compared to your achievement, and Naruto-kun. You've reached the rank I obtained decades ago at a very young age. An impossible achievement that no one had ever accomplished, and you did it. You're considered a prodigy in terms of your strength, abilities, and power. No one could ever match you in our generations. You are the most amazing and unpredictable Shinigami of all time, Naruto chuckled. Believe it or not, I've heard that line 1,000 times. I'm no prodigy. I earned my arsenal of skills through torturous training. No one is born with an exceptional set of skills. I acquire power through my own blood and sweat. The path I walk is more than arduous, so I can push myself to the limit. Aisen-chan, you are strong, so don't underestimate yourself. Be proud of your accomplishment. Be proud of being a third seat. Believe in yourself, that's how life plays out. Why, you're right. The door creaked open, revealing Yoruichi standing in the doorway, an uncharacteristically faint-hearted quality plastered across the princess's face. Aisen, can you give me and Naruto-kun a few minutes of privacy? Deciphering Yoruichi's intention, the newly appointed third seat smiled and left the room, leaving an awkward silence to intrude. With all that chasing, you're tired, aren't you? Have a seat. Naruto gestured to the Shihoin heir to the chair next to his bed, previously seated next to Aisen. Yoruichi nodded and hurriedly walked to the chair before sitting down. Feeling the need to right her wrongs, Princess Shihoin gathered her courage and spoke. I'm sorry. I couldn't control my emotions and let them get the better of me. I didn't really mean to hurt you, but I thought you were telling the truth. It's okay, Yo-chan. If anyone needs to apologize, it's me. I shouldn't joke about that kind of thing. Naruto chimed in with a warm smile. But for the last time, I deserve it. I joked too far, and you're scratching me with your playful cat claws. Let's call it even, shall we? Yoruichi breathed a sigh of relief. You're so forgiving, you know that? We all have to take our own sides. Besides, it proves that my prank mastery has reached the pinnacle. I should proclaim myself the king of all pranks. Naruto coughed painfully, clutching his chest out of instinct. Concerned for the blonde's health, Yoruichi approached him, only to have her wrist abruptly grabbed. Understood, and Naruto-kun? With a mischievous smile on his face, Naruto chuckled. It was a joke. You should look at your face. Absolutely priceless. Suppressing the natural urge to laugh, Yoruichi frowned. Why, you're hurt, and you're still joking around, but you're smiling now, aren't you? The blonde smiled. Shut up. A vibrant tint of crimson splashed across the princess's cheeks. Idiot, but I'm your idiot. Yoruichi's blush deepened at the sight of Naruto's alluring smile. Unable to resist the lustful temptation burning within her, craving the blonde's soft touch, the princess leaned forward to take the initiative. Understanding the Shihoin heir's desire, the blonde waited for their lips to connect, prepared for a passionate kiss. As their lips were inches apart. Are we interrupting something here? The couple was startled and noticed several familiar figures standing in the doorway. We can visit again, you know? Shinji smiled mockingly. Since they're so focused on whatever they're doing, they didn't even sense us coming through the door. Laughing at the embarrassment Naruto and Yoruichi were suffering, Urahara smiled. Or you can continue with whatever you're doing. Please don't hesitate to contact us. While you're at it, I'll go get my camera, perverts. Lisa frowned. Shunsui proudly and rather comically wiped away a tear. I'm so proud of my boy. The idiot caught the girl, huh? Kensei frowned but sighed. I have a lieutenant's job to do. I have to go. Without hesitation, Yoruichi transformed into a gust of air and disappeared from sight. I hate everything about you. Naruto pouted mockingly. Ruining all my fun. What do you guys want? The visitors entered the room and examined the spacious private medical chamber reserved especially for the blonde. Leaning against the wall, Shinji commented. We heard all about Aisane and decided to check on you. It must be painful for you to make your ass the property of Nico-san. Just coming in and making sure you didn't die on us. I'm fine. Where's Kuchan? I'm sorry she didn't visit me, Kensei snarled. He has work to do at the Kido Corps, unlike a certain careless idiot. Same goes for Rose and Love. We're the only ones who can take advantage of a few free moments to visit you, you ungrateful idiot. So you have a problem with me, Hitch? Yeah, idiot. Let's go, you're going to pay dash. Slap. Naruto squeezed his cheek and grimaced at the condescending look. Why did you do that, Lisa-chan? Really? By joking about such shameful acts, you inherited all the unwanted personality of our idiot captain. Remember your position as our lieutenant, Naruto. What you reflected in the characteristic of our division, bird brain, but I was just joking dash. Slap. What's your problem? What's my problem? I'll show you what my problem is. It took Kensei, Shinji, and Urahara to subdue Lisa's furious charge at a certain blonde. Let go of me! She clearly doesn't understand her place. Let go of me, you bastards! Naruto stuck out his tongue, stirring Lisa's enraged state. Urahara, unable to contain the female Shinigami, shouted. Calm down, Lisa! It was all a joke, calm down! Damn it! Shinji grabbed her waist and shouted. You should know him by now! I was just joking, Buck! Idiot, do something! Kensei was losing control over the struggling Lisa. I can't hold on much longer, oh? I sense a disturbance in my medical ward. Everyone jumped and witnessed a devilish aura floating behind Uno Hanaretsu. There are other patients living next door to this ward. Please keep the volume of your mediocre bickering down, or I'll have to make sure there's peace here. I hope the latter doesn't require me to do so. Should I clarify? Swallowing in fear, everyone nodded silently, and Retsu maintained a smile without malice. Thank you for your understanding. Visiting hour is almost over. I'd kindly suggest you take your leave. If you would like, Lieutenant Hirako of the 5th Squad, Lieutenant Mugiuruma of the 9th Squad, 3rd Seat Urahara of the 2nd Squad, and 3rd Seat Yadamaru of the 8th Squad. Captain Kairaku, please stay. We have some matters to discuss with your lieutenant. The group sighed and obeyed the order, Lisa giving Naruto a heated look before leaving. Shunsui, aware of the typical topic of conversation, swallowed the nervous lump in his throat and looked suspiciously at the captain of the 4th Squad. What's wrong, Hana-chan? When everyone left, a murderous intent instantly filled the room with fierce intensity. You have corrupted my innocent child into a perverted man, Captain Kairaku. Most unforgivable. A smile that promised unimaginable pain appeared on the captain's face. And you, Naruto-chan. You play with people's feelings with such despicable jokes. You have crossed the line too far, young man. For that, both of you need a lesson to improve the qualities of your lives. After our pleasant session, both of you will know how to suppress the perverted nature within you. Ieroji-san, are you suggesting we run? Why, yep. Shunsui and Naruto quickly left through the window. Day after. Do you see her, Xiaoling? The lady in that palanquin is the princess of the Shihoin clan, the Sacred Armorers. She will eventually rise to the top of her family's expectations and become the leader of the Amatsukido. Her power will bring fame to both the noble clan and our lesser clans. We of the main family must give our all for her. Our power, our skills, our sword, our body, and our souls belong to her. All of them? A timid voice asked. Yes. Everything. That is our destiny. From this day forward, you will be renamed Soifin and carry out your duty as a faithful servant. It is your destiny and fate to serve her, as well as ours. You will live only for. A loud explosion sounded on the bridge the princess was walking on, causing everyone to widen their eyes in fear. Raising their weapons, the Shihoin heir's personal bodyguards stood beside her like guardians of their sovereign. When the smoke cleared, Yoruichi laughed, causing a bewildered commotion among her people, especially a certain young woman who viewed the princess with the utmost admiration. That was a dynamic entrance, Naruto-kun. Isn't it epic? You crashed the party with a smoke bomb and when no one's noticing, bam! Seriously, your security sucks. Frowning at the reprimanding statement, Yoruichi turned her furious attention to her guards. You heard him. I'm disappointed in the security here. Go fix it, you incompetent idiots. Be but Naruto-sama's abilities dash. Excuses. Now go away! A bunch of ungrateful ingrates. The guard units scrambled in fear. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I swear, you're acting and talking more and more like Kuchan. I learned lessons from her. Disciplinary Act 1. Mobilize your soldiers with force. Placing both hands on her exotically curved hip, Yoruichi laughed sadistically. The best way to make your soldier work harder or only pain will come. You have some serious problems. The blonde said expressionlessly. It takes one to know one. The princess winked suggestively. So why did you come in here? I hope it's not just for show. Training. Let's go. Without a moment's delay, Yoruichi discarded her grandiose yet exquisite golden kimono, much to her servant's dismay, exposing her Shinigami attire. Race you! Can you beat me? That's a question, the princess pouted. We'll see about that. The pair disappeared, transformed into a twin of jet streams with a low rumbling echo, endangering the Shihoin clan's servants, while an astonished Soifin grew curious about a certain blonde conveying matters with her beloved idol in such a casual manner. Naruto and Yoruichi arrived at their usual training ground built by Urahara. Originally, the chosen location was formerly an isolated cavern of Rakangai, or Soul Society, but unknown to the population, the lake hidden beneath the rocks contained an exceptional lake that possessed a miraculous ability that accelerates the healing factor of any wound on an individual's body. Urahara felt an obligation to explore the mystical site that contained ambiguous wisdom that could prove vital to the future of Soul Society. Within days, the laid-back scientist demolished the entire cavern and built a spacious training section for specific individuals, covering the site with illusory Kido in the process of hiding it from the general public. Taking advantage of a possible drastic invention in the destined future, Naruto and Yoruichi vowed to never reveal the existence of the mysterious terrain for the sake of Urahara's research into refining precious ores. Naruto arrived at the training grounds with a blur of sound, followed by Princess Shihoin, panting eagerly for her competition. I win! The blonde declared. You cheated! No! I win fair and square! Furious, Yoruichi frowned. You're touching my ass! Naruto smiled. You never say no to groping. The Shihoin heiress crossed her arms in mock anger. The bottom line is, you're cheating. The blonde Shinigami chuckled before turning his face into a terrifying seriousness in a matter of seconds. Alright, the fun's over. Let's get down to business. The technique you presented yesterday is powerful. From what I see, it's a technique that focuses on offense and defense at the same time. Impressive, but it has consequences. Naruto walked over to Yoruichi and placed his palm on the princess's chest, causing her to blush. What are you doing? His palm radiated a green glow of serenity, bringing warmth and peace to the princess's rigid posture. Yoruichi was aware of the blonde's proficiency in the art of healing, the generosity of Retsu's teaching that augmented Naruto's arsenal of skills, but the extent to which he could utilize the skills from the accomplished lessons he received was a complete secret. Naruto was an enigmatic person to the princess, but the blonde understood the Shihoin heir's personality perfectly. As expected. Your technique is too dangerous. The blonde man removed his hand from the princess's chest and cupped her chin. Due to the overwhelming power flowing into your body suddenly, your body didn't accommodate well to the technique. Although it might be a powerful skill, your body will degrade. The tissues within you will tear and heal instantly as you use the technique. It will shorten your lifespan. Yoruichi's eyes widened. Really? Though I didn't feel anything, of course. Your mind and body are so focused on controlling the sudden surge of power, the pain becomes a tingle for you. Yo-chan, listen to me, don't use that technique again. I don't want to see you hurt, but it's my technique. Something no one has achieved. Naruto sighed. Fine. I'll help you with the technique, but I can't use it. It'll be a bump in the road, but hey, we'll get through it. The princess raised an eyebrow. Can't you use it? I was planning on teaching you the technique. No. This technique requires a female body to work. Judging by the fact that she stores all of her impulsive power in her back, hence the tear in the back of her uniform when the technique is applied, it's safe to say that only a female body structure can handle the technique. My spine will break if I use it. A smile graced the princess's face. I wish your spine would break, certainly. Now let's practice our techniques beyond Shumpo. I secretly developed the technique myself a few days ago, but I haven't perfected it yet. Naruto channeled his fierce Ryatsu into his veins, his sapphire eyes glowing a brilliant blue as a result. Snapping his fingers, 10 exact copies of Naruto surrounded Yoruichi in an instant, shocking the princess. So, what do you think? They're the afterimages of using a high-speed Shumpo, and they have a mind of their own. I have yet to name this technique. Wow! Are they solid copies? Yoruichi stepped forward and touched a replica. They feel real. However, there is a problem. As those words were uttered, the clones burst apart and dissolved into a breeze of winds. Yes, that's the problem. There's a time limit to my creation. 10 seconds is the maximum. I'm still trying to work on the time expansion. Then we should come up with a name for our new techniques. The princess chirped. Names? Hey, I have one for yours. Yoruichi raised a questioning eyebrow. What's that? Hexy's stripper technique. The Shihoin heir blushed. How dare you? Hey! Your technique makes you strip dash. He rips my sleeves and backs away, that's all. Naruto grinned. And show the world that the great Shihoin Yoruichi wears a hexy thong. Disappearing from her position, Yoruichi reappeared behind the blonde and launched a barrage of lethal kicks. Once her foot connected with the blonde's spine, Naruto dissipated in a soft breeze. Frustrated by the distraction Naruto created for himself, Yoruichi ran across the training grounds. Not far away, the blonde hid behind a massive rock, chuckling at the princess's inability to sense his presence. Night had fallen, and twinkling stars pierced the sky, with a few dark clouds scattered across the sky. After a long and grueling session of intense training, Naruto and Yoruichi walked together toward their respective homes. The Yamamoto clan and the Shihoin clan happened to be between separate unions. Technically, the two clans were considered neighbors, but they had been mortal rivals since the founding of Soul Society. Reaching the split route, Naruto sighed. Guess we're here. Yeah, for inexplicable reasons, an instinct fights against the blonde to do the unexpected. She grabbed the princess in an affectionate hug. Yo-chan, I have something to tell you. The truth is Naruto gently pushed Yoruichi away, his cerulean eyes meeting the princess's glowing orbs. What is it? The princess blushed a bright streak of red, waiting for the blonde's confession. I have to go. See you tomorrow. In an instant, Naruto vanished into a mere rumbling echoing resonance, leaving behind a disappointed princess. Naruto slipped into the province quietly, his irregular mood swings unable to attract unwanted attention. All he had to do was silently cross the gigantic elongated garden, the elegant and rather spacious living room, go through the seemingly endless hallway, and reach his room, a definite and feasible plan with only one possible obstacle: his grandfather. Anticipating with precise caution, Naruto passed through the garden, and when he set foot in the living room, Genryosei had already been waiting for his grandson's arrival in his chair. Hey Gigi, is that the greeting I get for being concerned about my grandson's safety? The blonde smiled. Come on, Gigi. Don't worry about me. I'm an adult now. To me, you're still a silly kid. Naruto chuckled and sat down next to his grandfather. So, what do I deserve the honor of my grandfather's most amazing presence? The old captain sighed. Stop being such a blasphemous formality. You're such a reckless girl. Sorry, Gigi. Do you want a kiss? The adoptive grandfather shattered his strict demeanor and laughed. You're always the same. How have you been, boy? It's been a while since you came home from your division headquarters. You know the usual. A mountain of paperwork. It's the most disgusting job ever. I can't believe I've been a lieutenant for almost 30 years serving Eroji-san. Shunsui may have a laid-back personality, but his wisdom and power is ineffably strong. Naruto finished for his grandfather. He says that 100th of the time. Then I will offer you good news. The blonde raised an eyebrow. What is it? I can't do paperwork anymore? Quite the opposite. With the support of several well-known captains, we've come to the conclusion of promoting him to be one of us. A captain? Naruto sighed in mock sadness. Great. More paperwork. God has no mercy on my poor soul. Which squad am I in charge of? You will be informed during tomorrow's ceremony. That's quick. Am I getting promoted tomorrow due to a lack of manpower? You fit the criteria for being a captain a long time ago. Furthermore, the rebels are advancing with their troops. It won't be long before they start a full-blown civil war among us. Those renegade Shinigami will use any opportunity we can offer them as a possible way to take over Soul Society. We, as protectors of this court, must not allow those traitors to lay their filthy hands on the peace we have created. What we need now are potential combatants willing to fight on the front lines of the battlefield and lead our warriors to victory. Naruto shrugged indifferently before struggling up a seat post and wandering toward his room. Yeah, I know. Just send someone to tell me the place and time of the ceremony. I hope it won't be too much trouble. Naruto, the blonde stopped in his tracks. I'm proud of you. Smiling contentedly, Naruto murmured softly under his breath. And I'm proud of you too, Gigi. Good night. Father, please! You can't do this to me, fool! You should know better than me. The day that tattoo was imprinted on your leg, you are destined to marry the heir of a larger clan, and it just so happens to be the heir of the Kuchiki clan. Get dressed and attend your wedding ceremony tomorrow. Do not attempt to escape. I have ordered the entire Onmitsukido and my 2nd Division troops to secure your room. If you are found guilty of escaping, you will receive the punishment I deserve. Tears welled in her eyes, Yoruichi pleaded. But father, I've never seen the heir before. How could you dash? Silence! Stay here and be good. What you are doing now is for the good of our clan. Your marriage is proof of an alliance with the Kuchiki clan. It won't be long before we conquer all the nobles' clan and proclaim ourselves the strongest. Now, do what is best for the clan and be obedient before the men strip you naked for a humiliating test of chastity in front of my squad, you insolent wench. Lord Shihoin gracefully turned around before leaving the room, imprisoning his daughter in the confined room without looking at the sobbing princess, who was crying her pain into his hands. Sorry, Naruto-kun, sorry. What will Naruto's squad be? More importantly, what is his squad in charge of? That's the most important question I have here. And Yoruichi's destiny finally caught up with her. What will Naruto do? Chapter 7. Your Reflections. Naruto slammed the door open, his breath coming out tediously and his sapphire eyes widening in dismay. I object! This wedding I object! The guests of the supposedly harmonious ceremony frowned at the blonde's unorthodox and rather extravagant actions. Unnerved by the insolent intruder, a man in the audience stood up and raised an accusing finger directed at Naruto. Why, you insolent, good-for-nothing piece of trash! How dare you disrupt this beautiful wedding with the clan arrangement? We should throw you behind bars and dash. Enough! Yoruichi exclaimed, silencing the crowd. Naruto-kun, you've arrived. Unsettled by the monotone, Naruto frowned. Yo-chan. What's going on? What about the wedding and the dress? Isn't it obvious I'm getting married? But you've never noticed my feelings for you. You only focus on yourself and act like you don't have a care in the world. You don't care about me. You do things your way and make decisions that only satisfy your own hunger or needs, but you've never sincerely asked my opinion. You play with my feelings like I'm a joke on you, like I'm a prank you pulled. You never tried to understand me, and now, I will torment you for your sins. I will make you regret the day you met me until the end of your life. Yo-chan! Wait. That's not true. Please let me explain. You may kiss the bride. The priest interrupted. The unknown groom leaned forward and captured the princess's lips. Yoruichi, while kissing her husband, winked at Naruto, forcing the blonde to fall to his knees, crying in pain. Do not leave me, Yo-chan, no! Naruto abruptly opened his eyes and shot out. Desperately gasping for air, the blonde realized he was in his bedroom. So it was all a dream, huh? Laughing at the unrealistic nightmare, Naruto suddenly realized the depth of his devotion, affection, and love for Yoruichi. Though they shared loving embraces or romantic kisses, the pair never confessed their true feelings. No matter how brave the blonde was, or how fearlessly he could fight against his legendary grandfather or his surrogate uncles without trembling, he simply couldn't bring himself to say it. I love you. 3 simple words and I don't even have the guts to say them. Naruto muttered. How foolish of me. Succumbing to fatigue, Naruto collapsed onto his bed and fell into the clutches of sleep. The Otsutsuki was similar to a parliament of governors that decided the fate of every assassin working for the force. No one was allowed to reveal any visible weakness. Shedding tears was a fundamental factor that would diminish a member's pride and dignity. Rules and regulations were the priority of every warrior under the command of both the 2nd Division and the Otsutsuki, in which every assassin was trained to place their missions as the true objective. Comrades were merely tools for victory. Such practices disgusted Yoruichi. She dismissed such theories and believed that only teamwork should succeed. If it weren't for a certain blonde showing her what it was like to have true friends, Princess Shihoin might actually follow the traditional constitution passed down through generations. But now, she was nothing more than a helpless woman. Father's orders are law, it's something I can't alter, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Yoruichi bit her trembling lips as tears fell uncontrollably from her tan eyes. Being with you has been an eye-opener. I truly cherish every second of studying with you, fighting with you, eating with you, and goofing off with you. Please forgive me, the Shihoin heir muttered solemnly to the wall beside his bed. We're not meant to be together. Hugging the fox plush Naruto bought her a decade ago, Yoruichi wept her sadness and misery in memory of her only lover. 10 years ago, it was almost an Arctic night, filled with hazy clouds obscuring the clarity of the night. The snow fell as if it were forever, covering the road and pavement with a blanket of snow. Naruto and Yoruichi, dressed in a pink and purple coat and scarf respectively, strolled together through the secluded park, their hands securely intertwined. It's sea cold, why did you bring me here? Yoruichi scanned the park with disinterest. I have a gift for you. Naruto smiled. Princess Shihoin noticed the blonde man constantly inspecting his watch, questioning him curiously. You look nervous. Are you alright? So what's the occasion? Why are you giving me a gift anyway? Obviously, there's an important occasion for me to give you a gift. Now close your eyes. Raising an eyebrow, Yoruichi continued. Why are you playing sneak? Just close them. Naruto whined childishly. The princess laughed before closing her eyes. Don't look, it's okay. Yoruichi breathed in annoyance. Look and you're a pig. Determined to verify the Shihoin heir's promise, the blonde waved a hand to make sure Yoruichi's eyes were really closed. Noticing that the princess didn't flinch, Naruto smiled and ventured toward the tree in front of him. When he reached the tree, the blonde crouched down and reached for a remote control. Moments later, Naruto found his target and pressed the red button on the device. At once, several tiny bulbs randomly scattered throughout the tree glowed with color. The main attention was the red fox plush toy hanging idly from the branch. Satisfied with the result of his work, the blonde man ran to Yoruichi. All right, you can open your eyes now. The princess gradually opened her eyes. She was completely bewildered by the sight before her. Why you did all this? That's right. It's 12 o'clock. Happy birthday, Yo-chan! Naruto cheered. I personally went to the Rukongai district to buy those bulbs. That fox plush? I sewed it all myself after taking sewing classes. With a snap of her fingers, the red fox plush floated into Yoruichi's hands. This fox will represent me in the future. Whenever you feel sad or want to talk to someone if I'm not around, talk to Foxy-chan. You remember my birthday. The princess petted the fox while desperately suppressing her tears. Hiding her emotions, the Shihoin heiress masked herself with a serious face. And Naruto-kun, please remember this. Naruto raised a puzzled eyebrow. What is it? If one day I throw Foxy-chan away, then you'll have to prepare. Get ready? The blonde's tone was laced with worry and anxiety, disturbed by Yoruichi's sudden severity. It means, Yoruichi hesitated, unable to truly tell Naruto the truth. I've also discarded you friendship and everything. 10 years later. Tell me, Foxy-chan. Yoruichi was choked by her own pain as her sobbing became unbearable. What should I do? Talk to me. Aren't you Naruto-kun? Why aren't you talking to me? That night, the princess fell asleep in despair with the dried stain of tears on her reddened cheeks. Are you sure about this, master? Are you questioning me, servant? The servant bowed. No, sir. But to use your daughter's happiness as a bargaining chip for fool. The Shihoin clan has suffered a dishonorable defeat at the hands of Yamamoto for years. I will never sign a peace treaty with the old fool and his imbecile grandson. The Kuchiki clan is weakened after the Koga revolt. When the time comes for both the Shihoin clan and the Kuchiki clan to merge, we will surpass the Kuchiki clan immediately. Jinrei will have no authority to not recognize the supremacy of the Shihoin clan after his son-in-law defected against Soul Society. With the combined forces of both clans, the Yamamoto clan is nothing more than an obstacle to my greater goals. That daughter of mine is merely my tool to achieve my clan's greatness. The servant, though inwardly detesting his master's action, spoke emotionlessly. What about Naruto-sama? Yoruichi-sama has a close relationship with that man. Almost as close as lovers. If my guesses are correct, Naruto-sama did not become entangled in a relationship with Yoruichi-sama because of clan feud. If it weren't for the eternal rivalry between the Yamamoto clan and the Shihoin clan, they would have already become couples. Whatever. That kid is just an eyesore in my plans. I've already devised methods to separate those two. Once that kid hands over my daughter, she'll be willingly doing my bidding like the boar she should be. With that, the old man Shihoin creaked maniacally into the night. The day was an empyrean blue decorated with various cloud spores in the sky. A gentle breeze passed by, lightly shaking the trees as the petals of the green leaves sank to the ground. Naruto smiled as he gazed listlessly at the wonderful scenery. He would soon attend the promotion ceremony and would be the first of his generation to achieve the prevailing level of superiority within the Shinigami military force. However, there were still things I had to do before the commencement ceremony began. I'm going to confess today. I'm going to tell Yo-chan how I really feel about her. Naruto smiled. A maid passed by the courtyard, catching the blonde's recognition of his predicament. An idea formulated in his mind, Naruto smiled before shouting for attention. The maid, sensing Naruto's summons, stepped forward and bowed with unconditional respect. What can I do for you, Naruto-sama? Are you hungry? What cuisine are you craving? Is Western cuisine appropriate for your taste? Or perhaps you need help with educational problems? History, geography, hex education? The blonde blinked, unable to register everything the maid was throwing around in words. No? Anyway, I need your help with relationship issues. The maid's eyes widened before she smiled at her young master. What kind of relationship problems? You see, my friend has liked this girl for years. And he thinks this girl likes him too. He doesn't know how to confess his feelings to her and young master, perhaps I should start a casual conversation with Yoruichi-sama and escalate the topics naturally to the relationship between the two of you. Have some courage, Naruto-sama. Naruto's jaw dropped. How did you? I've been looking after you for years. I know your lying expressions. You stumble a little every time you try to lie. The maid complained indifferently. The blonde's face faltered. I see. Perhaps you could try purchasing an engagement ring for Yoruichi-sama? If you need help, I can ask our fellow servants to assist you. After all, a woman understands a woman better than a man, right? Yoruichi-sama is expecting too much, Naruto-sama. You're right. Come on. Screw the clan's hatred for each other. Yo-chan comes first. Naruto studied his wristwatch. My promotion is at 5. It's currently 12, so there's definitely time for me to tell her. I'll prepare for our excursion. Bowing in reverence, the maid hurried away to notify the other participants of the expedition. Hey, I'm going to visit Yoruichi. I won't be back for dinner, Kaien. Tell Ganju not to hang out with those hooligans or I'll kick his ass when I get back. Yeah, whatever. The eldest Shiba took a sip of his tea and continued to admire the serene view of nature. Kakaku smiled as she sped toward the Shihoin compound, unaware of her best friend's inextricable situation. Yoruichi, dressed in a glamorous purple kimono with an elegant orchid decorated on the fabric and an array of delicate jewels that embellished her beauty, sat gracefully on the shores of a lake. Today was considered an auspicious day for the celebration of a grand wedding tradition. It was the day she would be forever separated from Naruto, and she reluctantly gave in to the fact that there was no serendipity between her and the blonde, the cruel thread of fate that determined her loneliness with a being she had never met in her life. Being a warrior on the battlefield was simply a matter of indifference to her indifferent father. What truly mattered was her value to the clan. Reaching for the golden tiara on her head, the princess placed the priceless sculptural piece on the surface of the lake and watched as the jewels drifted with the passage of the lake. It was then that a song invaded her mind that somehow reflected her dilemma. Look at me! Yoruichi looked at the replica of herself with a slight hint of sadness on her features. You may think you see who I really am, but you'll never know me. Looking back on her father's years of neglecting her existence, a tear slowly formed in her eyes. Every day, it's like I'm playing a role. Now I see, if I wear a mask I can fool the world. The princess brushed her purple bangs away from his sight. But I can't deceive my heart. His heart was the illusion of a certain blonde. He recalls his first encounter with the blonde who didn't care about being a noble or flaunting her prodigious power. He was the outcast of the male population, kind in his heart but rare to find in a crowd. Who is the girl I see staring right back at me? When will my reflection show who I am inside? Yoruichi watched as the personification of her soul sang beside her in the image of herself in the pond. I am now in a world where I must hide my heart and what I believed in. But somehow, I will show the world what's inside my heart, and I will be loved for who I am. The beautiful melody of her voice made numerous butterflies dance, swirling around her. Who is the girl I see staring back at me? Why is my reflection someone else I don't know? Must I pretend to be someone else forever? When will my reflection show who I am inside? As she sang the chorus, she remembered her days with Naruto. There is a heart that must be free to fly. Contemporary was the cold reality that the intertwining of her fate with Naruto occurred at the forefront of her mind. Tears cascaded uncontrollably down her flushed cheeks. It burns with the need to know the reason why. Why must we all hide what we think, how we feel? Must there be a secret I'm forced to hide? Her tears fell into the pond, causing a trail of ripples. I won't pretend to be someone else forever. When will my reflection show who I am inside? Yoruichi's heart ached painfully when she saw her grief-stricken counterpart crying in the pond as well. When will my reflection show who I am inside? As the song reached its epilogue, a servant walked quickly toward the princess. My lady, it is time for you to prepare for the wedding ceremony. Lord Shihoin and Lord Kuchiki are in the hall, attending to the guests. Yoruichi wiped away her tears, gradually regaining her composure. I'll prepare myself soon. This isn't good. Kakaku's eyes widened as she hid behind the garden wall. I must inform Narabaka. That Squad 2 captain is certainly despicable, holding a secret wedding to avoid possible disturbance. Yoruichi is so far into this mess. Allowing for a single moment of delay, Princess Shiba vanished in a resounding echo. The Lord of Shihoin was entertaining the guests in a heated debate on the principles of strategic application of tactics in the art of war, while monitoring any possible threats to the clandestine ceremony. If any member of the other clans discovered his conspiracy, an uproar would undoubtedly ensue and disrupt the wedding. To prevent him from waiting for a cure, the old man had placed several spies and sentries from both the Onmitsukido and his 2-division squadron to relay messages to him if any threat arose. Suddenly, a blur of sound appeared next to the Shihoin leader, and a clan assassin appeared. Blending into the crowd, the soldier whispered silently to the leader. Hearing the news, the man gritted his teeth. So that kid's heading this way, huh? Cut him off and fake a lie about what's going on. Do anything you can to stop him. Sir, according to reports, Naruto-sama is a man whose knowledge rivals even the minds of Sotei Shidano. We believe that hiding an army of soldiers behind our tracks would at least stop him should he decide to attack us. His power is not something we can underestimate. There are several times he manages to bypass our security that not even our lieutenant could cross the border without triggering the alarm. His knowledge of traps, deception, and warfare must be taken into account. The leader rolled his eyes and snarled. Do whatever it takes to stop him. Yeah! Naruto walked towards the Shihoin Palace with a happy tune as his purchased diamond ring was stored in his pockets. But he stopped in his steps when several Shihoin clan ninjas gathered around him along with hundreds of camouflaged men. Naruto-sama, you are not allowed to enter the compound. The guard looked suspiciously at the katana strapped to the blonde's waist. Legend had it that the heir to the Yamamoto clan wielded one of the strongest elemental Zanpakuto, possessing power unmatched by many other Zanpakuto. We are ordered to keep all trespassers out. Please understand. Naruto raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. What's going on? Why can't I visit the compound? Surely the captain of Squad 2 misses me for not visiting, right? It's because Taisha-sama misses your presence. He sincerely asked you to visit him some other day. A random guard lied smoothly. Really? Tell me, what's the occasion? A simple get-together at home to celebrate our anniversary. Naruto smiled. Anniversary of what? From the guard stammered, desperately trying to come up with a lie that could fool Naruto. From the fame and reputation the Shihoin clan had earned over the years. So why do you need to think before you speak? The sentries swallowed the nervous lumps in their throats. From what I understand, Elder Shihoin will give his men detailed information about what the ceremony is about because he is a person who detests incompetence. By hesitating for approximately 3 seconds and 26 milliseconds, you prove the fact that all of you are lying. The guards bowed. Forgive our insolence, but whatever the case, we can't let you in. That's the order. Stroking his chin, Naruto smiled. Really? The guards were slowing, reaching for the hilt of their swords, fear rising in their souls. That's right. Please withdraw. We don't want any misfortune to befall you, Naruto-sama. To her surprise, Naruto raised his hand in surrender. Fine then. I'll go. Naruto turned around and walked away as the guards watched him leave. Something's definitely not right. Naruto muttered as uncertainty filled his mind. Usually, someone as snobbish and prideful as that old man Shihoin will probably hold a massive parade just to show off their clan's strength, since everything he says has something to do with clan matters. Holding a secret ceremony is definitely suspicious. Besides, if I'm around, Yo-chan will surely come out of nowhere. But she didn't even come out to greet me, which means she's in trouble too. She's not a person to just stand still for 5 minutes in some boring shit and not wreak havoc. It was then that a pair of hands grabbed the blonde man's neck and threw him into a dark alley. Frightened by his mishap, the blonde man screamed. If you're a man, don't grape me. If you're a hexy woman, please be gentle. His speech earned him a blow to the head. Oops, that hurts. You deserve it for spitting garbage. Kakaka put a hand on her waist. Kuchan? What's the problem? Naruto squeezed the comical wound on his head. Are you trying to grape me? Princess Shiba's eyes twitched in annoyance. Stop joking. Okay, sorry. What's wrong? Yoruichi is getting married. Oh, okay, wait, what? Naruto ruffled his hair, disturbed by the news. Are you serious? Duh. They're secretly trying to force Yoruichi to marry the Kuchiki heir. The Kuchiki heir? As in that child? They want Yo-chan to marry a child? Yeah, Naruto raised an eyebrow. How did you know? I overheard the conversation between several servants in the compound. I'm just curious as to why Yoruichi didn't fight against the marriage. Naruto stood up, dusted off his clothes, and placed his thumb and index finger on his chin, contemplating for a moment. It's not because Yo-chan didn't fight. It's most likely that she can't fight. Kakaku tilted his head slightly, pondering the matter. What do you mean by that? She's not the clan head yet, remember? It's her father who makes all the decisions, and judging by my personal perception of what the elder Shihoin's characteristic is, her father probably forced her to marry the Kuchiki heir. What's the point? To gain military strength, precisely, by gaining military strength. The blonde emphasized the word strength aloud. Don't you understand? Among the noble clans, only the Yamamoto clan had a long-term rivalry with the Shihoin clan for years that Ji-chan is trying to stop. However, the Shihoin elder simply couldn't forget the past and stored his petty rage against my grandfather. Recently, Koga of the Kichiki clan rebelled against Soul Society and put the Kichiki clan to shame. But let's not forget the fact that even though Koga rebelled, it doesn't actually reduce the military strength of the Kichiki clan. If the Shihoin clan arranged a marriage alliance, the Shihoin elder can not only help restore the Kichiki clan's pride, but also take control of the entire Kichiki clan in the process. With that, Kakaka's eyes widened. Wow, you sure are a genius who comes along every millennium. Do you want my autograph? Princess Shiba's sweat dripped. Save it for the others. Right now, we have more important things to do, like planning how to stop the wedding. There are a few ways to stop him. Naruto spoke in a knowing tone. Ways? What is it? First, the diplomatic solution, politely inquiring with my Yamamoto clan insignia by pressuring that old Shihoin. It's quite unlikely to work, but it's still worth a try. Second, the threatening technique. We call our brothers and sisters to stop the ceremony with us. Third option, we expose their conspiracy. If all three options don't work, we have to resort to the last solution. The blonde sighed in mock sadness. We'll unleash hell at the wedding ceremony. Old Shihoin will be very angry if that happens, but that's his fault for trying to sow discord between Yo-chan and me. I prefer to go with the latest options right away. Naruto's sweat dropped. Then the entire Soul Society will be behind us. If we follow my chronological order, we can at least claim that we requested a denial for the wedding, but that old Shihoin didn't obey tradition. So why the whole secret wedding thing? Simple. Naruto pointed at himself with his thumb. Me, you, to prevent him from intercepting his daughter's wedding, of course. Kuchan, call all our brothers and sisters by the arm. Time to get wild. Within seconds, Princess Shiba searched her pockets and pulled out a small tube before pulling the string at the bottom, shooting a flame straight into the sky. Minutes later, the fireworks exploded into the sky, taking the form of a pair of crossed katanas. Kensei had just completed a pile of paperwork. Satisfied with his accomplishment, he slumped in his seat and sipped his wine as a reward for conquering the terror that was paperwork until a sudden, blinding light caught his attention. Kensei whipped his gaze out the window and was surprised to see the sign of trouble through the fireworks. Someone's in trouble. Mashiro! Audible footsteps were heard and soon, the door opened revealing the dim, green-haired girl. You calling, Kensei? Someone is in trouble. Let's get it done as soon as possible. Shinji hated his job as a lieutenant with a boiling passion. The stereotypical view of being a Shinigami was equivalent to reaping souls, but the truth was that even the afterlife required officers to do paperwork. The worst part was that it never stopped growing in terms of the amount of work that needed to be done. I just wish something drastic would happen so I could escape this shit. In fact, I'll do anything to be rid of all this paperwork. Kami, why don't you show me some love? At just the right moment, the fireworks alarmed Shinji. Huh! Isn't that the symbol of danger? So Kami heard my plea. Thank you for showing mercy to me. In a sonic boom, the 5th Division lieutenant dissipated in a burst of air toward his destination. Urahara scratched his head in confusion. It was simply strange that his captain, the wild and sometimes insane Yoruichi Shihoin, didn't make his life miserable. Perhaps God is showing me love and giving me a day off. Nodding at the compromise, the scientist decided to spend his day researching for the greater good of Soul Society until he saw a binding illumination and became aware of the fireworks. Oh, so God shows me no love? Why? What did I do to deserve this? Dropping his head in dismay, Urahara sped toward the designated area. As a lieutenant in the 3rd Division, Rose rarely had time to leave his post due to the hectic hours. I just want to go to the human world and buy that album I saw. Music really softens the soul. I need that album. It was at that moment that Rose saw the fireworks. Gifts, more paperwork. Narrowing her eyes in pure frustration, Rose sighed and transformed into a torrent of jet stream. Lisa, although designated as the 3rd seat of the 8th Division, only handled less paperwork. Surprisingly, Naruto didn't neglect his duties like his surrogate uncle and took responsibility for his work. Lisa signed the last document, placed it on top of the pile, and sighed. I hope the rest of the day is peaceful. Unfortunately, the hideous window was located in front of Lisa's desk, where the female Shinigami saw the fireworks. Perfect, life sucks for me. Yoruichi wore an exquisite silky white dress, a pair of silver gloves, and a luxurious tiara on her head. Her bronze eyes stared through her reflection in the mirror, her gloved hands clenched tightly into fists. "This is it, Naruto-kun. Our love ends here." Suddenly, Princess Shihoin noticed several fireworks exploding in the sky outside her window several miles away, and her eyes widened at the impending dilemma. "No, Naruto-kun found out about the wedding. I think he's going to do what I think he's going to do." The impending impasse was absolutely inevitable, and was definitely going to have an impact on the momentous history of Seoul society. I do not own the song, Reflection, by Coco Lee/Christina Aguilera. Next episode of Wedding Crash. Don't forget to submit your hopes for which division Naruto should attend. Please don't choose the second division, and indicate what the division focuses on. Chapter 8. The Neutral Party. Yoruichi had lost hope. Even if Naruto barged in and caused a nasty commotion, his father would do everything in his power to ensure the success of his marriage. The only problem was, what was the enigmatic blonde planning? Praying silently, I could only ask Kami for Naruto's safety. Thanks for calling me here. God, you don't understand how much paperwork I've avoided thanks to you, man. Shinji shook his blonde companion's hands enthusiastically. So what's the problem? Why call us here? Naruto just nodded. Long story. Let me cut this short. Yoruichi is getting married, and I need your full support for my plan. Your plan? Everyone asked with deep curiosity. That's right. A subtle smile spread across the blonde's attractive features. Now about my plan. The guests had arrived. Everyone was chatting among themselves, either perplexed by the age differences between the bride and groom, the disposition of either party, or the happiness both bride and groom had achieved. Knowing the temperamental nature of the Shihoin leader, the wise nobles suspected a possible forced marriage, but due to the circumstances, they had no right to interfere in the internal affairs between the Kichiki and Shihoin clans. Yoruichi, dressed in her elegant white dress, walked towards the chapel with an unusually calm gait, accompanied by several guards and maids. His eerily impassive eyes were what really scared his companions. That's the plan. Naruto smiled charmingly. Is that the plan? Kensei, after listening to the blonde's elaboration with rapt attention, questioned doubtfully. Yes, that's the plan. It would definitely work. Trust me, the blonde assured. Logically, it could work. Lisa stroked her chin. Let's hope Shihoin Taicho handles the matter peacefully. I doubt it, Rose replied. Shihoin Taicho is a man who does things without thinking through the consequences beforehand. And he's not a man who listens to reason. I'm afraid your plan might not have a high winning percentage. Mishiro tilted her head comically in confusion. Why not? Why can't we just walk in and start kicking ass? Because we'll be arrested for trespassing, assaulting nobles, interfering with clan affairs, attempted murder, and many more. If that were to happen, even Yamamoto Sotei Shidano wouldn't be able to do anything to clean up our sorry asses. Kensei crossed his arms. Right now, the best solution is the diplomatic solution Naruto mentioned. Violence isn't always the best solution to every problem, but I heard, if violence doesn't solve our problem, then we're simply not using enough violence. Urahara chimed in. Shut up, Baka! I can't believe someone like you would listen to nonsense like that. Kakaka put a hand on her hips. The lazy scientist raised an eyebrow. Shit? The literal definition of shit simply refers to a cow's dung in which dash. Shut up! Naruto yelled in frustration. Yo-chan is in trouble. As friends, we have to do something. Somehow, Mishiro blushed a little before timidly asking. Will you do this for me us if anything happens? If any of you suffer any mishap, I'll definitely be the first to help, no matter what. Naruto smiled. Definitely. Their words, personalities, actions, and maturity were the only reasons Naruto was the leader of their small, nameless team. Time's up. Yoruichi walked towards her future husband along with her father, the nervous, yet reluctant groom, Kichiki Byakuya, heir to the Kichiki clan, heard rumors about the unorthodox manner possessed by the Shihoin heir, who was also a famous pioneer in both assassinations and battle strategies. But he was surprised to see a beautiful woman with angelic facial features walking towards him who had a palpable quality of true grace, despite the unwanted rumors circulating throughout Seoul society. However, Byakuya noticed the touching sadness shown in her expressions. Guests applauded as Yoruichi walked the red carpet toward her engagement until Object! Stop! Everyone turned their attention to the invader while the princess was stunned beyond cognition upon registering the voice. Who are you? A random guest demanded. Naruto took out a plaque and proudly showed it to the audience. I am the future successor of the Yamamoto clan, Naruto Uzumaki Yamamoto. The guests opened their eyes, silence intruded. Enraged by the blonde's insolence, Shihoin spat. You have the nerve to show your face here, Uzumaki. Of course I do. I'm pretty cheeky too, you know? Naruto sneered. I come in peace because I'm only here to object to the wedding, so what's next? Are you going to drag my daughter down with you? In case you don't know, let me remind you that offending a clan chief is a felony on par with murder, Naruto smiled. Under the Clan Affairs Act, Section 2 of the Fundamental Basic Crime, unless the clan head has suffered physical or mental injury, a passerby is not liable for any crime. I am obeying the marriage law and legally objecting to this wedding, the Shihoin leader gritted his teeth. Fool! Guards, capture him! At that exact moment, the rest of Naruto's group dropped down next to the apathetic blonde, surrounding him with their swords drawn. Kensei warned. Lower your weapons, soldier, or else. Do you dare defy my orders? Take it, catch us, and you'll all be beheaded. Naruto muttered quietly, his tone laced with authority and intimidation. Old Shihoin, I respect you as a father, as a leader, and as a captain. But, grab it now! Shihoin's head ordered in frustration. Naruto pointed his index and middle fingers at the Shihoin leader. Rikujikoro, 6 golden planes of energy slammed into Shihoin's head, immobilizing him in the process. I said I simply come in peace. Don't force me to resort to violence, old Shihoin. The guards cautiously withdrew, all according to plan. Naruto smiled to himself. Once the leader falls, his men will fall as well. How dare you attack me with such petty spells? Free me at once or else I'll tear you apart once I'm free. With a snap of Kukaku's fingers, the Shihoin leader was unable to speak, courtesy of Princess Shiba's spell. Sorry, it's too irritating. Thank you, Kuchan. Anyway, I'm here to tell a story. A story that surprises me on many levels. A father, unreasonable and selfish, is willing to sacrifice the happiness of his own son, his own daughter for the sake of power and status. This father couldn't forget the past. He clings to the past so much that he believes being an avenger is his goal in life. However, he loses sight of the happy opportunities around him just to create his own monopoly in this world. The guests quieted, their loyalty wavering as they continued to listen. I'm not being rude to the clan chiefs or trying to change their loyalty to my side. I want everyone here to use their common sense, their logic to look at this problem and make their own decisions. Let's imagine we're in the shoes of the poor girl whose father banishes her from having her own happiness for the sake of the clan. Can all of you here feel the pain she has to endure? Don't answer the rhetorical question because I can give you the correct answer. Not now! Chatting began to occur among the guests. A guest stood up. It is Yoruichi Dano's duty. How about I request your immediate dismissal from your current position simply because I suspect your incompetence at your job? Naruto intervened, causing the guests to fall silent. What is the definition of sense of duty? To neglect the happiness we should strive to achieve? We're Shinigami, not living beings. Another guest argued. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Really? How about you stop eating and breathing from now on? How about that for a change? What nonsense are you, Dash? You said it yourself. We are not living beings, but Shinigami. Stereotypically, we don't eat, so why bother? When it comes to the terminology of life, everything that lives is part of the term called living beings. We deserve the right to find our own happiness, instead of being a butterfly in chains. Yo-chan deserves to find her own happiness. Look at the groom. Everyone turned their attention to Byakuya. That kid isn't even of marriageable age, and now you guys are forcing him to marry someone who can be his godmother. Age doesn't matter. A noble sneered, at which Naruto simply smiled. That just depends on the situation. I remember you. You're the nobleman who just had a baby girl a few months ago, right? A cold bead of sweat formed on the nobleman's temples. Yes? How about this? I'll arrange for her to marry my grandfather tomorrow. The nobleman opened his eyes in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? Yamamoto Soteshidano is simply too old for her. Besides, she's just a baby, but age doesn't matter. Naruto arched a mischievous smile as the noble stumbled at his speech. Back to the topic, I'm not here for a confrontational style of bickering. I'm here to discuss this troublesome matter of settling our clan's dispute once and for all. Violence is not the absolute way to solve problems. How many people died needlessly during the last clan wars centuries ago? Thousands, perhaps? Enraged by Yamamoto's heir's declaration, a guest shouted. Are you saying our war was in vain? Absolutely. If war solves the problem, then why is old Shihoin still planning a coup against my grandfather? Blood is a harbinger of carnage and hatred. It flows without end once it's spilled. All I want is to settle our clan's resentment between each other. Is it really entertaining to send spies to other barracks or watch your own men die on the battlefield? Because, according to a child's IQ, that's not entertaining at all. Why can't we use this energy to resort to peace and harmony? Isn't that what we preach? Silence, child. You're young and inexperienced. You know nothing about politics, so I suggest you leave. A nobleman warned indignantly. I may be young, I admit it. I am inexperienced in politics. That is a fact. But one thing I know for sure, you live your life in the past. That gentleman over there lives his life in the present. I live my life in the future. That is what future generations require, to live a life in the future. Not the strict law of traditions that binds us, preventing our wings from growing. Not the stubborn councils that believe blindly following regulations is for the betterment of society. No, that will only degrade the population of this world. Are you saying we should do away with the laws established by our ancestors? The nobleman asked. No, I'm saying we should be flexible in life. I don't see any point in this marriage. Yo-chan's sacrifice isn't going to result in a happy ending, that's for sure. Suffering is what will really happen. Be prudent and ask yourself, are you living a life as a bootlicking lapdog for the sake of survival, or do you simply desire a peaceful life where bloodshed isn't your way of life? Everyone pondered, except for the Shihoin leader who was shooting fierce shards at the blonde. However, Naruto approached Yoruichi and gently took her wrist. His touch soothed the princess's rapid heartbeat. The blonde's pair of cerulean eyes filled with warmth, chasing away her fear. They were looking into Yoruichi's tanned ones. I would rather Ji-chan strip me of all my powers and allow me to live in Rakangai the rest of my life with Yo-chan as an average civilian, rather than being rich and unable to feel true happiness. And Naruto-kun, beautiful speech. There was some applause. Splendid indeed. Naruto, recognizing the voice, shifted his gaze to the intruder's owner and was surprised to see three familiar faces. Yukitake-sensei, Ero-sensei, Bachan? What are you three doing here? Retsu smiled. I'd certainly prefer to be called Ka-chan. Now, say it with me, Ka-dash. We're here because we're afraid you might not be aware of your promotion tonight, so we went to your house, but you're not there, so we're keeping searching until we receive news that you're at a wedding. But seriously, Yoruichi-chan, the years have been good to you. Look at you and that gorgeous body, damn it! Shunsui whistled lasciviously as he ogled the dress adorning the princess's exotic curves. Yoruichi, on the other hand, suppressed her blush. A few years ago, you were underage. Now you're a full-fledged devil spice girl, ready to rock the world like a boar. Jushiro, aware of his best friend's escalating verbalization, immediately injected himself. We heard everything, Naruto. We're proud of you. You have our support. Yoruichi-san shouldn't deserve to be with someone she doesn't love. As captain of the 13th Division, I, Yukitake Jushiro, object to this marriage. That's right. I, Unohana Retsu, captain of the 4th Division, second the motion to object to this marriage. I, Kairaku Shunsui, captain of the 8th Division, second the motion to object to this wedding as well. No way the senior captains are supporting that kid. There was an uproar, no one sure what exactly they should do. One of the guests, remembering Shunsui's speech, raised an eyebrow. Wait a minute, what do you mean by promotion, Shunsui-dano? Exactly what it means. Retsu smiled. Naruto-chan will be attending her promotion to captaincy ceremony tonight. You're all welcome, I am possible. Achieving Bankai requires a Shinigami to train for at least a century, and that doesn't guarantee that they will definitely achieve Bankai. How could he achieve Bankai in half a century? That's blasphemy. A noble claimed. Naruto-chan has already met the requirement of being captain. He has achieved Bankai. He has gained the support of most of the captains on the court and has the perfect attributes of being a captain. Furthermore, we are currently in the rebel era. It is rare to find people like Naruto. It is only natural that I promote him to captain. Upon hearing the news of Naruto's promotion and listening to his speech, several nobles raised their hands, signifying an objection. It was contagious. The number of rejections grew at an incredible rate. Naruto, satisfied that the majority of those in attendance were on his side, released the spell binding the Shihoin leader. Kakaku also dismissed the mute spell. Gaining freedom, the elder Shihoin narrowed his eyes at the blonde who had ruined his plan completely. Unable to calm his aggressive emotions, he charged towards Yoruichi and placed his sword at her neck, holding his own daughter hostage. Princess Shihoin, unable to grasp the situation, could only widen her eyes in disbelief. Father? What are you doing? Shut up! Stay away from me, all of you. Whoa, calm down, old Shihoin. Didn't I say it already? Violence doesn't solve everything? Silence! You crossed my borderline too far, boy, Shihoin-san. Shunsui held the hilt of his sword. As the boy said, violence isn't the best solution to every problem. Let it go, Naruto sighed. If the past is so unbearable, forget it and move on. Forget it? The Shihoin leader chuckled malevolently. Never! Your grandfather humiliates me for the last time. I fought against this empire for him, and what do I get? Only an elevated status. The blonde man shook his head in disappointment. I pity you. You just don't understand at all. Without hesitation, Naruto gripped the hilt of his sword and muttered. Fujin Hyugatsu, 9th style, Akuma Shinken Kane. Demon silence blaze. In a split second, the blonde vanished in a sudden burst of air and reappeared behind the unnoticed Shihoin elder. The Shihoin leader's eyes widened and he gradually turned his head back, only to see Naruto slowly sheathing his katana. At the precise moment, the blonde sheathed his sword fully with an audible tick. Simultaneously, the Shihoin leader coughed blood as he dropped his daughter and fell to his knees. Once the demon kills, it severs its enemy's internal organs, which one can train their body to withstand fatal injuries, but one cannot train their internal body to withstand fatal injuries. Your stomach, liver, spine, and tendons are all damaged, but with intensive care under Bachan, you will be healed in no time. Naruto sighed as he watched Yoruichi tend to her father's wound. Father, it would be fine. Just get well. Tears welled up in the princess's eyes. Despite the abuse she suffered over the years from her father, he was still her father after all. The Shihoin leader beckoned her closer so he could whisper to her. Yoruichi obeyed and leaned forward. We'll go together. Naruto, sensing plausible danger, shouted. Yo-chan! Watch out! It was already too late. A dagger, hidden beneath the elder Shihoin's sleeves, pierced Yoruichi's stomach. The princess collapsed to the ground as blood flowed uncontrollably from her wound. Father, why? If I die, you will die with me. Rushing to the princess's side, Naruto subsequently kicked his father with immense force, sending him tumbling into the opposite wall. The blonde crouched beside Yoruichi, his hands radiating a serene green glow as he channeled healing energy into the princess's abdomen before drawing his dagger. It's going to be okay, Yo-chan. Just wait. And Naruto-kun, it's useless. The Shihoin leader emerged from the rubble, clutching his chest in the process. I coated the dagger with lethal poison. She'll die within the hour with me. Naruto's eyes flashed with malice and rage as he glared fiercely at the old Shihoin. You've also crossed my boundary too far, idiot. Suddenly, a gigantic volume of menacing spiritual pressure slammed brutally down upon the church, causing cracks to form in the walls. The vehement pressure was so strong that even a captain-level Shinigami found it difficult to breathe properly. In an instant, the Shihoin leader swore he saw Naruto's eyes glowing a sinister blue, and his aura taking the form of a devilish dragon. You are under arrest, old Shihoin, for murder and treason. Men! Arrest that sinner! Yoruichi nudged the blonde to get her attention. And Naruto-kun, please don't! He's my father, please don't arrest him. An ominous shadow fell over his eyes. Naruto whispered softly. Yo-chan, I'm afraid this is something I cannot obey. No, Naruto-kun! The guards cuffed the elderly Shihoin's hands and led him away for sentencing while Yoruichi watched helplessly as her father was transported to jail. Retsu knelt beside the mortally wounded Yoruichi and examined his wounds. Bachan, because of my limited powers, I cannot heal her. Please, Bachan, you must save her. Retsu simply smiled. I can feel your love for her, Naruto-chan. The poison hasn't reached her organs. She's not in critical condition yet. Extending her palm, Retsu's arm radiated a vibrant green glow, and she placed it over the wound. Naruto-chan, it's time to go. Your promotion ceremony will begin soon. Let's take care of things from here. But Naruto-kun, the blonde man squeezed the princess's wrist and gently brought it to his cheeks. I'll stay. I don't care about the condition. As long as you're okay, and no, Naruto-kun, go for your promotion. I'll be fine with Unohana help. It won't be a big problem, just go. Naruto's grip tightened. I won't leave you here. Kensei sighed and placed a comforting hand on his best friend's shoulder. We'll take care of her. We don't agree? Shinji crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Whoever gets promoted must do whatever it takes to get promoted. Are you breaking our promise? We'll take care of Nico-chan. Mishiro cheered. So don't be such a sissy girl and go, Kakaku smiled. Even though I'm jealous, Yoruichi will be fine with us. Now go, or I'll kick your ass back to the world of the living. A joke brewing in his mind, Urahara scratched the back of his head with a mischievous smile on his lips. Yeah, go Naruto. Or some bossy girl will really kick your ass. What did you say, mad scientist? Thank you for calling me a mad scientist, Kakaku-san. I'm going to kill you after this. With pleasure. The audience roared with laughter. Naruto turned his attention to Yoruichi. Then I'll be back. I promise. I know you will. The Shihoin heir smiled affectionately. Struggling to his feet, Naruto patted Kensei on the shoulder. Take care of her, brother. I will, idiot. Kensei smiled. Hitch. Naruto laughed lightly before disappearing in a sonic blur. You have finally arrived, Yamamoto Uzumaki Naruto. Genryusai, in all his splendor, stood atop Sokayaka Hill. Naruto dusted his pants and sighed. Sorry, something held me up. I see. All right, are you ready? Naruto scanned the surroundings. Only a few captains were present to witness his interrogation. The disappearance of Retsu, Shunsui, and Joshiro was understandable, but for some others, not attending this grand ceremony was simply absurd. So, only Jinrei-san and a few other captains are present? The others are handling some problems. You just have to worry about the test ahead, Naruto. So what are we waiting for? Instantly, the entire hill crashed with a tremendous spiritual pressure that nearly rivaled that of the captain commander, astonishing everyone, including Genryusai himself. Naruto's eyes were a blaze of blue, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. Let's get wild! Bankai! Yoruichi was bedridden and only able to fulfill her duty a few weeks later. The poison was completely depleted and she was replenished with nourishing vitamins. Hours had passed since Naruto left for his promotion, but he still hadn't returned to her side. She was preoccupied with worry for the blonde's well-being while also fearing her father's current situation with trepidation. Then a familiar frame materialized beside her. Are you okay, Yo-chan? The princess smiled fondly. I'm fine. Unohana Taicho said I'd recover in a few weeks. That's a relief. Naruto sighed. So, how's your promotion going? Are you? Naruto frowned. Yoruichi, knowing the blonde's character, knew that Naruto was a person who couldn't accept failure. That was why the blonde worked tediously to gain recognition. Her unparalleled prowess was earned through hardship. You'll definitely get another chance soon. Don't give up, Naruto-kun. Even if the world hates you, I'll always be by your side. You promised? The blonde gave him irresistible puppy eyes. Yeah, Naruto pointed with his pinky. Pinky promise. Yoruichi curled her own pinky fingers around the blonde's. I do have something to tell you, though. The blonde sighed. What is it? Yoruichi asked, a clear concern emblazoned on her features. Is something wrong? Yes, suddenly, the blonde's smile widened into a grimace. I got promoted. The princess's jaw dropped. Momentarily, her face flushed with a crimson streak. You lied to me. Why, you're being naughty, Naruto smiled. I didn't lie. In fact, you're just assuming I'm applying for promotion because my promotion was a failure. But hey, I'm Naruto, the greatest actor in the universe. Besides, there's nothing I can't accomplish unless I don't want to. Yoruichi crossed her arms childishly. Excuse me this instant, Naruto complained in a youthful tone. Why should I? Oh? Are you getting mad at me, Yo-chan? I'm not going to talk to you until you apologize. Princess Shihoin snorted. The blonde just laughed. So how is my father? Is he? The mood in the room dropped dramatically. Naruto shrugged nonetheless. I'm not sure. He could be sentenced to life in prison or maybe death. Who knows? Committing treason is intolerable, that's for sure. I see. The blonde man took the princess's hand, his fingers caressing hers tenderly. Sometimes things just happen. You shouldn't be too emotionally subjective about a case just because it coincidentally relates to your father. His notorious affair has been well known over the years, it's a fact. I know, but no matter what he does, he's still my father, Naruto sighed in defeat. I'll try to make sure he gets a life sentence. However, there are no promises, I understand. Yoruichi smiled benevolently. Thank you, the blonde chuckled. No problem, the two of them get along really well, don't they? Jushiro sighed happily. Couples like this are hard to find these days. Retsu couldn't help but smile. I'm sure they are. They should start having babies dash. Shunsui couldn't complete his statement when he was hit by the head. I heard from Junryidano. Jushiro placed his thumb and forefinger on his chin. He's planning to transfer his grandson, Kuchiki Byakuya, to Naruto's new division. The perverted captain consoled the comical bruise on his head. Then I certainly hope Naruto doesn't make that kid hell, because he'll surely make his life a living hell as Naruto's disciple. The three captains laughed out loud. Chapter 9: Nightmare of a Reality. It was dusk. Bright stars scattered across the dark galaxy, shining their beautiful lights upon Soul Society. The perfectly crescent-shaped moon radiated a faint but soporific glow that tired even the least lethargic of a person on the plane of heaven. The arrival of the springs brought the cherry blossoms to bloom beneath the moon of solitude, reflecting a pinkish glow from the faint beam of light. Naruto, exhausted from his promotion to captaincy, walked toward his new room in the barracks. When he reached his destination, the blonde stood outside his door and sighed. He finally reached the top of the battle cycles. Surprisingly, among his dear friends, he was the first to achieve absolute recognition and strove to reach the top. Tomorrow will be a better day. Naruto smiled and slipped open the door, smelling the scent of his new room, the one he would likely stay in for the rest of his Shinigami career. And I thought I was the last among my classmates to become captain. Laughing at his conflicting thoughts, the blonde took a step forward and looked around his new, spacious room. Priceless yet elegant furniture was decorated and placed in the most beautiful and manageable way throughout his room. Although most of the furniture was arranged in the typical traditional Oriental style, Naruto didn't mind the antique selection of furnishings placed around the room. It reminded him of his home, definitely the work of his grandfather. Naruto wandered around the room, inspecting every corner until he stumbled upon a vase filled with a few mixed yellow and purple gladiolus flowers. The blonde chuckled softly and approached the flower petals, gently stroking the untouched petals with the sword lily. The only person he knew who loved the gladiolus, also known as the sword lily, was a certain Shihoin princess. Yo-chan! Naruto trailed off, smiling at his lover's gift. Turning his attention to the study table beside him, he noticed a letter. Curiosity filling his thoughts, Naruto picked it up and examined it, detecting any source of Ryatsu left behind, and was amazed by his discovery. Aizen? Naruto raised an eyebrow, opened the letter, and found a piece of paper. A neat font written clearly in the middle of the sheet of paper caused the blonde to be puzzled. Join me. Naruto sank into deep contemplation as he looked at those two words. All thoughts were abandoned as a bright light enveloped him, swallowing him into the realm of his mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes and found himself standing on the cloud-designed platform in his mindscape. Fujin Hyogatsu? A powerful jet of water transformed into a gigantic serpent, and gradually transformed into a celestial dragon. Bright blue eyes stared through Naruto's impassive pair of cerulean eyes. Why are you sending me here? Kyuubi senses a disturbance. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Riot? What do you mean? The dragon snarled. The card, Naruto. It senses a horrific future and transmits the scene to me after you touch the card. I felt the desire to show you the horrific scenario I saw through your tenant. With my duty under control, I will not allow that future to become reality. I cannot allow the future I saw from the scope the fox showed me to happen in your world. As your Zanpakuto, I cannot let you fall from grace. Naruto studied his mindscape cautiously, scratched his head in confusion, and looked at the dragon before him. What are you talking about? What do you mean by the future you saw of the fox? What future became reality? What do you mean by me falling from grace? I'll show you then. The future that even I was afraid of when I witnessed it, you will see with your own eyes. What? Naruto didn't finish his statement as he was enveloped in a ray of light before disappearing from his mindscape. As the light faded to nothing, Naruto fell forward and hit the ground. Cursing incoherently in both rage and confusion, Naruto struggled to his feet and brushed the dust off his clothes. His eyes widened in shock as he scanned his surroundings, currently standing in the aftermath of carnage and chaos within a modernized city. Vehicles of all kinds, empty or destroyed, rubble, or massive craters lay at every level in the vicinity. The collapsed building lay in ruins, and the street eerily empty. Naruto was standing on an empty street. The scene was definitely caused by a terrible battle, as Naruto could feel a sickening reiatsu lingering in the atmosphere, enhancing the ruined appearance of the wreckage. What the hell is going on? Naruto walked through the streets, desperately trying to find clues to his whereabouts. A howling wind blew by, and a flyer coincidentally flew toward the blonde's foot. Naruto took the paper and read it. Judgment Day in Karakura Town. Naruto raised a questioning eyebrow. Karakura Town? What kind of place is that? Crushing the steering wheel, Naruto threw it away and continued traveling aimlessly in search of a sign of life. Before the blonde captain officially declared his defeat, he noticed several pent-up reiatsu hidden behind a fallen building. Just as Naruto was about to shout for an audience, 3 unknown entities quickly appeared and abruptly placed their swords against his throat. I found you, monster! A red-haired Shinigami roared. Time to end this. Your day as a filthy emperor is over, scum! A small female Shinigami, with jet-black hair and a distinctive lock lying idly in the middle of her face, spat. It's time to end this whole nightmare. A Shinigami with orange hair styled in a spiky manner similar to Naruto's frowned. Naruto raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. Dude! I have to tell you guys, but I don't know what you're saying. Hell, I don't even know how I ended up here. Who are you guys and what the hell is up with this town? The Shinigami wielding a Zanpakuto shaped like a large blade snarled. Don't mess with us, Uzumaki Naruto. We're sick of your lies and deceit. We'll end this once and for all. This apocalypse will end with your death. The only woman in the group voiced her opinion aloud. Prepare to die. Wow. Hitches have problems. Seriously, if I'm the emperor you're saying and the one who caused this mess, shouldn't I be killing already? The redhead retorted. You're just playing mind games with us. Just like you do with everyone else. Naruto's eyes darted around vigorously and instantly dissolved into a violent gust of wind, appearing behind the group. Calm down. I'm afraid to tell you, but I have no idea what's going on. Oh, just so you know, I don't give a shit about beating the 3 of you up. Now, can we settle down in peace and talk this over directly in a peaceful manner? The 3 rebel Shinigami pointed their swords at the blonde captain. Naruto sighed. I guess we have to do this the hard way. In an instant, the blonde pointed her finger at the group and cast a spell. A binding beam of light suddenly shot out from Naruto's finger, and 6 planes of restraining energy slammed into the 3 Shinigami's waists. They moaned and groaned in unison, struggling to move in vain. Kill us! We have nothing left for this world! The female Shinigami burst into tears. Do it! What are you waiting for? Shut up! Naruto's authoritative order silenced the group. I'm not going to kill you! Relax, for God's sake. I think I came from another dimension for some reason I don't know. Now I have your attention. Tell me what's going on here, the red-haired Shinigami screamed. What's going on here? This world is destroyed because of you. Naruto's eyes widened. What? Me? I destroyed this world? What the hell is this? The orange-haired Shinigami snarled. Humanity has been wiped out because of you. You caused all of this. Naruto was seriously perplexed, stunned into a stupor. As far as he was concerned, he had the inability to create a catastrophe on such a wide scale. Soul Society would stop him before he could annihilate less than half of all living beings, lest he destroy the entire world. The blonde captain could recall Fujin Hyogatsu indicating an unforeseen future the dragon saw in Kyubi that horrified both the demon and the Zanpakuto. A Zanpakuto feared one's owner to be considered a remarkable feat, a demonic beast from hell sealed within a soul fearing its host to be an unbelievable feat. Naruto broke through his confused thoughts and focused on the group. I don't understand all of this. I don't have the power to create all of this. Are you guys on drugs or am I dreaming? Because this sick joke isn't funny. Before the blonde could come up with any answers, a sickening spiritual pressure increased dramatically and poured over the 4 Shinigami. Naruto's eyes widened in fear. He recognized the spiritual pressure. The spiritual pressure was layered with malice and an overwhelming sense of evil that filled the reiatsu with tremendous power. What baffled Naruto was the fact that the nefarious reiatsu belonged to him, only amplified to a terrifying degree. An entity dressed in an elegant white tuxedo gracefully descended to the ground in front of them along with a devilish aura. Impossible! Naruto staggered in fear. But how? There's no way. Oh, hello? The intruder spoke with an echo that followed his every word. I never thought I'd see myself wearing that robe again, Naruto. Or should I address you as Yo? Naruto stared at the entity in front of him. What the hell is going on here? I could ask you the same question. What are you doing here? Did you read my mind? The entity that possessed Naruto's perfect features except for a pair of crimson eyes laughed darkly. Well, of course I can. A technique I developed myself to predict enemy movement as accurately as you can imagine. Naruto shook his head, trying to calm himself with the complicated situation at hand until the spiritual pressure emitted by the intruder intensified to an ungodly degree that caused Naruto to kneel, while the 3 remaining Shinigami fainted. As the 3 Shinigami fell completely unconscious, the pressure subsided and Naruto regained his composure, managing to breathe properly. I'm sorry for my sudden intrusion, but I can assure you I don't mean you any harm. Besides, you're me. Naruto gasped and stood up, staring at the doppelganger. So you're telling me you're my clone? The entity laughed sinisterly. No. No, Naruto. It's you. You're my clone. You're in my world. I don't understand this at all. No need. You've come to witness this work of art we've created. You still don't understand, do you? I am you. I am what you will become in the future of your years. A monster? The entity chuckled, the after effect of its voice echoing throughout the isolated city. No, Naruto. You will transform into a being that will overcome all odds. A being that will gain the power no one has. A power only those pathetic creatures would pray to have, crawling on the ground, begging for it. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What would that be? The white-suited entity smiled maliciously. The power of a god. Where is Soul Society? Missing? Gone? Naruto repeated. What do you mean, gone? Exactly what I meant. I took down Soul Society single-handedly. The entity frowned, and a sadistic smile soon replaced its previous expression. I'm sorry. Perhaps I should rephrase that more clearly. We took down Soul Society single-handedly. No, yes. The stoic demeanor the entity spoke of regarding the annihilation of Soul Society was truly terrifying to Naruto himself. What about Gigi? What about our friends? What about Yo-chan? The entity chuckled. He died at my hands. Bastard! Naruto sped toward his doppelganger, only to be stopped in his tracks by 6 energy planes binding him in his actions. Shit! Damn it! He didn't even make any hand gestures and he could perform such strong Bakudo spells? Rikujikoro. Our favorite spell, isn't it? Don't resist, my power overshadows you more than you know. Why you didn't answer my questions? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for my rudeness. The entity smiled sadistically and walked towards Naruto in a casual, rather calm manner. I told you, didn't I? I killed them all. Shinji, Kasuke, Kensei, Eroji-san, Yukitake-sensei, Bachan, and each and every one of them who chooses to defy me. They worship and preach the wrong kind of justice, Naruto. As the very source of justice, I have to enforce the law upon them. But they simply failed to see right from wrong, even after their deaths. And what is the right thing to do? Naruto questioned with disgusting acids poured into his words. My words are law. And as law, my words are just, Naruto sneered. From what I see, you're a selfish piece of shit. Really? I'm you, remember? We're the same, we think the same, we act. Shit! I'm not you. Stop denying your destiny, Naruto. You are me. You will walk the same path as me. What did you do to Yo-chan? A sad smile appeared on the entity's lips. I killed her. Naruto's eyes widened in a mixture of anger and pain. Why did you do that? The sad smile was soon replaced by a hideous grin hinted at a hint of desperation. Because I loved her, more than anything in this world. To hell with you. The entity ignored the insult and continued. I asked her to join me, Naruto. I really did. When I strike at Soul Society, as planned, she stops me. She persuades me to stop my dream and screams her love for me perhaps hundreds of times. I asked her to join me, and together, we will become gods and rule this world. I told her all about my plans, about how I will build a paradise where humans will cease to exist, about my army in Hueco Mundo. I even offered her to be my queen and take care of the world for me. Change the world to what we want it to be. Tears sprang to Naruto's eyes. He no longer wanted to hear the story. But she told me she can't. That she will protect the human race. I told her humans are flawed murderers. They fear what they had no knowledge of and place unreasonable blame on those weaker than them. That's why she summoned the warriors of Soul Society to kill me. She betrayed me, Naruto. She betrayed us. Naruto's hardened enamel soaked with tears directed at the entity. She will never betray me. Well, she did, Naruto. I was devastated. I really tried to stop her, but she kept coming. I couldn't let her interfere with my plans, Naruto. I can't, the entity smiled. I killed her. I sank my fist into her stomach, right through her spine, and crushed it. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that one more time. We killed. Buck off, the entity's smile widened. To this day, I still remember the way she cried, lying in my hands begging me to stop my killing spree. You're not me, Naruto muttered through gritted teeth. The tears he shed continued to flow uncontrollably. But I know what you are. The white tuxedo-clad entity raised an eyebrow in mock curiosity. Oh? What am I? You're the same thing I hated the most. The same kind of rotten scum I've been killing my whole life. Ugly, evil, saved shit. The only difference between you and those scum is the size of your ego. The entity clapped its hands and let out a hollow laugh. Well said, Naruto. Ironic, isn't it? Cursing yourself. Naruto, it's time you accepted the fact that you're just like me. After all, we're the same. You better kill me now. The entity raised an eyebrow. Pardon? You'd better kill me now, or I swear I'll find some way to kill you. And I won't stop. You should know that if you're me. I won't allow myself to kill Yo-chan. A puzzled expression graced the entity's face. What are you talking about, Naruto? You should know better than I do. We are warriors. We fight to survive, and we fight for nothing but power. We will not let anyone stand in our way. Isn't that the price we pay to gain absolute power? To gain the power of a god. A power that rules over every living creature on this planet with sovereignty and governs a plane of paradise where sinners do not exist? You're wrong, I'm right. The entity in an exquisite white robe narrowed its eyes to slits. Stop lying to yourself, Naruto. Deep down, you crave power. Yes, I wish I could, that's how it is, but I won't achieve the power of any god if I have to kill Yo-chan. Keep telling yourself that, Naruto. When power comes before you, believe me, you'll choose power over Yo-chan. Power is everything. Love comes second. That's why I'm here. A god of you, then I'll change that. Naruto whispered, his words choked with pain and confusion. Oh no. You won't change that. You'll join Aizen sooner or later. You'll gain power with him and kill him. Just like I did, Naruto cried, his mind in utter confusion. You're wrong. Whatever you do, you'll always end up here. The entity chuckled. No matter what decisions you make, what details you alter, what justice you create, what path you follow will always end up here. In the end, everything will be the same. We become gods, we gain the power we need, and we dominate the realms of life. We are destined to win. You're wrong. Goodbye, Naruto. We will meet again. In a couple of centuries from now, perhaps, you will be in my shoes, beaming back to your past self and telling it the cold, hard truth. Don't get me wrong, Naruto. I love Yo-chan. I love her too much that I couldn't spare others to kill her. When the time comes, you will come to the same conclusion I did, that the Yo-chan we loved so much betrayed us after all the things I did for her. She will choose Soul Society over me, over us. A sad smile graced the entity's lips. Until then. The white-robed entity raised a hand and the three fallen Shinigami were thrown into a portal. Say hello to Yo-chan for me. The entity vanished in a gentle breeze and the binding spell that chained Naruto faded, leaving the blonde collapsed on his knees, sobbing in horror and despair. Incorrect. Why Yo-chan? Naruto screamed at the top of his lungs and began to pant tediously. Looking around the room, the blonde captain sighed in relief. He was having a nightmare in his sleep. A very realistic ideological nightmare that made Naruto shudder. The comfort he sought at the conclusion of the tormenting vision felt genuine. That's the scariest dream I've ever had. Naruto wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and sighed. I'm going to. The blonde stared at his sweaty palms. Will I turn into a monster like the one in my dream? A fool chasing an unrealistic dream and actually achieving it? Naruto dropped his head back onto the pillow and groaned. Power. As he spoke that word, Naruto fell into a deep sleep. Forgetting the blonde, a presence had left Naruto's headquarters with a smile. Naruto sat on the swing, neglecting the cherry blossom petals on his head, and reflected on the dream he had last night. It was describable as realistic but immoral to the blonde. Would she accept Aizen's offer and form an alliance, aiding him in his gruesome plan, or plan something disastrous for the world and then get rid of him? Could she break into Soul Society and kill countless souls without remorse? Could she take his Zanpakuto and take his lover's life? It's just a dream. I'm not going to be with Aizen and turn my back on my friends. Naruto sighed. He was looking for the letter he received last night, only to find a piece of dust on his desk. Aizen is smart to get rid of the evidence before I can report it. Naruto. Fujin Hyogatsu? That's correct. The mind link connection was successful. Mind link connection? Only those who completely trust their Zanpakuto and have achieved Bankai with a considerable amount of knowledge and applying the full force of their Zanpakuto can form a connecting pact with their Zanpakuto. Okay, what happened with last night's dream? It's not a dream, Naruto. It's quite real, the vision that it is. Kyuubi and I possess enough power to send you to the futuristic dimension and meet your future self. May I ask why? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Because it's not funny running into my future self. Believe me, Naruto. It's not funny to us either. This prediction will come true, judging by the current fate that follows you. You will attain power that defies even the very law of nature. You will control existence and even wield the power of creation, but at a terrible price. That is your sanity. What's that supposed to mean? How am I going to get this power? Didn't your future self tell you? You joined Aizen to accomplish whatever goal he's plotting. The only mystery that awaits us is what the reason is. I will not join him, Fujin Hyogatsu. Never. Maybe so. Maybe that's what your future self told my future self. Naruto scanned his surroundings, making sure no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. So why did Kyuubi get so scared? Having a god as a tenant was supposed to be exciting, wasn't it? Have you no idea? We've calculated that in a few centuries, in the future, you'll find a solution, remedy, a cure for your tenant's problem. You will fuse with the Kyuubi, suck out all of the fox's demonic power, and further increase the depth of your power by folds. We're saying thousands of folds. If what your future words are plausible, then those powers will be used to unleash Armageddon upon the world. Billions of casualties will arise, both from Soul Society and the world of the living. When that day comes, even the Zanpakuto world will be destroyed as there will no longer be any Shinigami left to wield our powers. So what now? Nothing. Only time will tell. I'll be going. See you soon, Naruto. The blonde closed his eyes and ended the link. Life becomes more problematic than ever. Naruto wandered down the hallway of the medical division, his mind still reeling from yesterday's events. The blonde reached her destination and opened the door, only to see Princess Shihoin cuddling the sleeping fox. She looks cute that way. Naruto sat down beside Yoruichi's bed and affectionately caressed her cheeks. At the blonde's warm touch, the princess stirred slightly in her sleep before opening one sleepy eye, rubbing the other, and purring contentedly. Having a good dream, aren't you? The princess smiled. How do you know? I'm a genius. I can't be of any help. You're quite cheeky, you know that? That's what everyone says. Yoruichi laughed. So, do you know the members of your squad? The princess asked curiously. Not yet. I guess I should check on you before I go. Studying the blonde's new outfit, which basically consisted of a long-sleeved white haori and the traditional black Shinigami robe she wore underneath the coat, Yoruichi sighed. Nice uniform. Someday you'll get yours. Naruto smiled. Now, just rest and recover. I'll be back around afternoon or tomorrow, depending on work. Don't overwork yourself, Naruto-kun. Yoruichi took the blonde's hand. It pains me to see you exhaust yourself like this, and it hurts me to see you hurt like this. The blonde placed a comforting hand on the princess's. Okay, get to work. You don't want to make a bad impression on your colleagues, do you? Get going, Drama King! Shoo! Naruto clutched his chest in mock sadness. You hurt me, Yo-chan. I came to visit you, and that's the thanks I get. Realizing the fact that she couldn't defeat the blonde with words, Yoruichi used her formidable weapon. She pouted angrily. The blonde, though initially resisting the temptation, eventually gave in. Fine. I'll go, you baddie! In an instant, Naruto dissipated in a gust of gentle breeze. The princess couldn't help but giggle. That's something that will never change. Naruto, his captain's robes at the ready, stormed into his new division chamber with the epitome of pride and calm. His stoic demeanor sent a chill down the spines of every squad member. They heard rumors that their new leader was the legendary prodigy who descended upon Soul Society once every millennium. Not to mention, he was trained under the tutelage of the captain commander and other senior captains. His strength was unimaginable. The soldiers stood parallel, forming a passageway for their captain. Walking casually to the chair at the end of the chamber, the blonde Shinigami flipped his Haori back and sat on the old-fashioned throne, scanning the ranks of soldiers. I am Yamamoto Uzumaki Naruto. Pleased to meet you. It's an honor to meet you, sir. The squadron members shouted in unison. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's with the tension? Several soldiers gulped. The blonde sighed. Look, guys. I'm not your typical enforcer of strict rules. I just hope that from now on, we'll be family. I'll do my best to watch your back and protect you, sir. A female Shinigami greeted. It is our duty to protect you. A smile tugged at the blonde's lips, causing the female soldier to blush. If I need your protection, I won't wear this coat. But sir. Anyway, I'll be your brother, your friend, your leader, but I'm not your dictator. If you need help training, don't hesitate to ask me. If you want to get stronger, come to me. But there are still rules on this team. Our rules? A random squad member asked. That's right. I only ask that you respect the person standing next to you. Respect your brothers and sisters. As long as you're under this roof, we're all family. I have no patience for traitors, backstabbers, and hypocrites. If you desire power, then come to me, but do not hurt others for it. We are sentient beings, capable of understanding what is black and what is white. If you're not satisfied with me, then come to me and I'll transfer you to other squads. If you wish to talk about something, anything at all, I'm all ears. Naruto scanned each individual in the room. Do any of you have any comments? The blonde placed his elbow on the armrest of the cushion, the surface of his fist resting on his cheek, and his leg crossed. No, sir. Very well. From now on, I will lead you all to glory. Our team may be a rookie team in the eyes of others, but I'm going to change that. We are not cowards who turn their backs in the face of danger. No, we fight to the death for freedom and justice. We fight for those beside us, and we fight for the sake of others, not ourselves. The crowd roared with excitement, until a soldier stepped forward. Why Yamamoto Taisho — it's Uzumaki Taicho. If you refer to me as Yamamoto Taicho, it will cause confusion. After all, my grandfather is still the Soteishu, isn't he? I apologize for intruding on your speech, Uzumaki Taicho, but our squad is relatively new. Therefore, our soldiers are at most at the level of a 5th-seat warrior. I'll fix it, Naruto assured. For now, let's celebrate the creation of this division. The 10th Division! The whole squadron applauded. It was official. Naruto had become the first captain of the 10th Division. Kuchiki Byakuya stood among the crowd, sweating nervously. A flood of questions ran through the Kuchiki heir's mind. What if he finds out I'm his lover's fiancé during the wedding? Did he see me during the chaotic situation that day? Will he try to kill me? It's not like I want to marry that Shihoin princess, I must admit. She's very beautiful. Well, she's not my cup of tea anyway. I just hope he doesn't hate me because of the clan's arrangements. Hey, you kid! You over there! Byakuya snapped out of his thoughts, and saw his captain walking toward him. Trembling with fear, the Kuchiki heir waited for Naruto's impending conversation. Ah, blasphemy! Kuchiki Byakuya, right? Naruto looked at the seatless officer. Why, yes, sir! Can I talk to you outside, personally? The blonde captain smiled. So how are you? Naruto cheered. I know you're not asking me out for small talk, sir. Byakuya said deadpan. Okay. I'm giving you full permission to drop your formality with me. I want you to talk to me as a friend. The Kuchiki heir's eyes widened. Disrespect is outside the tradition. I think, do what I told you or I'll beat the shit out of you, the blonde captain ordered. Greeted with pure fear, Byakuya gulped. Why, yes, sir, I know everything. Naruto placed his hands on her waist. You're Yo-chan's future husband at the chapel yesterday, aren't you? Why, yes. But under the clan's obligation, I have no right to refuse. The Kuchikia reasoned, hoping the blonde also understood his situation. You are also a noble. Why you should know about the law and regulations regarding clan matters. The atmosphere emanated a horrific bloodlust. Byakuya swore he saw the mirage of a demon replacing his captain's very entity. Naruto's sapphire eyes emitted a vibrant indigo, his canine fangs sharp and visible, as if a monstrous beast was gradually taking over the blonde's soul. The Kuchiki heir had never feared to such a degree in his life. Is he going to kill me? Is he going to kill me? They're going to kill me, aren't they? Kami saved Dash, okay. Naruto smiled, the atmosphere twisting into an awkward serenity. Byakuya breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He must have a strange mood swing. Tell me, how do you find Yo-chan? The question came out of Naruto's mouth, surprising the blushing Kuchiki heir. She's beautiful. Byakuya replied, almost dreamily, but after catching a glimpse of his captain's eyes, he threw up his hands in disdain. But I don't mean that way, you know, that way. I mean, seriously, she's probably older than me by folds. Then I'm definitely not hinting at any romantic, I mean, seriously, romance with her? That's impossible. Naruto laughed out loud and patted the Kuchiki heir on the shoulder. Calm down, I trust you. If you find her attractive, say so. She is very attractive, isn't she? Laughing lightly, Byakuya immediately changed the mood. I heard about that. You sentenced Shihoin-sama to death, didn't you? Naruto sighed but nodded solemnly. It is too dangerous for her to be allowed to live. The decision is supported by the majority of the clan heads. The only person who does not know the truth is Yo-chan, therefore, anyone who reveals this confidential matter, especially to her, will be sentenced to death as well, regardless of rank, status, or nobility. Yo-chan will be the next official leader of Shihoin after her recovery. Do I need to make myself clear, Byakuya? Byakuya looked at his captain skeptically. What if, by chance, Yoruichi-sama finds out she won't? All records, evidence, trials, ties, and any other possible factors related to Elder Shihoin's execution are to be burned, erased, or removed from this world. Even if she doubts me, there is no evidence to support her claims. It's for the best for Yo-chan. Her father is nothing but a painful memory to her. I will no longer let her be harmed, physically or mentally, by him. The Kuchiki heir could only nod foolishly. College is a huge shock for me. I'm stressed out like a bee trying to escape the winter on the brink of death. By the way, I'm just a huge Supernatural fan. I mean, it has a great plot, great character development, and a lot of amazing scenes. But hey, the Naruto of the future is what the current Naruto will become if he continues down the path he's currently walking. He'll be infused with a lot more hatred, anger, and malice until everything turns him into a being of mass destruction. It's a warning, dimensional protractors. 20 years had passed as if it were yesterday. It was sensationally pleasant for Naruto. Yoruichi was promoted and took over her father's mantle 2 years after his discharge from the hospital following XX to the fateful event. She was the divine testament of terminology, workaholic. Not to mention, she was announced as the 22nd clan leader of the Shihoin clan when she reclaimed her deceased father's crown, becoming the sole monarch of his reign. Kensei and Shinji were promoted a year later and ruled the 9th and 5th divisions respectively. Today was a holiday, not a general holiday, but a personal holiday for Naruto and Yoruichi. They had recently married after the blonde confessed his love, though it took him a while to stop his swaying. With their marriage, Yamamoto and the Shihoin clan had agreed to form an alliance and decided to start their relationship anew. Genryosai couldn't even express his overwhelming pride in his surrogate grandson. The newlywed couple decided to build their new sanctuary between the prestigious Yamamoto complex and the luxurious Shihoin complex. It wasn't as large and spacious as their family's palace, but they were satisfied. Of course, Queen Shihoin had to personally oversee the structures, concepts, designs, and decorations of her house. Yoruichi was excited as she dragged her husband around their exquisite bungalow. It was a 2-story house with a kitchen, 4 bedrooms, a theater room, a living room, a dining room, and all the other necessities to call home. Leading Naruto to their master bedroom, Yoruichi chirped. So, what do you think? I customized the windows to be built and so the sun's rays wouldn't shine on us in the morning. And oh, Queen Shihoin tilted her head and scrutinized the mirror attached to the ceiling. This is going down. Naruto snaked his hands around his wife and raised a questioning eyebrow. Why? Don't you find it unique? I love the idea of a mirror on the ceiling, but this is ugly. I didn't know who put it there though, the blonde sighed. But the thing is, you look beautiful in it, honey. That's all that matters. Ah, Yoruichi kissed her husband lovingly. Sweet tongue you have there, baby. Well, if you want to take it down, then we should at least baptize our house first. Naruto smiled. And what do you suggest we use for a bed? The blonde smiled before lying down on the floor. We can always use this comfy rug as a replacement. Straddling her husband's hip, Yoruichi leaned forward and captured Naruto's wet lips before remembering her husband's schedule. Baby, aren't you going to show up for work? I don't want any 3-minute nooks. The blonde man caressed his wife's cheeks and smiled. I told you I'd be late. What about the engines? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. They'll arrive in about an hour, along with our furniture. We have plenty of time to get settled, honey. What about our neighbors? Our relatives are just a few blocks away, baby. Gently tossing his wife to the ground, Naruto positioned himself on top of Yoruichi and kissed her tenderly. You can listen if you want. Oh, Naruto-kun, you're so mean. Queen Shihoin smiled devilishly with a hint of undeniable lust and love. Isn't that why you're marrying me? Yoruichi laughed as her husband planted kisses on her neck and slowly undressed her. As anticipated, some men arrived an hour later and offered their services in transporting his furniture. Naruto left his new home and got to work afterward, pleased to know that the movers were strictly responsible and professional. Walking casually toward his apartment, the blonde took in his surroundings and simply appreciated the serenity of the road. Naruto had one bad habit. He didn't like to wear his haori, which symbolized his status, unless he was at work. At that moment, a woman with strawberry blonde hair and a voluptuous figure walked in line with the blonde. Team 10? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Excuse me? I couldn't help but notice that the path we're on only leads us to the 10th division. The blonde smiled. Squad 10, yes, I work there. Are you a messenger for the other squads? The woman shook her head. Why? Do I look like a messenger to you? Naruto simply chuckled. Indeed you do. As the messenger of the great cannons above, do you understand? The woman laughed out loud. Well, I hate to break the illusion, but I'm the newest recruit. Orchestrating a fake shudder, Naruto asked. Are you the new recruit? What? The girls are strong too, like Shihoin Taicho and Unohana Taicho. They both laughed with joy. I'd never guess a new recruit. I thought you were the new lieutenant. Naruto smiled, earning a tinge of pink on the woman's cheeks. Upon reaching the entrance to the division, Naruto waved goodbye. We're here, see you. Yes. The woman nodded. The blonde calmly entered his squad, greeting his men with a benevolent good morning. Naruto was aware of the fact that the woman was following him. Curious, the blonde turned around. Are you following me? The new recruit was perplexed. No, I'm just taking my recruitment papers to the Uzumaki Taicho office. I heard it's the policy of this division that all new recruits must have a brief chat with the captain, allowing the captain to better understand the recruits and creating a bond between superior and subordinate. I believe it's an excellent way of communicating and building trust. Naruto chuckled before resuming his stoic demeanor as he scanned his vicinity and whispered conspiratorially to the woman. I like your speech. You're looking for the captain, Yamamoto Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you? The woman nodded. I guess you probably know him. Yeah, I know who he is, and he's an idiot. The new recruit was taken aback by the bold statement. He takes himself too seriously. And don't tell him I said that, the woman smiled. Will I get you in trouble? Oh yeah, big problem. Then my lips are sealed. Thank you. Naruto winked before dissipating in a gust of air, startling the new recruit momentarily. Ah, messing with people's minds, a great way to start the day. Manifesting his body outside his office, Naruto grabbed the coffee on the counter prepared for him personally as he greeted his lieutenant. Hey, morning boy. Good morning, Taicho. Byakuya's focus remained fixed on his paperwork. How's the new house? Chaos, man, chaos. I left just as the movers showed up. Yo-chan stays home all day because she can't trust others to manage our new home. The blonde inhaled the scent of his drink and took a cautious sip before grabbing his captain's haori hanging idly from the hanger. Shihoin Taicho must have loved that. The Kuchiki heir replied sarcastically. Yeah, if she calls and seems angry, tell her I'm in a meeting. Without a second thought, Naruto opened the door and walked calmly into his office. Byakuya sighed. She'll know I'm lying. Taicho. Ah, blasphemy! The new recruit managed to find the captain and vice-captain's offices shortly after, panting anxiously. Looking at the stranger with a rather exotic figure, the Kuchiki heir asked, Can I help you? Are you Kuchiki Fukutaisha? Yes? Are you, Matsumoto Ranjaku? I'm the newest recruit. I'm reporting for duty. Ranjaku clapped her hands and peeked into the captain's office, her mental demeanor flipping when she saw that the mysterious man she'd had a conversation with earlier was wearing the captain's haori and attending to a mountain of paperwork. That's Uzumaki Taicho. I didn't know. Yes. Although he is married, the good ones always get taken. Girls, Byakuya rolled his eyes. Taicho is free from appointments. You can enter his room if you wish. Fine, thank you. Ranjaku took a few nervous steps forward and knocked on the door. May I come in, sir? Yes. Naruto nodded, his gaze shifting to the reports scattered haphazardly on his desk before shifting his gaze to the woman. How may I help you, new recruit? You hit me, Taicho. Ranjaku pouted, shrugging laxly. The blonde slumped back in his chair. Yeah, life needs some entertainment here and there sometimes. Don't worry, I'll get my revenge. By the way, not everyone here agrees with you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. About you being an idiot. Ranjaku laughed. They say you're the nicest person, brother, family member, and captain in the division. I think I'm lucky to be in your employ, sir. Well, I've got you fools. Chuckling lightly, the blonde captain sighed and flipped through the documents thoroughly. Matsumoto Ranjaku? Come to think of it, do I know you from somewhere? You look awfully familiar, but I couldn't quite place my thought. Yes. I'm the girl you saved 13 years ago. Flashback. Naruto's grimace was evident. Flashback about 9 years ago. Byakuya loathed the idea of constantly traveling to Rakangai. The place was the epitome of poverty and despair, but Naruto insisted, referring to their unpleasant journey as training. The blonde captain would force Byakuya to carry his supplies while Naruto led the way, either climbing mountains or visiting the civilians residing in the region they traveled through. Sometimes, Naruto would even stop his journey just to provide a little laborious assistance to the merchants. The enigmatic blonde truly drew amazement from the Kuchiki heir as to how someone of the Yamamoto heir's caliber would volunteer to provide aid. He wasn't formal or strict, but relaxed, carefree, and optimistic, yet at the same time, he carried an undeniable aura of empowered strength and supreme prowess. One thing was certain, the blonde was beloved by the people who lived in Rakangai. Unlike the arrogant soul reapers who constantly flaunt their vainglorious skills and accomplishments after graduating from the academy or completing a mission, Naruto took his time to understand and appreciate the lives around him. Their destination was located beneath a mountain, where Naruto would order the Kuchiki heir to climb the mountains and bring back as many prescribed herbs as quickly as possible. Failure was not an option. If met with failure, the punishment was severe. 3 times a week, Naruto would require Byakuya to follow him on a training trip. It truly became a routine for the Kuchiki heir. Today was no different, just another casual and uninteresting day. Well, that's what Byakuya thought. Naruto hummed a cheerful tune as he walked alongside the Kuchiki heir, who was carrying a large bag on his back. Suddenly, the blonde man paused, surprising Byakuya. What's up, Taicho? There's a wounded child over there, let's go. The blonde captain disappeared in a trail of dust, Byakuya following his example. Reaching his target, Naruto noticed the boy's imminent fall and whispered, Kid, wait. What happened? Who did this to you? The silver-haired boy groaned in pain. Save Ransi-chan please. The blonde shook the boy lightly. Hey, don't sleep. Wake up. I don't know who this Ranchan is. Stay awake and tell me what's going on. District 70T the rebels capture her. The boy coughed painfully before continuing in a weak voice. They might grate her, please save Ranchan her. The boy headed into the realm of unconsciousness, much to Naruto's dismay. Well, that's a lot of clues. Byakuya, drop the bag and take this boy. We must hurry. Muttering several incoherent statements under his breath, Byakuya did as he was told and carried the boy onto his back. In a split second, the 3 of them dissipated into jets of air, charging toward their designated destination. Thanks to years of experience mapping the routes of the entire Rakangai district, Byakuya, with the utmost confidence, was able to search for shortcuts to get where he needed to go. District 70, notorious for its cruel slavery, discrimination, and chauvinism, was a no-go zone for civilians or soul reapers. But in desperate times, Naruto could care less about rules and regulations. To the blonde's disdain, the rumors were brutally accurate. Upon arriving, Byakuya's eyes widened in disgust, angered by the palpable corruption on the streets. This place, what a poorly organized culture! No, this blasphemy is madness! The Kuchiki heir shouted, alarming several passers-by. A few drunks stepped forward, unaware of Naruto's trembling hand. It wasn't fear that made him so agitated, it was mere rage. You two look like strangers around here, what are you? A bunch of wannabe Shinigami? The drunks laughed, their breath smelling of stench. If you're looking for brothels, they're everywhere, motherbuckers. If you want to escape reality, those drug dens can provide you with some serious cash. This is a land of paradise. No one's stopping you. Get moving! Naruto nodded and gestured for Byakuya to follow, who reluctantly complied. Throughout the walk, the Kuchiki heir noticed his captain's attention to his surroundings, and the blonde's stoic demeanor was simply alien to him. It was as if a devilish aura emanated from the silent blonde. The fact that a sinister shadow hid Naruto's pair of cerulean eyes was disturbing to the Kuchiki heir. The prostitutes who invited them were quickly rejected by the blonde captain. Byakuya could see the obvious lack of willingness reflected in the women's eyes. Instantly, several thugs, with various weapons armed, attempted to assault them. Unfazed by the assailants' futile actions, Naruto thrust a hand forward before a blazing crimson beam flashed from the blonde's palm and a gigantic ball fused with intensified heat shot toward the assailants, burning them to death. The witnesses in the crowd were stunned beyond comprehension. Fool! Byakuya, find the girl. You have approximately 15 minutes before she fries this place. Without allowing a hint of delay, the Kuchiki heir disappeared in a sonic blur. Naruto smiled sinisterly as more thugs gathered around him. Let's play. A few minutes later, Byakuya, with the boy's back turned, looked at the girl suspiciously. Jin! Why is she with you? After cutting the ropes binding the girl, he rushed to the unconscious boy. What happened? He told us to help him find you. Us? I'm the third seat of Squad 10, Kuchiki Byakuya. My captain is here, you're practically safe. The girl's eyes widened. Shinigami? I am Matsumoto Ranjaku. This is Ikemara Jin. We're tea thieves, Byakuya nodded. Very well, come with me. Taicho would like to meet you. An abrupt explosion startled them. Byakuya ran into the streets, and was stupefied by the scene before him. Blood painted the streets and walls, corpses littered the unforgiving ground, and recognizable yet baleful spiritual energy lingered in the atmosphere, sending chills down Byakuya's spine. It was as if a massacre were taking place, and the culprit could only be his captain. And no way, Byakuya! The dispassionate but familiar voice made Byakuya turn and face his superior. Get me more sinners, I must kill them! The Kuchiki heir was scared, terrified of the man before him, whom he called captain. Naruto's eyes were a disturbingly vibrant red, the whisker scars on his cheeks darkened, and his canine fangs were visible. But sir, are you disobeying orders? No, sir. Then go. Take the boy and the girl. They'll just be a burden. Hesitant due to his lack of inclination, Byakuya finally complied, but before his departure, he caught a glimpse of Naruto's eyes. Those unfamiliar pair of crimson eyes revealed a flash of demonic aura. Unable to comprehend and handle the situation properly, Byakuya took Jin and Ranjaku to safety before quickly returning to Soul Society. If there was one person who could stop his captain's sudden bloodlust, it could only be his beloved fiancée, Shihoin Yoruichi, a woman annoying to the Kuchiki heir, but the options were limited. Eliminating the feeling of doubt in his heart, Byakuya's bloodstream was stimulated to the maximum abundance of adrenaline pumped through his veins, as he used all his strength to launch himself towards Soul Society. 15 minutes later. What? My Naruto-kun turns bonkers in Rakangai. How did that happen? Answer me, little Byakuya, or I'll cut off your balls and rot them in your mouth. Yorika's scream was so powerful that the entire division could literally hear it. Byakuya gulped nervously. Well, we rescued a child who asked us to rescue another child, and we went there and rescued the child. But when I rescued the child we were asked to rescue, Uzumaki Taisha's eyes turned red. I don't know what's really going on, but his anger is obvious. He's asking me to help him find sinners for him to kill. The Taicho I know will never ask for such absurd things. He's simply asking me to help him massacre the entire population residing in that forgotten place. Where is my fiancé? Yoruichi's emotionless face was indirectly warning the Kachiki heir to choose his words wisely. D-District 70, ma'am. But hey, wait, it was too late. Queen Shihoin disappeared in a gust of charged air. Wait for me, where are the rebels, you cowardly son of a hitch? Naruto lifted the severely injured man who had been knocked to the ground countless times in an agonizing impact. Now you better tell me where the rebel base is, or I promise I'll tear you apart into a whole new cosmos. This is no longer your territory once I set foot within your boundaries. I'll be done with you, you'll wish your very existence had never existed before. You? The rebel spat. A violet glow of red flashed in her eyes, and Naruto slammed his fist into the man's heart, eradicating his life in an instant. You son of a hitch! Listlessly tossing the corpse away, the blonde walked over to the twitching group of mortally wounded rebels, groaning in the dirt, desperately trying to escape the deadly clutches of the Shinigami captain. Chuckling darkly, Naruto smiled. You can run, but you can't run away from me. The blonde grabbed the nearby rebel's head and squeezed, earning him a scream of torment. Listen to me, you self-hating son of a hitch. You better tell me where the base is so I can end your life painlessly. Or if you insist, I can make you suffer for the next 5 hours and watch you move in misery before I slit your throat and watch your damn life slip away. What do you say? Naruto exhausted his strength, allowing the rebel to calm down. Your answer? It's in the subway 3 miles from here at the store C called Soundshine. Could you let me go, please? The truthful rebel pleaded. With a condescending look, Naruto smiled maliciously. Of course, without remorse, the blonde twisted the man's neck. Fool, and Naruto-kun? A new but familiar voice caught Naruto's attention. What's going on with you? The blonde turned his gaze toward the intruder and smiled. Yo-chan, I have good news for you. I found the rebel headquarters. I'm going to go there and end this pointless war. Wanting to embrace his love, Naruto reached for her, but to his surprise she pulled back. I don't know you anymore. The Naruto-kun I love wouldn't kill someone as ruthless as you, the blonde simply laughed. Those words coming from an assassin? Come on, Yo-chan, this is gold. We just need to invade their base and do what we have to do. You know that better than I do. This war has brought nothing but trauma and pain to many people. As long as the rebels aren't defeated from Soul Society, the commoners will only suffer uselessly. I see no problem with what my duties assign me. Naruto-kun, let other soldiers handle the situation at hand. By the time they're here, those sons of hitches will be long gone. Naruto's stern scowl frightened the trembling Yoruichi. I'm not going to let this opportunity slip away. Now you're either with me or against me. At that moment, beings materialized before them. We're coming with you, Naruto. The rebels widened their eyes in fear when they saw the new entities and registered their identities. We're lost! 2nd Division Captain, Shihoin Yoruichi. 9th Division Captain, Mudiroma Kensei. 5th Division Captain, Hirako Shinji and 10th Division Captain, Uzumaki Naruto. There's no way we can win this war. That's right, idiot, you can't win from the start. Why start all these adventures in the first place? Naruto fired a blast of violet flames from his palm and incinerated the timid rebels to dust in seconds. So Katsui. The show's here, let's go. To say that Kensei, Shinji, and Yoruichi were appalled by Naruto's ruthless execution was an understatement. They didn't believe the blonde they knew could dish out such a crude punishment, clearly unforgiving of pitiful prayers for mercy. Yoruichi desperately tried to clear the chaos within her mindscape and speculated on the situation. Naruto-kun is definitely not behaving as he should. His killing intent, oh no! It can't be that he's influenced by the natural calamity, Kyubi no Yoko's soul? It must be! Before setting off, Queen Shihoin noticed the arrival of an exhausted Byakuya. Why, you are too fast! Devising a plan, Yoruichi made sure Naruto was a safe distance away from them before whispering to Kensei and Shinji. If Naruto-kun overreacts, we have to step in and stop him. Little Byakuya! The Kuchiki heir cautiously stepped forward. I want you to return to Soul Society. What? I just got here and you want me to leave? Shut up and listen, idiot! We don't have much time. I want you to go back to the courts and find Unhana Taicho and bring her here. Right now, Only she can explain Naruto-kun's strange condition. Go before it's too late. Byakuya raised an eyebrow in confusion. Too late for what? Let's just go. By the time Yoruichi, Kensei, and Shinji reached the underground, the river of blood and corpses strewn haphazardly through the gloomy hallway sickened them, terrified by the foul smell of death. Kensei pinched his nose and muttered, "My God, did Naruto do all this?" Shinji inspected the slash marks embedded in the walls and tapped his chin. Most likely. Who else can cause that much damage except Naruto and his grandfather? You know what? After today, I firmly believe no one will want to spend the rest of their lives having Uzumaki Naruto up their asses. Remind me not to pee on that guy. Stop fooling around, guys. We have to find Naruto-kun. Yoruichi lectured. A shockwave of Ryatsu unexpectedly crashed into the trio, which Kensei instantly recognized. That's Naruto's spiritual pressure. Let's go. The three captains ran toward the fountain, and when they reached the end of the hallway, Yoruichi gasped in fear. Her once loved friend was now a stranger to her. In her right hand she gripped the hilt of her sword covered in raw blood. In her left hand she clutched the heads of some decapitated men through her hair, and her captain's haori was soaked in fresh crimson dye. Oh! Sorry for stealing all your fun, but I couldn't wait to kill them. The blonde tossed the heads onto the pyramid of severed corpses with cold disdain. Too bad, son of a hitch. They weren't even worth killing. Enough! Naruto-kun! I don't know who you are anymore! Tears welled in Queen Shihoin's tanned eyes as she rushed to her fiancé's side and wrapped her arms around her waist. Come back to me, my love. Please, what are you talking about? I'm just getting started. These fools have already revealed other bases to me. I have to get there and crush it. Kensei slammed his fist into his palm. That's it. I'll knock your senses back, Naruto. Yoruichi, Shinji, and Kensei were shocked by the red light shining in Naruto's eyes. Abruptly pushing Yoruichi away, Naruto laughed maliciously. Bring it, Hitch! Howling a deafening scream, Kensei charged at his best friend and slammed a fist into Naruto's abdomen, sending the blonde slamming into the walls. I'm going to make you cry like a faggot, Naruto. The smokescreen caused by the wall's destruction abruptly billowed, and in an instant, Kensei was sent flying back in stabbing pain. Shinji, without hesitation, drew his sword and struck. Sensing danger, the blonde dodged the diagonal slash and slammed his foot into Shinji's chest, propelling his opponent into the opposite wall. Before Shinji was struck, he could swear he saw horrific killing intent flash in Naruto's eyes, glittering with sadistic emotion as the Yamamoto heir was poised to annihilate him. I'm disappointed. It's not much of a challenge, guys. How about we take our fight to the next level, brothers? Shinji and Kensei emerged from the rubble, completely enraged by Naruto's assault. This is over for you, Naruto! Collapse, Sakanade! Shinji shouted as a powerful Ryatsu emanated from his sword as it transformed into his shuriken. Don't blame us for kicking your ass, bro, make it fly, Tachikase! Kensei released his unparalleled spiritual pressure as the wind surrounding his katana turned it into a survival knife. You two kicking my ass? Ha! Don't make me laugh! Heavenly Storm Rage, Fujin Hyogatsu! Naruto smirked as transcendental spiritual energy broke from the blonde's sword as he took on his own transformation. Kensei! Shinji! Naruto-kun! Please stop. I'm sorry, Yoruichi, but if we don't bring our brother back, we won't be able to call ourselves his comrade. Shinji focused his gaze sternly on his fellow blonde. We don't mean to do this, Naruto, but I think you've smelled it, haven't you? Naruto opened his eyes as he understood his blonde companion's underlying message and quickly covered his nose. What is this? My vision is dash. It's too late, Naruto. Welcome to my inverted world. Wielding his knife expertly, Kensei swung upward, sending vines of air toward his best friend. Reacting on reflex, the blonde prepared to defend against the impeding attacks by shielding himself with an invisible air barrier, but remembering the fact that Shinji's Zanpakuto was activated, Naruto spun back and hastily created the barrier. As predicted, everything within reach was reversed as Kensei's attack struck from behind. You almost got me there, Shinji, but not good enough. With a flick of his wrist, an all-powerful yet transparent force struck Kensei and Shinji, sending the two unsuspecting captains flying into the tunnel walls. Have you forgotten, brothers? My Zanpakuto allows me to control the air as if I controlled gravity. It also allows me to manipulate the shape of air particles, making them thick and dense or smooth and swift. There is a big difference between air and wind, Kensei. Bakudo 30, Shitatsu Sansen. 3 spikes of light pin Naruto against the wall, courtesy of Yoruichi's spell. Rushing to his fallen comrade's side, the Squad 2 captain questioned them with concern. Are you guys okay? Kensei coughed blood as he clutched his chest. That hurts like a hitch, practically the same. Shinji wiped the blood from his chin. Damn, I'll never see it coming. Put me down, Yo-chan! What are you doing? Are you going against me too? Your fiancé? Naruto roared, his voice changing demonically as claws sprouted from his fingers. Don't you dare defy me, Yo-chan! You! What have you done to my Naruto-kun? Who are you? Are you the Kyubi no Yoko? The blonde smiled eerily. Kyubi no Yoko? Ha! I'm way better than that half-witted piece of shit. I'm the hybrid fusion of Naruto and that fox. Half Shinigami, half demon, but stronger than both. Kyubi no Yoko? Kensei staggered. What's going on, Yoruichi? Isn't that a legend? A myth? No, Yoruichi clenched her fist. That's Naruto-kun's secret, something he revealed to me when we were at the academy. I promise not to tell anyone, but judging by the situation, I have no choice. What are you talking about? Shinji's eyes widened as he deconstructed and unscrambled the puzzle. Naruto is a Jinchuriki? A human host who has sacrificed his life, damned for eternity by sealing the demon's soul within the core of the human soul. I thought it was just a joke, but it's true. Why didn't Naruto tell us? We're his brothers, his comrades. We deserve to know. Release me. Wyo-chan. How dare you defy me? You dash. A needle was stuck into Naruto's jugular vein, and spontaneously, the blonde fell unconscious. It seems that Kyubi's spiritual energy has created another terrifying entity within my son's soul. Yuanohana Taicho! Yoruichi exclaimed. Thanks to Byakuya's reports, I abandoned my post and came to check on Naruto-chan. It seems her condition has worsened. She get worse? What do you mean by that? Unspeakable concern and fear graced Yoruichi's features as she asked. We'll talk at my hospital. Now, let's hurry and bring Naruto-chan back. She won't be conscious again for the next 3 hours. The elites had gathered, waiting for Unohana to prepare for her speech. Kensei, Kukaku, Shinji, Rose, Lisa, Mishiro, and Kasuke stood silently around the bed of their comatose friend, Naruto, while Yoruichi sat beside her lover, her hand gently grasping the blonde's. Princess Shiba was the first to speak. So, what's going on? How did Naruto Baka screw Kensei Baka and Shinji Baka? Why did he summon us all here? Because there's something very important that only with Naruto-chan's permission can I reveal its secret to you. Retsu sighed as she watched her surrogate son sleeping peacefully in bed. A few days ago, his condition has worsened, and he told me that he's unable to control his emotions well and is experiencing severe mood swings. And the only solution I could produce is his work stress influencing him. But upon closer inspection, I believe my previous answer is incorrect. It was then that Naruto moved into her path. I'll tell you the truth, Bachan. Lisa raised an eyebrow. The truth? I am the jailer of the mythical beast, Kyubi no Yoko. The fox's soul is one with me, and it is without a doubt that it has created a second version of me in my subconscious and in my mindscape that drives all my battle instinct in exchange for my sanity. Naruto sighed while his friends gasped. Are you serious? Why didn't you tell us all? Rose asked. Mishiro comically grabbed her head and sighed. I don't understand at all, Retsu intervened on Naruto's behalf. Because a Jinchuriki is a condemned being unworthy of being called human in the world of the living. Naruto-chan was killed by his statues before being adopted by Yamamoto Soteishu. But why? Jinchuriki are also human. They have blood and souls. They're not the demon, they're the jailer. Huge differences. How could they do this? Yoruichi cried as she cowered over her lover. Naruto-kun isn't a demon. This is my burden, Yo-chan. Demon or not, it makes no difference. I am a Jinchuriki, destined to be alone. Naruto emphasized the last word regretfully. Shut up, Naruto Baka! Kukaku literally jumped onto the blonde's bed and snatched his neck. Don't you dare tell yourself you're alone. You have us. Your friends and your family. Don't get all emo, you stupid idiot. Yeah, bro. No matter what, we're friends. Kensei smiled. Brothers for life, you bucking idiot. Shinji leaned against the wall and sighed. Your burden is ours too, okay? If you call us your comrade, let us carry that burden for you. This scene will be more touching if you're less perverted than Kairaka Taicho. Lisa smiled while Mishiro laughed uncontrollably. Rose chuckled. Personally, I think it's great to have a friend who harbors a powerful demon inside. Kisuke stroked his chin. Interesting. I'll look into all these Jinchuriki Marathon Parade issues further when I get back to my lab. Thanks guys. Naruto wiped away the single tear cascading down his cheek before Queen Shihoin squeezed the bedridden blonde's hand, getting his attention. Yo-chan, I'll always love you, no matter what you've become. Yoruichi smiled earnestly, and her friends whistled. Thank you, Yo-chan, I love you so much. Although Retsu didn't want to interrupt such a touching romantic scene, she had to get to the main topic. About your Kyuubi fusion, Naruto turned his attention back to his surrogate grandmother and frowned. It's being held back for now. Present. Yes, I remember that incident. I brought Jin to the academy the next day while you decided to enter a few years later. I must say, Jin is very talented. He even surpasses me. Naruto laughed. Fortunately, he decided to join this team after his graduation. And now you're here. It will be an honor to work with you, Rengi-chan. Ranjika blushed at the suffix used. No, sir, it is a true honor to work with you, Uzumaki Taishu. If you have any problems, ask Byakuya and Jin when I'm not around. What's Jin's rank on the team? I've rarely spoken to him since he graduated. Naruto smiled. He's the third seed on our team. Last thing I remember, you two were having a thing, right? The new recruit waved a dismissive, rather nervous hand. No. We're just friends, okay? It's not like I'm prohibiting relationships in my division. Just don't get distracted when you're on duty. Now let's get to work. Ranjika just laughed. Yes, sir. Naruto left his office and walked toward his lieutenant's station before informing Byakuya of his schedule. Hey kid, I'm leaving early. I have to visit my grandfather, and then I'll be attending Shinji's boys' night out for a while. If Yo-chan calls, tell her I'll be home for dinner, okay? Understood, sir. By the way, Jin is fed up with you asking him to buy ramen and not paying him for it. Tell him to hang in there. Naruto smiled before throwing a stack of cash at the Kichiki heir. Give that cheap bastard the money, Roger. Byakuya replied monotonously as he resumed work. Genryosai was sipping tea, sitting comfortably in his favorite seat his surrogate grandson made for him decades ago. A gentle breeze blew into the room, and the old captain placed his cup on the small table beside him before speaking to the familiar intruder. How is your new home, Naruto? It's perfect. The blond man sat down in the chair directly across from his grandfather. The house isn't too big, not too small. You won't get lost like I often get lost here. Seriously, I've been living here for decades, and I still get lost sometimes. I still remember one time I just wanted to replace those shitty, half-assed batteries in my lamp, and it took me an hour just to find 2 new ones. Laughing benignly, Genryosai sighed contentedly. How is your wife? She's like an angel to me. Naruto smiled. I'm glad you found a beautiful wife, both physically and personally. Yeah, however, I wish to discuss something important with you. Genryosai's tone was strictly solemn. I am old, Naruto, and I need someone to take my place. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Like the new leader of the Yamamoto clan? In addition to my position as captain commander in Suriidai, the blonde coughed indignantly. What? You are strong, talented, and powerful. Definitely a great candidate for my position. Nah. I'll stick with being the captain of my squad. After all, my squad is a big family to me. I can't just stand back and leave them alone. The old captain let out a tired sigh. Fine. But please reconsider my offer, Naruto. I'm going to. Shinji created the small event, which brought the classmates together to share updates and news with each other, to strengthen their bonds, as they were separated due to the differences between the divisions. It was more of a convention hall for jokes and stories, which they enjoyed happily. The room was actually a dojo, with a huge table in the middle, a few chairs, and a spacious space for sparring. Shinji sighed as he slumped into his seat. Apparently, every man was there except for Naruto. You know, it's just amazing when I become captain. All the haters in Soul Society suddenly show up when I become famous and start sending me all these petty hate letters. You know what's weird? I actually read those letters. I'll spend hours reading them about how I should die and how I should resign my position and all this bucked up stuff. And seriously, after hours of reading, I actually say out loud to myself that Hirako Shinji really is an asshole. Kisuke and Kensei laughed out loud while Rose tried to suppress her laughter. But it's not over yet. There's one son of a hitch I'll never forget. I read a letter that was personally sent to me by a guy named Anonymous, and that's how it was. Shinji coughed dramatically. Dear Shinji, all your friends died just to get away from your shitty attitude. And my first thought was highly unlikely. Seriously, if they want to get away from me, then they can just avoid me. How ridiculously stupid can that be? And then, 2 weeks ago, I got another letter written by Anonymous again. My first obvious reaction was, look at this son of a hitch. I'll read the letter to them, word for word. Shinji took a letter out of his pocket and smiled. Dear Shinji, I was drinking off work and depressed when I wrote you the letter a couple of years ago. I was dealing with the loss of my friends and I finally understood you. I was just baffled. Kensei was choking on his laughter. What happens next? I wrote back. I decided to write back. And I wrote this. Dear Anonymous, your colleagues left you because they are tired of dealing with your cowardly, spineless, bucking attitude. You know what? I actually felt good about sending that son of a hitch the letter. Okay though, I'll apologize to him a couple of years later. Rose, Kisuke, and Kensei laughed at Shinji's story and gradually calmed down. Kensei wiped his tears and smiled. You have a messed up relationship with your fans. Regaining her composure, Rose spoke. Hey, have you noticed that the girls are starting to outnumber the men? That's great. I saw this girl in Rakangai a week ago and my god, I'll take her slack. She has a hot ass. Kensei whistled. Shinji smiled. Always nice to have a pretty lady hanging around the courts, huh? It was then that the door opened, revealing Naruto's arrival. Sorry, I was discussing something with my grandfather. What's up? What did I miss? Kisuke replied. We're just talking about the Soul Society temptresses. The idiot married the ultimate eye candy. He took Yoruichi off the market. I'm sure a lot of guys must be cursing him at his wedding. Kensei smiled at his best friend, who simply shrugged and took the nearby seat. Shinji whistled mischievously. You're sure to miss our little Yochan around here. No, I don't think you do. Naruto chuckled. Hey, Naruto, do you want to hang out with us after work at that pub that opened 3 weeks ago? Rose offered. Sighing deeply, Naruto shook his head. Ah, damn it. You're killing me. I can't leave the man. I'm in the middle of moving. I have to go home to Yochan or she'll get mad. Come on. Just tell Yoruichi-san we have an emergency or something. I'm sure she wouldn't mind. Dude, I'm already retired and training from the game, if you know what I mean. I'm sure you should find a decent girl and settle down. Whatever. Come with us. Shinji exclaimed. Naruto paused dramatically before answering. No, I have to go home after our meeting. So? Kisuke asked confused. So? Naruto repeated, raising an eyebrow and clutching his chest. Do I look like a man who wants a divorce? Just give your damn wife shit or excuses. Kensei howled in frustration. Touching his chin in mock contemplation, Naruto smiled. No, I'd rather stay married. Coward! Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, the blonde walked toward his new home. As he reached the entrance to his house, he saw his wife leaning against it, smiling mischievously at him. Naruto smiled at his wife and slid his hands around Yoruichi's hips. What are you doing out here? Waiting for you, apparently? Queen Shihoin laughed. Go ahead, baby. I still want another test drive with you on our carpet. Oh, baby, you're so bad. Isn't that why you married me? Yoruichi led her husband into their home, but unexpectedly, a pillar of brilliant light ascended into the night clouds, enveloping the couple in the process. Naruto tightened his wife's protective embrace. What the heck? They were the last words he spoke before they disappeared from his kingdom.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.